And here we go. Happy Monday, President's Day, February 17th. I'm flying solo for a moment, so I'm going to have to be clicking stuff all over screens. You don't just get to look at the over the shoulder. You lose. That's all good. People may come and go. The names of avatars are in the description. And so here comes the first time. Sorry. I keep a note log, timestamped. Hi, an intro done. I left her eyeballs peeking over the top. That's Elizabeth Banks. Yesterday was looking over the shoulder too. I guess was the theme for a few live streams. I'm trying to think of where to go next. Yippity and yappity. But then I was lost. In the thumbnail photo. You lose. I lost. That's me. I put the red arrow with the little smiley face hearty heart. Because, oh, gladly I lose. Everybody else, whatever. You do you. I'll do me. I guess we'll change the timestamp. 2 minutes in. I will do deep end. Checklist item number 1. Administrative functions and be professional. My lives channels, please. Again. And that stems from yesterday. And I guess it's all my faults. I keep saying and threatening that I'm just not going to do any more of these until I have a strict set of written rules, especially about my Discord. If you just want to type whatever, then type it in the chat. But don't say things. Here we go. It's in the going deep list. And I hate swimming in the deep end. I could do 12 solid hours of objectifying movie character people and television peoples and giving star numbers just into the ether. Let me just do the whole checklist item. I'm gonna say it again and again and again and again. Do not make me defend any politician. It does. It could pre-burn. It's my channel. They're my live things. I'm in charge. It's in my name. If it hurts anybody's feelings, then I'll return anything you loaned me and we'll be enemies and hate each other and all that. And it's fine with me. But I can't have my credibility destroyed for hosting or platforming or whatever. And that's number 1. But number 2, I believe in destiny. True story. The line is stolen from Dracula, but I stole it from the original book. Do you believe in destiny? I believe in destiny. I have brushed shoulders with many greatnesses and had many opportunities and many tales that I get to tell. Sometimes it's led to big things and lots of monies, and sometimes it hasn't. But until something other gets me loyalty locked to dollars, I don't care. And I honestly say, I truly, truly loathe and am disgusted by and hate all of them. Not personally. Politicians disgust me. But I don't sit around boiling in my silence and frustrated inarticulation, looking for a chance to make a hateful comment. It doesn't make me feel better. Anybody that does, all you gotta do is put the app in your phone or click on the web page of YouTube in your computer. And even through your phone or your computer microphone, or I'll give you my old Samsung phone. It's a 4K camera and stereo microphones. And upload your own videos of if you think President Trump is all the derogatory names and name calling and SOBs and he did this and he stole that and he the other than what he's been convicted for. I don't care. The people voted. And what if he came across that and heard that garbage on my channel and said, well, somebody submitted that dude's name through that silliness. I think it was a runaround. I don't believe it amounts to anything. Oh, RFK used his website. Hey, if you'd like to help the administration, blah, 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 submit your stuff. Eh, Well, what if it was real and not just a waste of all of our time? And they said, well, that dude has a bunch of live streams. Somebody go listen to a few and see if we think he could work with us. And there was a bunch of garbage up there about Donald Trump's weight or what allegedly blah, blah. Oh, I don't even know all the stuff. I've heard it all. But anyway, yesterday again, it happened. And then I had to go back and think late in the night. I think I remember this mess, and now let me go check it out. But what if I always say on these things, I see the chats, Elizabeth. Hello, I'm going to get to them. I'm trying to finish one simple thought and get out of this deep end. And especially over Alexandria Ocasio Cortez. This is the third or fourth time I had to defend her personally. If you want to attack her policies or say something about her whatever's that happened in the seats of Congress, and you can provide me a link to the C-SPANs or the whoever did the video or her where she said something on her own online social medias and it's distasteful to you, and I'll go take a look at it and say, oh man, I don't blame you for that if it's true. But to make something and add simple, quiet, well, if, I only said if, that I'm not going to allow that. I'll just make a new Discord and until I get my act together and get some rules laid out, I'll just be the only one who talks. Everyone else can type in the chat, and if I don't like it, I'll delete it. I'll block it. Elizabeth said, Hi, it's never fun when people you thought you were friends are no longer liking you. Politicians disgust us all. It is why we need to go back to limited terms, one full calendar year from day of out of office to next filing, and cameras and audio, and bank watchdogging. Yeah, all of it and all of them. I don't, my, I have no intentions of name calling or burning friendships, but if, whatever. But the thing that came up yesterday was AOC and her tax the rich dress. And then I had to go look because I remember it. And it's worse than I thought. Our idiot Congress, for real, in their ethics committee, investigated her over it. The total investigation, the hearings, the results are all available. I'm not putting links. I'm not wasting any more of my time on it. Not only was no taxpayer money spent, her money wasn't spent. Whoever designed the dress, the famous people or whoever, lent it to her or free rented it to her, and they'll sell it one day because it's got her armpit sweats and her celebrity bum was in the seat of the dress, and they'll sell it for tens of millions of dollars or something. I don't know. People are dumb. They are allowed to do that stuff. And it's the famous dress. And here we are, 4 years later, 3.5 years later, and me thinking, well, why can't, if you don't like her, so it's fine. If there's just something about her, then just say it and get it out of your system and be happy. There's something about you, AOC, that just makes my hackles go up there like that. Not me, whoever. I personally don't care. I read her bio. I heard when she was running for Congress. She's got a space rock named after her. Check out the big brains on bread. Oh, she's making her way through our world just like the rest of us. I would even say, because I have turned down a $350,000 a year job in New York, and part of the consideration of the many, many reasons why I won't take big money. I turned down 105,000 for a job in Seattle. And what is it? The politicians. But I'm not small-minded, or I am too small-minded to think that those are kings and queens up there. We have a representative republic. Those people are there because people voted. And democratic majorities, which the founders of this country called cowardly mob rule. Mobs that don't have enough sense to get up and say, my way or the highway, or I'll stand in the street with you. Well, I'm unfortunately born in the wrong era. So I have to make clear it's because of the people of New York, the imbeciles as named in 15 of the Federalist Papers. Out of 15 out of 70 of those things, the authors of the Federalist Papers to the people of New York called them stupid, moron, imbecile. un-American, slave mentalities. They have not got better in 250 years. There's no reason to attack her personally. She's just another one of us who raised herself up. She's obviously smarter than me. If that's how you get rich and get immune and get people to let you cast gas into their $1 million garments, well, obviously she's smarter than the rest of us because she's doing it. And so say, man, I just don't like her. She chaps my hide. There's just something about her. But don't say something that's been beat to death, fact checked, and everything else that now I have to worry that of all the things, should I go and take down yesterday's live stream, clip that piece out, render it back together without that piece, so that if ever her or any of her people or any of the Democrats on planet Earth came across it, they would say, well, the dude always says he believes in destiny. He platformed and allowed that crap, so let's not give him a video editing job. It burns bridges. I've already told 3 times, and I'm going to have to tell it again. And I'm going to read the chat, Elizabeth. I apologize. Yeah. Secret Service Director, resign or make sure you do with every day. And that's fine. They're allowed to do that. I posted on a now long deleted because I insisted on saying things about things over there on the Facebook, and that used to be Bad Boy. That I've always tried to play jokes and games about AOC. I said originally when she was first running for election, yeah, vote her New York. I don't care what you guys do. And rename Manhattan Alexandria at a dash IA on the end of her name. I made posts often and tagged her in it. She is one that she makes herself accessible, and her people will eventually, if it has merit or value and not, you're a dumb B word. Of all the politicians that I've ever tagged or sent or linked a thing through their websites, that is my website. I pay for it at the Congress. Use our contact page. There's about 3, all Democrats, that ever even bothered to have one of their volunteers or pages, or no politician himself has ever responded to me. See all the yappity yap I did the other day about all of this could have been prevented over there at the CFBB or whatever it's called, the Warren Consumer Protection. If they'd actually done anything to stop, and it's in the list for the deep end, the 80 million supposedly stolen, or did they give it up? But back in the day, that garbage, and I know you disagree, Elizabeth, I absolutely say that everybody that lays any amount of blame, and I don't feel bad for her, she's a billionaire probably by now, for taking the blame, knowing that, well, millions of Americans got to feel better about burning a woman witch at the stake. because we can't hold Donald Trump or Joe Biden responsible. They're the bosses. Everybody who acted ugly, including AOC. Here, AOC, you want me to talk bad about you? Everything you said to and about the previous Secret Service director was hateful, imbecilic, mean girl club, imbecilic and moronic, and just proves you are yet another one of us. It's positively disgusting to me that as long as we take it out on a woman in our systemic, since the beginning of this place, everything's A-okay. Never hold a man responsible. What's a poor president to do? If you didn't want to be the boss and protect every one of your employees, including your Secret Service director, sir, Joe Biden, then you shouldn't have run for the office. People have been very sad about this whole thing on both sides. I have proposed that every congressperson be trained. Whatever they have now is not working, and then FBI keep cameras and audios on to make sure lobbyists, etc., stay away from the elected persons and audit their bank accounts and investments. No appearance of inappropriate behavior. Absolutely. Rah, rah, preach on, Brother Elizabeth. I agree with the no attack. Her personally. Sad it was a hard day's night last night. God bless and peace. Thank you, ma'am. And I would much rather do other things, but, keeping the yin and the yang and the balance in the universe. And knowing, I've told the stories before, let me tell it again. The first computer store I worked at, previously, the owner of that had been bought out or retired out of Compaq. He had a small Air Force retirement partial and a big buyout. We need you to leave because we can hire 3 21-year-old college graduates for what we pay you a year. So we left, took a big hunk of money and left and opened a computer store. He talked about how he had been working at the big Compaq. And one day, some nerd-looking guy, more well-dressed than the other guy in jeans with kind of a 1970s or early 80s, looked like he had a bed head. That dude had one, he needed a haircut. He into the Compaq, and the guy that, without the big thick glasses, did all the talking and blah de blah. They wanted to have an account or a cooperative or do some work with Compaq. And my friend then, boss, his name was Carl with a K. He wasn't there to do this kind of discussion. He was there, keep some notes, witness this, give me your impressions from his boss. His boss was the one sitting across the desk from the guy with the bad hair is all I remember, and, not impressive. And some nerd guy, some skinny guy with glasses. And so they did their whatever yippity yappening, and the high up dude that was my boss's boss at the time told the 2 guys, I don't think you guys are serious. You're not well dressed. You're not in suits. I don't know who you are. You didn't come in here with a big fat resume from whatever. So, don't call us and we won't call you. And the story goes from my friend Carl, and I looked it up. I don't remember what number live stream it was, and I'm not going to go look it up. It turns out the skinny nerd who didn't do any of the talking with the thick glasses was one Mr. William Bill Gates. And the other guy, and I just saw a headline the other day. Bomber, Bill Gates, co-founder. William Henry. Can we call you Bill Hank? I'm just kidding, sir. Mr. Gates, sir. It was a joke. Bad joke. Paul Allen. And Paul Allen was no slouch. He was a professional businessman. I don't know, is he still around? Nope. Rip, 18. I thought he passed away. Because he didn't have enough tie on, or expensive enough shirt, or some other eyeballs of an idiot. So my boss Carl had a set of written instructions and a long discussion. You think I've been talking about this a long time? We ran a busy computer store and I had to listen to this stuff all the time. Everybody we hired or contracted. Carl liked to tell his story about how his direct boss sent Paul Allen and Bill Gates packing. Good job. That's the destiny of things. So we all got taught in Carl's little store, computer store. Until somebody earns your disrespect. You working for me, you treat them with the utmost respect, because you never know who's going to be in there saying, hey, could we do a little business? And you say, oh man, I hate people with holes in their blue jeans knees, or don't get their hair cut military style, or wear their little rainbow pin on their lapel. If you're so luxurious in your life that you can burn all bridges, good for you. I'm not that luxurious, and I won't platform it. I won't have it. So I guess I will go back and do something in a comment or whatever in the description. So I have to waste my time making sure that there's a note up there. Please see the timestamps, AOC and her people and Democrats and anybody. I understand I allowed it to be said on my channel and didn't shut my whole live stream down and delete the video. It is addressed. I have looked it up. There's so many things like that attack. Is that like a personal attack or something? That AOC did on that poor, and I say it meaning not lack of money. That woman, former Secret Service director, when it was Donald Trump and Joseph R. Biden's fault. When you run for president, you get all the credit and all the blame. And I put all over social medias and uploaded, Dear White House, somebody wake up Zombie Joe. I'm allowed to call him that back in the day. when he was on my payroll as POTUS, I can address or redress him any way I want to. And that was my loving nickname for the president back then. I said, somebody wake him up and strap him to a dolly like Hannibal Lecter. That'll terrify everybody. Or walk him into that Congress and have him point that gnarly old finger at all those whippersnappers and tell them she is not coming in here. I'm the president. You want to ask questions about Donald Trump's security? You can ask me. But you can leave my employees alone. And none of them thought to take the advice and make him look like the hero. They all were like, oh no, we only burn witch women. No, it was a hearing and the director had no clue as to her job. And then it turned out her boss, which no one seemed to know she had, resigned with all his retirement. But she was awful. She had, see, now you're personally attacking her again. That's the good of it. We'll conversational it out. At least this time I'm going to say in real time. Absolutely not. She had no clue as to what her job was. She deserved every person in that hearing telling her the same, but AOC was the only one who said it. It was her job. I have to disagree with you, like a fireman. I know you do. You feel compelled. It's your truth. I'm going to say it my way. And there's more coming. Everybody wait. Here we go. Like a fireman. Bothered to see there was no water in the reservoirs to serve the hydrants in the LA fires, I guess. I It just is what it is. And I guess they're fixing it all now. Everything, the world will be safe for democracy and democratically elected representative republics. Mm. And I utterly disagree. I think she had every clue what her job was, including go up there because the POTUS was a coward and a 12-year-old girl and eat that crap. That's part of your job. She knew it when she got hired. She did good. Mhm. In life, here's how things always get reduced. Comes from my life schools because everything always gets reduced to these G, D, M, F, and G words, meaning firearms. Apparently, the only time anybody wants to hear anything is if we tie it and wrap it around the G word. Rhymes with fun. I used to say it 9 times. Count all your 9 fingers and say think, 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 think 9 times. And then I'm really getting tired of this YouTube future language. I guess I'll have to take this video down too or something. Mute pieces. Think, 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 think. Shoot or don't shoot. But put 4 thinks in front of any action you ever do or don't. And I always call it number thumb. Start at your pinky and start thinking. Step of the draw, 4 points of justified or lawful self-defense. Now, so on. Think, 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 think. Now you should be at extension number 4. At number thumb. Act or don't. Including when the action is speak. Think, 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 think. I used to say it 9 times. Count all your little fingers until you get to the final number thumb. Think 9 times before you speak, right? Especially if you're doing junk, step on your gas pedal. Please do some thinking. Evaluate the environment. If your light is red and the other people's light is green, don't smash your foot on your gas pedal. And it's a problem we've had since we were British colonies and everything else. People don't think. The director was not there, had not been there, did not even know who was supposed to be there to do the prep work. I worked with your aunt on 9/11. She saved 15M people. No one else was ready, but she was. Okay. The director of, I don't even know how many employees they have. The boss should not be buried in the minutia of every single detail. How many employees does the Secret Service have? Thousands. I think they said 8,600 or something in the hearings. The operational unit employs 3,671. That includes none of the administrative staff. According to the Wikipedia, in 2024, they had 8,300 plus. The director is supposed to be directing 8,300 people. It's the 12 or so that are called the specific principal, primary, protectee detail that is supposed to be well aware and connected. Somewhere up a line of probably, and I read the whole report, they said, here we go again, just like the Uvalde report. The bureaucracy is too hard. The distance between director and operationals is like 20 to 40 bureaucrats and sub-assistant vice secretary managements. The day and night teams don't communicate with each other. If it just makes you feel better to say, I hate that woman because she was whamming, and I cannot put the responsibility upon everybody else whose responsibility it is, then just say it, but don't keep attacking her. Have you ever been the boss of 8,300 plus people? That's very, very mean girly. I don't care what you were born and how many twigs and berries you got between your legs. It's a derogatory thing we or I say about the Mean Girls Club. They're your friend until they're not. The director was not there. Yes, I know. And she knew the job when she took it, including, is the United States Secret Service on its own now, or did they smash that into Homeland Security? Oh, it's another one. Homeland Security. Who was the director of Homeland Security under Biden? Mayorkas. See, you sat up there a minute ago, and now I'm gonna say I allowed it in my chat. Now I verified it. Her boss didn't quit and resign and run away and hide. Her boss worked until Inauguration Day. How come nobody raked that a-hole over the coals? Oh, because he's got a wee-wee, and we don't do that to men. We only burn women at the stake. We're no better than we were 300 years ago. And don't take it too personally, Elizabeth. You're allowed to think what you want to think, and I'm allowed to think what I want in response. And that's what I think in response. We are never going to get out of any of these messes until we accept personal responsibility and stop being sexist and cowering before men. Logging women for something some man did. They all failed at every level. Should she have possibly, sometime prior to a protectee of our Secret Service, I don't care who it was, anybody getting hurt under the protection of supposedly 8,000 plus people, should she at some time said, for testing purposes before a bad thing happens, I want to send a ping through the network from the director of Secret Service. Somebody take this message and get it to former President and candidate Trump. Get it. It has to get to the protectee. I won't accept a response from anybody else. And I call it a ping because of the movie The Hunt for Red October, where he sends him the message. If you agree with this, respond with a single ping, and the Russian boat captain tells Vasily, one ping and one ping only, please. Man, I wish I had the former James Bond boat captain or the Vasily's voice. I could do voiceovers in video games and stop doing these live streams. But then I really want to. I'm like, man, my voice rocks. Let's do live streamery. If I were director of the Secret Service, and they still haven't fixed it, Donald Trump being boss, I mean Elon Musk being boss, I mean anybody, they have not fixed anything. They made all those people hide under their desks or just plain quit. That's good. It's good. We will clean up this country. Somebody get a hold of Current, puppy killer up there at Homeland Security, and whoever's playing director of Secret Service right now, and get a message through the 700 probably eyes and ears that it has to go through Mr. President Donald John Trump. This is an urgent message from the Director of the Secret Service. I must have a yes or no response in writing. Yes or no. Circle it. Do you love me? Yes or no on the little note. And now pass it through the damn classroom. Are you satisfied with your protection detail today? See how long and how mangled that message gets from our Director of Secret Service to our President. At the same time, launched the same "Do you love me?" circle yes or no message to former President Obama, Biden, and Bush. And see how long and how corrupt the message and the response get. And that's all the test you need to do at the top to find out, is there a political interloper involved in your chain of command? To somebody in those 40 steps, how many steps does it take for communication to happen? Somebody in that chain has got to be making sure that communications are starting to happen. Here we go again. It's repeat, repeat, repeat. You better test these things. You better check yourself before you wreck yourself. Do you hear me now, Donald J. Trump? Running around flogging the employees like you and Elon Musk are doing is not helping. Where's your written plan, Elon? That includes a checklist. Oh, yeah, after you said that you were transparent, you found out we're not? You put up a website and the hackers hacked it, and then your kids dumped out allegedly classified information into the internets, trying to make your lie into a truth. Where's your written list, written plan that includes the checklist? It isn't there. It doesn't exist. Man, I didn't want to go deep. I hate going deep. No, well, I guess I'll get it out of my system again, and then it'll build up again, and I'll burp it out of my mouth like this again. So I said, F-ity-F-F, I don't want to go deep. What's the exact phrase? At 14 states, I think it started with Arizona. I don't have the link. I have the document downloaded on page 18, number 74, item. Here's hard quotes as of last week someday. There is no proper chain of communication anywhere in our executive branch. Okay. And all you federal employees, I don't care. I'm the voiceless guy. That's why I have called myself, since the high school days, the world's most frustrated and articulate. Even when I have something to say, good to say, I have no one to say it to. All you federal employees, I hope they cut your money off, make you broke, and you all go live in your cars and eat each other for lunch. And then reduce my damn taxes accordingly. Because there's no chain of communication. All of you sitting there crying about your jobs. I don't remember how many it was that old RFK Jr. in his name. What is it? 1,200 employees. RFK fires CDC employees. I don't know that he can, but he did. Uh, 5,200. I thought it was 1,200. I don't know if that's a good number. Elizabeth says 700. Well, bye. You can go back and listen to my early live streams. Sorry I wasn't logging them and posting in the comments. You just have to search for federal employee. You've known since election day it was coming. What did you do at CDC? I said back then, Joe Biden, President Joe Biden, and I typed it in that damn White House useless box that's now gone. Trump took it away. You ain't going to talk to the Trump administration through the website. At least they lied to us and told us that they were listening. I never got a response from Biden or Harris or anybody in the staff. They didn't even have a damn robot to say, we received your message through the website. Damn, McDonald's responds to you. Go, go take some management lessons, government, from McDonald's. A bunch of idiots. I'm sorry. Imbeciles. I must use the language of my proper founding fathers. When they were done writing imbeciles on people, they were over busy burning women at the stake or floating them in the pond. Them bimbos forcing those poor men into adultery. That was slightly before the founding, about 120 years. You can't blame a guy for falling in between a lady's legs. She set the trap for him. So instead of his wife kicking him in the nads, you just take the poor lady that laid that trap that he fell into and toss her in the river. If she floats or swims, she's a witch. Light her up. If she drowns, well, she was innocent, but, drowned. Poor baby. Aw, we've come a long way, baby. Now we just ruin each other's credibility on the internet over a damn dress. Or a bridge. I'm still sure that the lady that was the former director or whatever, they said, oh damn. I'm hoping that she was smart enough to have the fallback of, some of that. And maybe it didn't work out. Maybe some of that money that was processing to her newly founded and newly licensed secret private security firm that consults for the protection of diplomats and dignitaries. Gets paid $200 million a year. I would really laugh if her back door got shut at USAID. Sorry, lady. I love you to death, but that's a southern saying. It means I hate you. I love you to death, but oh yeah, Mayorkas, not Merrick. It was her boss. There was someone over her at Secret Service. He left. He retired. That is why he was not in the hearing. 700. She was the director. There was no one over her. The only person over her was Mayorkas. And even though it's a desk, man, damn you, September 11th, Osama bin Laden kicked our hornet's nest, and our hornets are too stupid to fly outside and sting somebody. We just sting each other. That Patriot Act and the fact that there is a Homeland Security is a disaster. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, tear up the Patriot Act and throw away, just shut the damn thing. All of Homeland Security. Trickle down management failed. It was supposed to be to consolidate all of the communications into one place so that the FBI and the CIA and local district offices of the FBI would establish, here we are on page 18 of the lawsuit, a proper chain of communication. Epic fail. In spite of all of this ridiculous corporate layered liability protection, they called it. Oh, it's government? Well, we'll just call it that there too. It's called jumping over. I talk about this all the time in private security or French fry, fast food chains. There's no proper chain of command. All the COMM words. And what the jumping over is that their director of Secret Service does not, in practice and reality, report and respond to the Secretary of Homeland Securities. It reports directly to the President. They are at odds with their paper boss. The employees at every level are utterly confused, confounded, disgusted. Well, who am I supposed to talk to? Stop talking to anybody, just write it down. At every level, from the griddle at the place to street sweepers for the cities to the President of the United States. There's no communication at all happening between Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Okay. What do you expect the people down 40 layers deep making $16 an hour to care if the richest two men on earth, the most powerful two men on earth, don't give a damn? Poor people are only going to give a damn that exact percent. Yep. But I do hope they keep on trucking. Burn down another RFK. Go to the pages. Whatever they exaggerated and accused you of at science.org RFK Jr., fire that many. 5,200. I thought it was 1,200. Elizabeth says 700. Yahoo says thousands. That's thousands plural. Blame science.org and Yahoo RFK and let them rip. Bye. Yahoo said I fired you, so I'm firing you. Hi, George.
Oh,
I'm rantering. I'm deep ending. I'm getting past it. I think. I hope.
Oh, I love the deep end.
RFK Jr. could shake up vaccine advisors 2 days ago, 3 days
Oh,
ago. Thousands, thousands, plural thousands.
just came in.
Make their words true, RFK. Burn them all down. Fire them. ABC News 3 days ago was reporting at 18. Oh no, that's hundreds of employees at the 1,800 person National Nuclear Security Administration. Yeah, I mentioned that the other day. Turns out it was 40. See how they're just, everybody's making up numbers. Because here's another problem with communications. Elizabeth and Bill said, "Hi, George," and greetings.
Hello.
CDC to lose 1/10, nearly 1,300 there. That's where I heard the 1,200. Now they're saying nearly 1,300. These numbers are going to keep changing. RFK, somebody with the ear of Junior. Fire them all. Me and George and Bill go figure it out.
Yeah.
But there's going to be a whole lot of writing and a chain of command and a checklist. We'll do it for $1 million start money. We'll report for duty in a month. And it's all remote. You and Musk and Trump can show up at the office up your bum.
Where is the
Camelot guy.
CDC? Isn't there a
Atlanta.
CDC? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'll go to Atlanta for $1,000,000.
That's just start money.
I,
Yeah.
I get that.
Oh, yeah.
Hell, I can even get people to go with me.
Elizabeth said I saw it on C-SPAN in a Congress hearing. That they're all of everything you hear on those, Elizabeth. Please do report, because none of this up here says here's the Congress hearing. This is all outside sources. The only way I'm getting. Don't forget the part with the checklist. I said a written plan with a checklist. And I did say just 10 minutes ago or 20. I don't know. I've been ranting pretty good. I got my wind in me.
As long as you got the wind, don't have the wind up you.
Up mine. Yeah. Instead of all this other BS, I want to see the written plan that includes a checklist from Elon Musk or Congress. Kick his ass out of our government. Shut him down. A written plan that includes a checklist. What is Doge and what is it going to do? It's the incompetence, the sloth, and the everything of everybody, including Donald John Trump, and he is pre-forgiven. The only thing a president has to do is get elected. It's everybody else's job to make sure he isn't sitting there with this Elon Musk egg on his face. Oh, he is the president. He's gonna get the blame and the credit from me. Everybody else is gonna wipe his bum. Or try to kick his bum and, please, Democrats, stop saying tough guy words. If you're gonna talk war and fight and yada yada about the President of the United States, then put your actions where your mouth is and go over there and slap him in his mouth. Because I want to watch the Secret Service beat you to pieces for trying. Assert that theory. Elizabeth said they found many of those they fired were working from home, but actually out working a second job. Reminds me of the res where Betty, etc., was the director of 3 positions, got paid more than a 1/3 of a million. Bill Hughes said, make 7-Up yours. Not a sponsor, but you could be if you still exist, 7-Up. We talked about Spot the other day. The old Bill Hughes said, LOL. That hearing was last week on C-SPAN. They are making what Doge is and what it is doing. Isn't that kind of trying to invent a horse after the cart has been SpaceX launched around the planet? What is your business plan? What is your plan at all? There isn't one. That's why they're running amok. But that's okay.
Amok, amok.
I would much rather them do it this way than some terrorizer do something terrorism's for real and find out that we are all this incompetent and unsafe. This is, to me, it's the same. I'm gonna keep on repeating stuff. All I see is the test pattern and hear the little, that annoying noise that came out of Jim Carrey's mouth in Dumb and Dumber. Does this noise offend you? That's the exact noise from the emergency alert system. This is only a test. If there were a real emergency, information would be coming. No, hell it wouldn't. Why? Because there's no proper chain of communication. See page 18 of the lawsuit. There's no proper chain of command. And I don't know if you're seeing the screen or not, Bill Hughes, if you're still even here. And I guess, well, I asked, are you at work? And never got an answer from somebody. Anyway, the call from a friend, Thursday, February the 13th, 25. Repeat, if it isn't written down. And why I copy pasted the note. And I didn't want to go this deep, but here we go. Getting all the serious off the list. Is because in all that talk we had Thursday about whatever, and this time again, in perfectly lawful and allowed to be, doofuses going along doing whatever the hell you do until you don't anymore. Till Elon Musk's Doge comes and locks your doors and fires you without anything in writing. You're just fired. Go, get out of here. They'll send you a letter or an email in a couple of days. Maybe. Part of the conversation was, again, where is the chain of command in writing? Who do they contact 24/7, meaning the employees of any company? But again, I was talking to someone in some security in North Carolina. Do all the eggs really have to be in one obsessive compulsive disordered person's basket? So that one person can never have an off minute. There's no chain of command and there is no chain of communication written, initialed by all the employees. Who's allowed to fire me? Who's allowed to move my schedule? Who do I report to? And I was like, well, here we go again. Coincidentally, these things just all, I don't know, they happen in 2s and 3s and 5s and 10s. I don't have an answer. Hello? Hello, T-Mobile's phone? T-Mobile. I'm getting upset. Oh well. I apologize then, sir. But thank you for answering in the chat. Because it is not showing up in my phone. Watch sometime later. The phone's gonna light up and I'm gonna go, there it is. It's like the emails I send to George 3, 4, 5, 10 hours later. Sometimes 10 minutes. Sometimes not at all. Thanks, Yahoo. And do I have a plan B? Yes. If I have doubt about the email or whatever, I'll text George. So, yep, there was many, many things again, and I said again, just talking to a friend on Thursday about this same old mess again and again and again. Okay, if it repeats itself, I'll repeat myself. It's all good. I promise you I'll make up for it when we go do Hello Photo on Bank Lady Banks. Yowza. Hey, don't sue me, ma'am. Another call. Same old junk. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Nobody knows what they're supposed to be doing. But everybody knows that they're being set up for failure, and some bully's going to come along and say, well, you didn't know what you were doing. And it's usually the person who was supposed to teach you what you were doing. And that goes back to that same thing. I keep saying it, Elizabeth. And maybe you don't want to hear it, or that's fine. They need to hear. Whoever ever comes across this needs to hear it every possible way. Your way, my way. Anything goes tonight. Guns N' Roses song. Whatever it takes to get a light bulb turned on in anybody's noggin anywhere. If we're going to burn the witch and say that everything that ever happened bad in this country was the fault of that one, to me, very lovely lady, former director of Secret Service. Because she not only did she probably conspired with that little whippy snappy to get a bee sting across Donald J. Trump's ear. And get a firefighter leaking out all over his wife and child. If it's all her fault, then who had the duty to train and supervise her if not the President of the United States? Who appointed her? And I know I'm the only one that looks at it this way in all 300 and whatever millions of us there are in this country. I'm the only one who takes responsibility that seriously. That's okay. Life hasn't made us. I hope life doesn't make all the rest of you take it this seriously. I don't wish the real life memories of cruelty and death and dying and crying, dying little girls in your own arms don't infect all the rest of you. I hope you stay blissfully ignorant and naively blessed. I did not say that, but I have studied public agencies, wrote the book on reassessing them and restructuring them. It was her job. And every agency has the same issue. Their leadership told me they are told do this, but make sure you do not do this. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. We're both agreeing. You did say that. You said it's all her fault. I agree. I will say she should not have taken the job if there was any question. I just gave a test example a while ago, and that's okay. She's drowned in the pond. She's free and clear. She already had her 38 years federal retirement and bonus retirement. She's good to go. She's well heeled. I mean HEELED. I hope she's okay and well healed emotionally and psychologically from that verbal crap they did to her in our Congress. We're all sitting here cheerleading. Well, I'm not. I'd put them all out in the public square in the docks and tar and feather them for treating my employee that way. Congress, you're a bunch of elected buffoons. You don't get to treat the employees that way. You do not. Do whatever the hell you want to do to each other as politicians in your politician tennis match. But you leave the help alone. Those are real working people that do real working jobs for a living. Congress is fun and games, and it's the cool kids club, and vote me. Well, you guys all do that, your Congress and politician stuff, and I was about to run off the deep end and get smuttery, but I'm not. Yeah. Yep. All there's got to be is a proper chain of command and communication. There's got to be someone somewhere has to have and understand. It's just a whole bunch of dead babies. That's an Alice Cooper song. I can say that. Go somebody and ask Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, sir, have you or anybody that you know, and you have to attest to this under penalty of perjury, and it's a yes-no question, have you or anybody you know read the Uvalde report, sir? Yes or no? Then how the hell do you hold yourself out to be President of the United States? How are you going to fix it so that Uvalde can't happen again? Oh, you're going to go fire all the people that worked on investigations against you because you're a criminal. Okay. Be prepared, America. Guess what? Somebody get that up to Pam Bondi, too. That nut on the internet said, you're a cutie pie, Pam, and man, the IQ on you. You're probably smarter than AOC. They should name a space rock after you. You know, being fair and all. Have you read and comprehend what it says in the Uvalde report? Yes or no? I guess they're going to have to go get that one and put it books on tapes. Donald Trump doesn't want to hear anything that doesn't have his name in it. So go get him to get somebody to read to him the Donald Trump assassination attempt report. It's copy pasted from the Uvalde report. Make it all about him. Nothing is fixed. There's no chain of command. Everybody's jumping over each other. This one tells this one this, and that one tells that one that. Nobody even knows. Where's my written job description? And where's my written who can fire me? Can some 24-year-old friend of Elon Musk's who doesn't even get paid and wasn't vetted by the Congress fire me? A federal employee? Only if you let them. Oh, God knows. I yapped yap myself. Yeah, sure, whatever. I'm passing it. All right, let me checklist it here. Think, 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 think. Now when you're down to number thumb, I don't care, call it letter thumb. When you get down to that one, act or don't. Keep your thinker turned on the whole time. Great chats, great conversation. Yay. And then however, and etc. I got to pee. Break. Break. I wish I could make them little lip noises. Break. There, I did it. I did something like it. Where are my photos? Hello, photo. There's photo. You lose. Aw, that's me. I'm a little yellow hearty smiley face. Check her out looking over her shoulder. I will be right back. Wow, there's the static noise. It dims down over time. Every time I unmute the microphone, the headphones get loud, hissing noise in them. 40. We'll go 40. Back. Uh, I had it. I had it. Oh, yeah. Another bit of the life school stuff. Besides the fact I did put in the community post, and there's, I don't think I put it in the description. I just put it in the community post. I was so happy with my, found it, keyboard yesterday. The problem with these up, down, cheap, I guess it's cheap, I don't know, keyboards, is that everything in it is plastic and cheap, inexpensive. Lowest bidder made it. And the plastic, probably by design, it was not by design to keep up with the likes of me. So it doesn't take much before the keys are kind of, instead of sliding up and down like little plastic tubes inside a plastic tube should, they catch or grind or something. And then finger did the motion, but the key didn't fully depress. And so I did finger motion, but didn't get a letter. Misfired. It misfired. Not even a hang fire, a misfire. I wanted letter, but got click without a click, because it's a not tactile or clicky keyboard. The life school stuff. Your job when you are not the boss is do what the boss tells you. I know everybody says, wait, what? You're the one who says, don't listen, don't let people tell you. Hold on. When you are not the boss, do what the boss tells you, including write down what the boss tells you. 500 exclamation points and a 1-1. Because if it isn't written down, it didn't happen. Don't make your boss sit down and write all the rules all the time, every day. Do it for your boss and tell your boss, in writing, you adopt these written rules or I quit now, and get it out to the field. I'm tired of hearing from coworkers, well, so-and-so said, well, so-and-so said, well, somebody said, well, blah, blah, blah. And it doesn't matter what industry you're in. Look at what's happening at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Their own response to lawsuit is, well, we have no proper chain of communication. And that's okay. Why can Donald Trump say that? Because he's the boss. It's someone else's job to write down what the hell he tells them. He's got to be moving fast and thinking on his feet. He's the leader of the free world. I don't want Donald Trump sitting around reviewing on the ground action plans for Secret Service teams. I want him doing presidentials. We as taxpayers pay a boatload of money for millions of federal employees. Somebody get their arse up there and write down what he says. And apparently Elon Musk has never learned. Get it in writing, Elon. I know you're going to laugh when your little dudes go to federal penitentiary for being federal criminals against the United States of America without getting a written pass from Donald Trump and get, hey, instead of us just kicking nuts and taking names and laughing at the peasants, those And I'm very derogatory about them. I call federal employees the worst kind of welfare people. They lie to themselves and say that they're earning those handout welfare checks. I detest government. But they are what they are, and this imbecilic country of ours allows it to have happened for 250 years. Set them down easy. Let them go easy. Help them out into the world. Don't throw them into the pond. Bully. Put all of your income, all of it, all of your future on the line. And do it in writing like a professional. And stop making my president look like a dummy for associating with the likes of you and that entire staff. Whoever that chief of staff lady is, somebody go get her a class. Yes, it's everybody's job. Everybody. When you are not the boss, you better damn well do what the boss tells you, especially if the boss wrote it to you, including write it down. See me making a timestamp log here on my own streams? If your boss says, hey, page 23 of the manual, so you turn to page 23 of the manual, and it says, I don't know, wash your arse. Well, then go wash your butt and write yourself a log somewhere that the boss sent me in writing, an email or text or whatever it was, to wash my arse. So I went to bathroom or sink or closet or kitchen and put a little water through my crack. And it took this many seconds at this time, and that time ended. That way, later on, when boss says, where the hell were you at so-and-so time? I couldn't find you. And you say, well, you told me to wash my butt. The boss is going to say, well, you didn't write down a log that you did, so I don't believe you did, and you're fired. Go listen to life. Go take some life school. I really do got giggly about, because we can't come up with a number. RFK Jr., please fire them all. Then maybe we can get a number. How come the unions haven't been banking union dues into an escrow account or an interest earning account so that should something disrupt the income of the workers protected by your union, there's some money there to keep them alive until the 17 years later lawsuits finally get done with appeals, and they lost. I hope. Oh yeah, that's because we go along and do whatever the hell we're doing till we don't anymore. Good job. I have no sympathy. I have no empathy. I don't care. When I was homeless and scraping mold off of rot crap that I took out of a grocery store trash can to eat it, none of you cared. So I hope you get to learn how it is to live the same way. I guess our time of being the biggest, richest, bestest, most important welfare state in the history of the welfare states is over. Which is another lie. Saudi Arabia collects negative taxes from its people. What does that mean? It means if you were born inside their lines and have the right racial makeup, you get checks from your government. Because of the oil. What the heck? Oh, I forgot. I left over one of the other lines. Let's redo this public service announcement rannery. If you're in doubt about the authenticity of dealing with somebody of apparent power or authority with a badge or an emblem, call 911. I'm not talking about it again. Let's go talk about this. Allegedly. Allegedly. I don't know if there's any new details or not. I haven't looked it up. I really don't care. I wish the world would stop with this mess, but it won't. So I'm going to talk about it for a minute. Hang on. Give me a second. I got frozen in time and space again. Oh, Ms. Banks. True story. I forgot you were there. Thanks for giving me that look over the shoulder. A few-ish. Get off my screen, video master. Shut up. A few-ish days ago. Oh, Valentine's Day. Some dude, George, tell anybody you know, we got a new Dirty Sanchez, and didn't that used to be a saying? Brain, why did you bring that back up? What is a dirty? It's whatever a coprophilia is. And I don't want to know that bad. Whatever that is, we got a new one in our security industry. According to court documents, 39-year-old Michael Sanchez Jones on February 7th impersonated an officer and threatened to arrest a woman if she did not engage in acts with him. A Garner man is in custody Friday after authorities said he impersonated a police officer to a woman a week earlier in Raleigh. According to court documents, they just repeated the headline. Oh, these ads. You get me in trouble, WRAL. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Now I gotta zoom back and forth. One day, I'll get smart about this and copy paste the text into my own file.
Well,
I think I got it covered. I'm sorry, what?
this has nothing to do with what you just mentioned. Are you familiar with Brian Setzer rather? Stray
No.
Cats?
Oh, yes.
Apparently, he was diagnosed with autoimmune disease, and he lost the feeling / function of his fingers and can no longer play the guitar.
Oh, no.
He's having to learn how to hold a pen and tie his shoes again. And even that's difficult at this.
His work on Once Upon a Time in Mexico soundtrack and all of his rockabilly years and his
Oh,
pop
yeah.
moment of the Stray Cats where he got
Yeah.
started. I even like that. I remember I'm a
Cat
stray
Strut.
cat. Yep.
And that's the only reason I mentioned is because I think I still have some of his albums.
Security bad guy discussion interrupted with important but sad news about Brian. Can't remember if it's a Y or an I. Brian
No,
Sets.
Brian.
Setzer, right?
Correct.
Hands, mister. Something about a Casanova. Oh, yeah, hey, that's I. May
Bill says, may I speak on this?
you speak on this. On what, the bad guy? Or Brian Setzer? And I will wait for a response. I don't think Bill has the bad guy.
Bad guy.
Yeah, but I just want to finish reading the story, and I want to say a couple of things that we didn't talk about on the phone the other day. But yes, and you mean like type in the chat, or are you able to get on Discord at some point? I'm going to keep reading while he responds. And this is where it came up the other day. Because according to Raleigh Police Department, Jones is an employee at Capitol Special Patrol, a private security service in Raleigh. WRAL News spoke to several people in Raleigh who said it's scary to hear about someone taking advantage of people by pretending to be an officer. And then all out of nowhere, they asked this poor, I don't even want to say her name, they asked this poor person, a mother living in Raleigh, something about what they're just asking strangers now. And this is why we went every couple hours the other day, and now I've said it, I'm going to say it again, because she asked them, and they actually published this. How do you know if it's a real cop that comes to your door, that's going to come to your aid when you're stranded on the street? Said a mother living in Raleigh. It's kind of hard to tell because you have people out there impersonating police officers, she said. WRAL, why didn't your reporter just answer her question? Or you type it in your ding dang and someone get a hold of WRAL and tell them I hate just them. You're spreading fear, you fear mongers. I know it's what gets you your clicks, and here I am talking about your nonsense, but I'm living it in a life of what do we learn from this poor mother living in Raleigh? What do you do? Call 911. Say, is there a real life police officer near me? And here is where I am. That's it. Done. It is not 1873 anymore. You don't have to take anybody's word for anything. We live in the communication era. Raleigh. Please listen to the first hour. I mean, WRAL. Establish a written chain of communication and get it out on your news, your loud voice. People, please don't live in this kind of fear. Dial 911, especially if it's a real cop. Get it on speakerphone. Show it to the real cop if you can, but don't put yourself in danger. Like if you're in your house and someone's on your porch saying, it's the police, open the door. Then don't open the door. Yell from a safe position of cover down away from the door. Yell, I've got 911 on the phone. I'm finding out if you're a real cop or not. If it's not, they're gonna run away. If it is, pretty soon you're gonna hear out of their police radio, Officer so-and-so or code name such and such officer, we have the inhabitant of the place on the phone, blah, 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 and the dispatch is now going to work with the people to make sure everybody understands that what's happening is appropriate. WRAL, you bums. Fearmongers. This is not the first time someone tried impersonating a law enforcement officer and assaulted a woman this year. Dang it, I said the A word. In January, police arrested Carl Thomas Bennett, and charged him with impersonating an ICE agent and threatening to deport a woman if she did not engage in SA with him. And I'm sure if they know of there's 2,000 that the women haven't reported, or men, or boys, or children, whoever it is. If we know of 2, enough so that these people were so brave that they went and did the ultimate ground in salt into the wounds of having been abused, of dealing with the law enforcement response to that abuse. That's why I don't. There's 2,000 or more. There's 1,000 or more bad deeds done for every one that we actually find out about. I am 100% sure of it, and that I'm underestimating it. You don't know what to believe. I would just say, watch what you do. Watch how you are. I would not step out of the vehicle without asking them their badge number. Anything said another name that, who's this? Why are you saying that whoever this is? I'm not going to read it out loud into the internet. It's on the screen. Why? What are you doing, WRAL? You don't ask police their badge number. What if they're in a jurisdiction that doesn't use them? If you are in your vehicle, I'm assuming that whoever said this that they quoted, that they didn't say who this is saying this. Don't step out of your vehicle but don't sit there telling real police officers, I'm not stepping out. It's called hindering here in North Carolina, and go watch Audit the Audit. See what happens if you refuse a lawful order. They can break your window, drag you out, put their knees on your back, lower back now. But some of them, after 20 years on the job, can't get over that shoulder area. Cuff you up and arrest you for obstructing, hindering, delaying, willfully refusing a lawful order. If you are seriously concerned about the authenticity of police at your vehicle, dial 911, show them the phone, calm, cool, collected, deep breath. Say, please, officer, I am afraid and I am just trying to verify you with dispatch. Keep your hands where they can see them. They might cuss. They might grunty groany. They might get an attitude. They're little children too. Those badges don't make them grown-ups. Go watch Audit the Audit, you'll see. Or Police Activity Channel. Or Blue Cam. Or all the others. Type First Amendment Audit in your favorite search engine. Cops are very far from perfect, and they will let their pride, egos, and attitudes get the better of them. It happens. But no, don't step out. But have yourself a written in order list. If you can't keep it in your head, hands, 911 on speaker so that you can show the 911 emergency connection to the officer and they can hear you and your speakerphone having a calm, professional conversation about, I am afraid, is this a real police officer, has me pulled over at crossroads, or business name, street name, something. Try to be semi-aware of where you're at in this world. We are all very accustomed to turn left. And we don't remember where we are. We're at where speaker thing told me to go. That's where I am. All right. That's the end of the public service. So, and then WRAL left a message. There's no update. Here, all right, I yanged the H words out of this, the F words. Let me yin. Let me seal clap. Thank you, WRAL. Good job. You did bad job above. You're doing good job way down here at the bottom. In all bold and italics. In big blue bold, they have a link to a special page of just resources. For domestic DVs and SAs, you'll have to read the screen. If you are a victim of SA, contact RAIN, RAINN, National SA Hotline at 800-656-4673 or online.rainn.org. There is some Wake County local resources, Cumberland County local resources. Good job, WRAL. The more information, the better. And bad job back through here. So what we're going to talk about is, and I have no confirmation of other stuff. I'm sorry, I said and I'm thinking. Man, oh man. Kind of stuck. Until something more comes along, we have to remember this guy. This is all allegedly. We have to be careful with the allegedly. I'm not even going to say his name again. Every bit of this. Note how WRAL says according to court documents. See, this is their scapegoat. If they get sued about this for a false accusation or a sorry, I choked. A defamation type of case, they're going to drag those court documents and present them in their defense, and the judge is going to throw the case out. Say, look, they didn't say that you did these things. They said according to court documents, and I'm saying the whole time, I'm reading WRAL. Sue me all you want to, dude. You don't want to. I ain't got nothing, and that opens you up to depositions from my defense and disclosure. If that's what it takes in this world, be sure of yourself. So it's allegedly. Here WRAL is covering their bum again. Authorities said. So yes, I think whether you want to chat it or whatever, Bill uh, restated, flash stated everything about Jones is alleged. And as reported by WRAL, anything else discussed is allegedly or hypothetically as a what if teachable moment. And that's all the disclaimers I'm going to try to disclaim. I'm not a lawyer, and I don't pretend to be one on the internet. So whenever you get busy typing, I'll stop yapping. Bill, say whatever you're going to say, and I'm going to come back to saying something on my end of it later. It's above in the list. Well, Bill is typing that. I'm going to talk about off on a tangent I have talked about on previous streams, and nope, I ain't going to look it up. I'll get distracted by it. I don't remember if it was 2023 or 2024. They finally came to some kind of agreement between the management of a fast food establishment. I won't even name the place. You can go look it up yourself on the internet. The owner managers of several of the establishments, franchises, hired without vetting and background checking a convicted, previously registered bad guy against children to be the general manager of their local fast food place where kids go to get their first jobs. So, of course, he abused the power in the position. This is a fire we are standing next to. Myself, Bill, and George all hang around. Private security related 74C investigations, polygraphs, CPPs, close personal protection peoples in North Carolina. Which is why this is semi-interesting to us. This dude and the company he works for, we've had relatively close contact in the last year and a half. Or acquaintance, I'm not going to say, whatever. Oh, well, I don't know if Bill's there. Bill's still there. We're getting ready. Here's one thing I'm going to say about it. In a hypothetical, in a what if situation, and I mentioned it the other day, I'm going to finish it up today. Well, I'm waiting on the bill. What if a bad guy is discovered and guy is non-gender specific? What if a bad employee in security is discovered by the boss? Here's the reality of what happens right now. Bill said the chat won't let me put everything in. So can we revisit this when I can be on with you. Yes? And I'm just going to leave it at this. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Hopefully, so somebody can learn something from this, and I'll just get past this. What if a bad guy, bad employee, let me change guy to employee, bad guard, is discovered by the boss in NC security? And we keep discussing this with other things. We discussed it long, the coincidence of this and the other day that cost me some time, and I still haven't heard back. So I guess I didn't hurt the feelings. What happens in North Carolina reality right now is that because the bosses don't want egg on their face, the board might say something to them, especially if the boss is on the board, hypothetically. But co-workers don't report each other. And I guess we'll discuss it again offline one day, Bill. You and I know of a woman who allegedly, her and another, had a G word pointed at them by a bad supervisor. And did anything ever get done about it? OHN, no. Because of fear of reprisals or repercussions from the boss. So what happens? Bad guard gets hold. It's time for you to move on. They don't get anything against them at the state so that they can't possibly re-engage in the security business. And because it's competitors. Previous boss who knew. I'm not talking about Jones. I'm talking about this is the reality of the industry in North Carolina. I know it. But to keep Jones and his current and former employers out of this, I'm going to say again, this is me doing a what if hypothetical. So somebody maybe somewhere will learn from this. Mm. The reason the bosses will even hold the registration, it's called dual or transfer. So that this bad, criminal, horrible, immoral, illegal scumbucket guard can go to get a job at another company and not be barred by the professional licensing body that our government has put in place to make sure bad guys don't get to work in our industry. It's because they think it's effing funny. They're sending a time bomb to their private industry competition. It is truly that low and petty. Now, man, if he did that here and I'm on the board, hypothetically, imagine what he'll do somewhere where they don't have a board seat to protect them from disciplinary actions and fines and sanctions. True story. That is what is going on here. This industry is so without the board. Just these small minded, absolute ridiculous. I'm sure there's security company owners out there that are out stabbing the tires of their competition's vehicles, let alone sending horrifying villains with a recommendation and a reference to their competition in business. Let alone all the other guards I know of are working dirty and illegal anyway, so who's going to turn them in? We can't turn them in because then they'd audit our company and then we'd all get in trouble. Crew fire we're standing next to. Go back and listen to what I said 5 minutes ago. Offhand, I don't know of any of these security people, and I'm pretty sure it's happening. But is one of the employees of one of these security companies R-wording a 14-year-old girl at work in the bathroom? Not that I've heard of. And everybody in the industry, you know why they wouldn't let me hear that? Because they know I would go camp, not at the board, at the district attorney's office or the attorney general's, and somebody's got to do something about this. I would start writing more of those dumb letters of mine and emails that make Paul Sherwin at the board so hot and breathy. You don't want to hear about it, Paul Sherwin? Quit. Take a walk. I should probably check and make sure if he's even still there. And don't anybody do anything about Paul Sherwin. I'm not calling for any of that. He's the director of the PPSB. You get on your live and say what you want to about him, and then we can get together and I'll do on your channel. I'll show you the hundreds of pages of email. I just named him because his name's there. He's very proud of it. You know, I get to put my name on every single page and item and book and everything else at the PPSB. The previous directors I've been through, I have about 11 or 12 of them now. Paul Sherman's a good boy. He's doing his job. He's another one that won't write anything down. And the board abuses him horribly. So anyway, yep, all that. What if a bad guard is discovered by the boss in security? Answer: they, bad boss, send them with a reference and recommendation to some poor, unsuspecting slob other boss as industrial sabotage. True. Yay. I guess because of the limitations of chat, it has a character limit. I'm sorry, Bill. I really would just like to get it over with. We will revisit it, and I won't have anything to say because I've already said it. I'll have a timestamp over here at this stream. I'll say, oh, yeah, anybody wants to hear what I have to say, here's a link to the timestamp. Uh, uh, uh. But we can keep it. off the list. And on the other side of that, of course, my wife Aru, when I was discussing it, she said, aren't you the one that trains what if? And remember, made jokes about gold digging. Elon's little dude doing the only good work in the White House. I think they should spray that stuff with some kind of sealant and acrylic and make it permanent. Our little gold nuggets on our Resolute desk. I'm like, what if it's a gold digger and Bill and George? I'm sorry you've heard this, but the rest of the internet and earth has not heard it. What if the accuser of this is false accusing, looking for some payday? So I said, oh, that's right. Good point. I don't want to go deep. I said, NC 74C. That's the statute in North Carolina. 74-C that covers private security, private investigations, private protection based industries. I do teach because the books don't. So my wife said, you have to go over this. Remember, you're the one who adds this to the training. It's in your slideshows that are free on my website, and not anybody else in this whole state, not the police, not the security, anybody. Never get a loan with a or the client. I'm not going to go into the in-depth explanation because every time I say that in a class trying to teach this stuff to people, and I have a real world horror story about some poor innocent security officer who got falsely accused. Not even the appearance of impropriety. You never get a loan with the client of any kind, and you won't outhouse lawyer me and outwit me with your twisting. Go ahead, try it. Prove me wrong. And when it's you whose wife leaves you and children cry when they see you because you've been credibly accused of being an harmer of children, and now you're not welcome at your religious facility anymore, and people look away from you in your neighborhood. They don't even want to set their eyes on you, and you're innocent. You remember, you could have heard. Never get a loan with a client. And if you say, well, that's not the client, this is just, we do the residential, the client so and so, and those are just people that live there. What? Okay, you go ahead and play that. When you get credibly accused and you go into the jailhouse, especially Central, credibly accused of putting your wee-wee on a child, go ask the guys inside Central Prison what happens to people who hurt children inside a prison. You might want to think you're smarter than everybody. There's a great equalizer in this life. If being pariahed and detached from everything in your life that means anything, and nobody cares that you're innocent. If the accusation is hard enough, you're going to find yourself in a place where they have their own real world, very painful stitches in your sphincter required form of justice. So you mince all those words you want to. Me, I'll just never get along with the client. Not even the appearance of impropriety, which always leads back to, in the great circular way, that we have no effing way to get guards or officers blacklisted, meaning revoked, for the good of the public. Even if boss is on the board. The board only accepts complaints and investigates and digs into and will punish an officer on a very rare occasion, but they only accept stuff because it's all about the money. If they revoke some security guard because they're a bad guy, all they get to do is revoke the security guard, and now they don't get a $48 annual renewal and $13 to the background check company and $8 to the no bid contractor premium, and now it's going up to 13 or 17 or some damn thing. It goes up every so often. It's all about the money, and then they can fine bosses. Bosses have licenses. Part of getting a license is you agree to that bottom chapter of 74C that you will pay fines. There are civil penalties. If you don't pay them, they'd have to sue you in civil court to try to make you pay it. Otherwise, they can just refuse to renew you 2 years later. But it's all about the money. It's all about the Benjamins. They can't do anything under law to a registered guard or officer. All they can do is revoke, suspend, or deny. They cannot fine a registrant. So they don't. They don't care. They won't even look at a complainant. Not even from the boss, the licensee. If the boss is on the board, they're just like, well, just terminate them. They'll have to take classes somewhere, which is a joke. Anybody who's ever heard any of my previous lives, and George and Bill have to listen to this all through our lives together. The bosses have their own trainers that just sign the papers. They don't have to take a class. They have to go get a paper signed. And now guard is working somewhere else. If they are ever revoked, that's what I mean by blacklisted. If you're revoked under 74C, you cannot get a license, registration, or certification in any of the 74C regulated industries. And they whine and they say, yeah, but if we revoked a guard, then they couldn't be a service dog trainer. You know, that isn't it better to make them go back through and take a class? They don't take a class. It's just a whole house of lies. And wouldn't it be better if we just, put disciplinary on the licensee? We could fine them $500. Whatever. Whatever. You go, government. Yeah. And I already talked about nobody's going to turn in anybody and do anything to anybody because everybody has all the dirt on each other. And they pretend when they're doing the bad things like working off the clock and all this other crap. Oh, I didn't realize it meant that. That's not my fault. It's never anybody's fault. Nobody at any level, anywhere will take responsibility. So it's all good. So now we really can't turn each other in because how could I turn the guy in for pointing a gun at me when I I vanished from the site one night for 5 or 6 hours, and I had the client cover for me. Everybody's stirred up in some crap. So if anybody gets turned in, they all have the threat on each other. Well, we're all going to spill the beans on everyone. And then now there's going to be no one to do security, and the clients are all going to get R-worded and robbed. And it's all your fault, you little tattletale, do-gooder. Yep. There. I didn't want to go deep. I made sad faces. I'm done with it. The next time, if Bill wants to talk about whatever, the security arrest and how that activates Bill, that's what we're here for, being frustrated inarticulates. If we whine about it out here on the internet together, even on my little channels, don't call anybody a name, say allegedly a lot. I got the defending politicians done. We gonna get the hell out of this deep. I feel emergency blow coming. This shark has to jump. Are dolphins mammals? When they jump out of the water, are they breathing air? Oh well. Uh. Roni. All done about the suck. It E N C. And that broken and corrupt system. 5:00 p.m. Break. Break. Yelled. Internet shouted in all caps. We're going to come back and look at some movie madness and movie star madness, because I've been 2 hours and 22 minutes doing this deep end stuff, and I'm feeling doomed. I got the octopus shook off. The octopus had my leg. I fought and I kicked and I chewed my own leg off and swam back to the surface. And now I'm going to jump the shark after a break. Be right back. Oh, yay, yay, yay. I walked up and down the hall a couple times. Paced the floor. Think a thought. Emergency. Blow. Jump the shark. Movie madness. We'll do President's Day. I'm not ready to, I haven't taken deep breaths and got myself airborne enough to run down the lovely lady of today road yet. Elizabeth Banks. Look at that over the shoulder. Holy smoly. My wife taught her that. The good whamming. That's how I identified her, and I said, "Is it all right if I call you that?" Because the kids these days say whamming. She said, "I don't care. So it's okay if I do it. You kids these days, I get to say your word." Let's do a movie madness, but not that one. Hmm. If you're still listening, Bill, what time do you get off? Uh, 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 uh. What we got on the movie madness this day? Which one led me to, oh, W. So we're going to ignore W movie. And I put Clint Eastwood. Because In the Line of Fire 93 and Absolute Power 1997 are both Clint Eastwood joints. Huh, that's what Spike Lee calls his movies. And we talked about briefly Once Upon a Time. Let's do Air Force One. There it is. It happened. I made a choice. Doodaloo, doodaloo, doodaloo. Doodoo, 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 doo. I'm spinning my little handle trying to pop goes the weasel. Me. Main mood. Go back to Goofy. Thunderstruck. Aerosmith. Sorry, AC/DC. AC/DC song. No, not the Jetto airplane, please. That one. Air Force One. Scroll. It has all the people in it. Look, all of them. They're all right, sure. Are you hanging around here, George?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. If we get doing hello photos, or do you just with the thing? Never mind. I'm not gonna ask. I'm just gonna do. I'm about to fire up the screen share in the Discord.
Okay.
Share my screens. No, not the notepad. No, not the OBS. Yes, Air Force One. Yes, Air Force One. Go live. I apologize if any corruption of the live YouTube stream happens, but now we're reduced quality streaming through the Discord so that myself and George and anybody else who happens into the Discord are almost operating in real time. Almost. Discord does a pretty good job. There we go. Air Force One, 1977. Before we read all the stars, and look at all the pretty pictures. It's like 100 of them. What does one person army action mean? Oh, I get it. Army of one. I gotcha. I gotcha. The amazing disappearing woman. We'll talk about that one day. Communist radicals led by Ivan something hijack Air Force One with U.S. President James Marshall and his family on board. Vice President Catherine Bennett negotiates from Washington, D.C., while Marshall fights to rescue the hostages on board. Oh, it's so actiony and adventure-y.
You didn't.
What'd you say?
Nothing.
Oh, okay. It has Harrison Ford, Gary Oldman, Glenn Close. I don't know who Wendy Crewson is. And I'll probably click her name later and go, oh, I don't know who Liesel Matthews is. Liesel, however you say that. I apologize, madame. Look like a baby. I have seen Paul Guilfoyle in many. There's that William H. Macy guy again. He's another one. A whole day. Who could wear a mustache like that but him? Oh, Tom Everett. Look at that one. Dean Stockwell. Jurgen Prochnow. Man, I can't ever remember. And I looked it up earlier today. The pronunciation. Jurgen. That's that dude's name. Jurgen. Uh, 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 uh.
Ilya Basinski's been a lot, and he's quite funny.
Which one? Oh,
Ilya
Ilya Baskin.
Basinski. Yep.
Yep. Many things I recognize that face. He has a very handsome nose, too. I'm not making fun of it. I'm true. They used to call those royal, a well-pronounced nose. And then along came the 1940s in Europe, and suddenly you didn't want to have too much of a snoot. Just saying. And for thousands of years on a continent we call Africa today, it wasn't how far it poked out from your upper lip that mattered, it was how wide is it in relation to your ears. Could get you unalived. True story. Something about measuring the noses. Well, and there's another one. I don't know. I was on a quest to find some good or not good or so bad they're good. President movies, but then I happened across a woman in a red dress and lost my marbles. And now we have suddenly almost late for the stream. Oh, wait, I was late. 6.5 out of 10 for the Air Force One 1997, 2 hours and 4 minutes rated R at IMDb. I don't think I would give it that many. Have you seen it, George?
Yes.
How many would you give it?
6, 7.
Okay.
I had fun with it.
Yeah, me too. Let's go. Hello, photo. Who is this? This is Wendy Crewson. I don't recognize her. You recognize her from other things, George?
Not with that picture.
We'll find out. We're gonna hello photo Air Force One. I see there is gonna be some G word conversation.
Well, at least his burger finger's not a trigger hole.
Yep. And I made comments the other day about how, I didn't understand how Glenn Close could be the one for Fatal Attraction. But then looking at this photo right here, I'm like, yeah, I'm okay. I was wrong. Very nice photo, Miss Glenn Close. Good job. His finger's straight, but his thumb's over the top. See, it was happening
No,
way back in.
that's a charging handle. That's not his thumb.
You sure?
Pretty sure. Because that's an MP5.
Yeah, we better zoom it. I think it's his thumb.
Nope. That's charging handle.
Oh, you're right. It is the handle. Good job. So let's see. What should we give him? I'm thinking a solid B, B plus.
Yeah, I'm with you. B plus. But then again, in the airplane, there's no real safe place to.
No, I'm just talking about how he's holding it. No,
Yeah.
there is no safe place to point a G word in an airplane. It's safer like that, Well, I guess.
Well, it depends on what deck of the aircraft he is. Remember, that thing has more than one deck.
Yeah, they may have frangibles in it or whatever.
Yeah.
And besides, it's a movie. Yeah, B plus. I don't know, Gary Oldman. Uh,
C. Because he's had, in order to get it where he's wanting, he's having to really tilt that wrist extra, not square into his hand.
yeah, I agree. C, good call.
I learn a lot from you.
Oh no, I'm learning from you right now. Look at Harrison Ford. What a handsome. No wonder he was Han Solo. And Indiana Jones. I can't
Mm,
tell. Can't
B.
tell.
Because
Is it
that's the short barrel MP5, so he's got it by the foregrip, but he doesn't have a grip on it. And his finger and
his finger is
well,
in the area. It's not straight along the side, so I don't know. C. And look how he's holding it limp. There's space between the back of it and his hand. Don't be limping.
ow.
Don't be limping wristing. Why are all these photos in black and white? Someone just real into black and white photography. That's a little kid. I'm not saying nothing. I don't care.
That's a
Oh
little
no.
better grip. That's a little better grip. Not much, but a little better.
And see if it's on target, the background is clear. It's pointed at something you're willing to KIA or destroy, right?
Yep.
So everything's met. So I guess the finger can be there. It's okay.
I'm just saying it's a better grip.
Yeah, it is a better grip. There's still some room in here, which leaves room for improvement. But definitely up higher in the front of it. The middle finger's touching the bottom of the guard.
Almost, yep.
B plus or A minus Gary Oldman. Right in that area. She's making Pac-Man eyes. I will say that. I'm allowed to say that. Those aren't woman side eyes because that's a girl. It has to be Pac-Man eyes or nothing at all. Has a very good dramatic hand. Almost looks like a fist, but then he's got the index finger and the thumb slightly separated. Dramatic effect. Yay. Did we figure out? I know we've looked at it. Never mind. Dean Stockwell, is he still with us?
I don't remember.
He is
No,
not. He passed away in 21.
he was a good actor while we had him.
Yeah. See? No, 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 bad boy. There, that's his thumb over the top.
Yes.
And I don't care that it's okay on that one particular. If you do it on one, you'll do it on all of them. C minus. I'm gonna give a C minus. Thumb over the top and finger on the go switch. Harrison Ford. Thumb. That's not the Charlie handle, I don't think. Why are these pictures in black
No,
and
that's
white?
his thumb. That's his thumb.
Yep. And this is not in motion picture. This is the director directing. But see how many movies he's been in and shows and everything else he's been in all the way back to the cowboy days. And still nobody's taught him how to do this right. Get that finger off of there, sir. And this one, if your thumb is up high on top of this and you make it do its work, you're going to lose a hunk of thumb. It's going to be stuck to that barrel on top. True story. That's even worse. It's the same general scene as before, but look how he's had to loosen his grip to deal with it. He's trying to hold it at the angle that the director's saying, "Oh no, we need to see more of his face and more of your."
Well, all he had to do is flip his hand the other way, and he gets the desired effect without the bad grip.
Yeah, except they get paid to do what the director says. So if the director said, make it a mess, because the director says so. We talked about earlier. Some people's job is to do what they're told.
Yep.
Yep, whatever. Go, director. They get paid by the job, not by the hour. As soon as they can get home, they get to calculate how much did I make per hour. This is out in the real world. Everybody looking good, selling the movie. She's looking mighty fine, whoever she is. Not enough for me to stop and comment. Just if I was riding by, I would say, I would be quiet in my mind. I would say, yowza. But since I'm right here playing on the internet, I'll say it out loud. Do people call you Matt, as in floor mat, and they wipe their feet on you, Harrison Ford? I guess that looks all right. A minus. Can't see enough of it to tear it apart. Gary Oldman scares me more than Harrison Ford. Just a little. Just a little.
Because he has those crazy eyes.
Yeah. He's got man eyes. I mean, he's scary. Harrison Ford, and that scar doesn't hurt his.
Oh yeah, the where he popped himself with a pistol, trying to do tricks.
Did he really? Is that where it came
Yep.
from?
According to him, that's also the reason he knocked out his front teeth.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He said it on a Saturday Night Live that I remember.
Living and learning. See, he should be extra careful about G word school, shouldn't he?
Yep.
Anyway,
And when he was doing a western, he was trying to twirl it and stuff, and popped himself right in the mouth.
besides, he's Han Solo. Well, you're staring at his chilling, handsome man face and eyes. He's getting the blaster out under the table, going to take care of you, Guido. He's just dangerous and scary all the time. I take it back, Glenn Close, forgive me. I can understand now why they picked you to bake wabbits in a pot. If you haven't seen Fatal Attraction, you won't understand the reference, and you owe yourself a view. It's a good psychological S3X thriller. Men's learn to keep your wee-wees apart. Get divorced and separated before you go play in the field. For your wives and children's and little wabbits. Have you seen it, George?
Parts of it.
Oh, it's worth a watch all the way through. It's never worth two watches, I don't think. Oh no, the planes collided in midair. So plowy. I wonder if they, like, I normally don't wonder, but I am sitting here wondering, is that a little tiny model? Scale model.
Oh yeah, they're not going to afford to do that for real.
Yeah. And Frozen, we don't get to watch them that way. They go by 24-ish frames a second or 30 frames a second now.
Sometimes faster.
But even when you froze it, like this one still image, man, it looks pretty good. The metal shiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good job. Movie makers make movies. Imagine. That looks a little green or blue screeny. Looks a little,
Probably.
but it didn't while watching it.
No, actually, it looked pretty good while they're doing it.
Yeah.
But then again, if you even watch live footage of a live in there filming, it looks like they're toys.
Yeah. Hello? Who was phone?
Because you can't imagine those two planes lining up just so, then plugging into each other and staying the same speed, the same altitude, the same angle the
Yeah.
entire time they're filling those tanks.
Terrifying. Who's more brave? Evil Knievel or pilots who do this for real?
I would say the pilots, because if they mess up, all that fuel goes all over their windscreen.
Oh
They could
yeah,
ignite.
it could ignite. Oh, who is this? It's Anakin. How can I help you, Anakin? I am Luke's father. No. No. That's a big no? No. That's a little no. No. Oh, da-da. Hey, there they are. Saluting. I don't remember. Are they supposed to be Germans or Russians or what? Or some made up. I don't remember. And it didn't say in the blurb synopsis. They're very fine actor soldiers. Beautiful. Well played. There he is. Oh no. Have you sustained physical injury? Did you cut yourself shaving this morning? Put some toilet paper on that. Little pinches of toilet paper. Wow. Computer just started hooting and hollering. It's only at 4.2% CPU load. Oh, and then it jumped to 6.5. It's not registering on the audio bar, so I'm not going to worry about it. William H. Macy. Here, handsome feller, you great actor. Someone set up the man on a wire.
The only funny part is that particular you couldn't shoot through those doors with a 9mm.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why you would even consider such an option. That's kind of silly. That's movie magic. Where'd they dig up all those old... Did they repurpose the Whopper?
Probably, but
We have paid for assets in the warehouse.
an old obsolete Air Force One that they decommissioned. It looked a lot like that.
Oh yeah.
I can only imagine what the new one looks like.
Somewhere in these memories, hike. Somebody said hike the other day. Hut, hut. 32, 75, 20, 29, hike. Oh, see? Red and blue. Somewhere that has spiky domes.
That's Russia, or supposedly Russia.
Yeah. There it is in the night visions. Allegedly. Getting ready. Getting ready. Getting ready. I'm gonna give him a little knuckle sandwich. Clunk. Hello? Hello? Anakin, are you still there? Nope. He turned to the dark side. He cannot take your call right now. They're, they're looking out the window saying, "They fly now?" Question mark. And she said kind of loud, "They fly now." And he said in his best C-3PO voice, "They fly now." I hear you breathing, Anakin. Are you Luke's father? Oh no, crashed the plane. Look at it. There's a whole hunk missing in the blue screen, whatever. I never noticed watching the show, but there it is in still frame. Han Solo for president. Just saying. Because it's President's Day. Hello, photo. Well, he's scary there. Never mind. Harrison Ford, you win. And that's all I got for that one. Air Force One. Done. Do we need to go investigate her and find out who she is?
Only if you want to.
I don't know. I guess maybe we'll save it for later. Put a pin in that one. I don't even know what her name is.
I think she's Wendy Cross.
Wendy Ruson. Air Force One. Done, except maybe later. Wendy Rue Son. There, I made us a note. You couldn't see it. Notepad doesn't show up in the Discord. It's gonna wind my computer like this. Maybe one day I'll just share the whole screen instead of just the web browser. It's really huffing and puffing right now. And then it wound down a little bit. It heard me talking about it. Computer said, I'm sorry, I'll be quiet. All right, we got rid of Air Force One.
Who do you want to do
Either,
next? RFK, JFK?
yeah, and I had put in my
FDR rather?
checklist, there was supposed to be more. I had more. Elizabeth Banks stopped my clock. Ooh, oh yeah. Sweet style, not Kool-Aid style. I don't care. You want to look into one of those? Which JFK you're talking about? The JFK back into the left, back into the left?
Yeah, the movie is called JFK.
There's several of them, but I know which one you're talking about. The long one. 3 hours, 9 minutes. Let me write it in the log.
Ah,
Scary
Gary
Oldman again.
Oldman again.
Yesterday was so many steps to something. Today is going to be how many hops and leaps until we get to Gary Oldman? One hop and leap.
Wow, I might need to watch it. It has Jack Lemmon and Walter Matthau.
Oh, you haven't seen it?
Nope.
Oh, never mind watching whatever I just told you to watch a few minutes ago. Worth a watch. This is absolutely worth a watch. Don't take it too seriously. There's a lot of, what's the guy's name? And you can go look Oliver Stone,
Mm-hmm.
but this is loosely based on the true story of New Orleans District Attorney Jim Garrison discovers there's more to the Kennedy assassination than the official story.
Well, we all knew that.
But there's a lot of, especially now in 1991, you couldn't just.
Nope.
Now you can just, and there's lots of interviews and long form stuff with Oliver Stone about this movie and how it really caused a lot of people to, reignite the fire of it couldn't possibly have been the lone gunman. Oh, Jesus, I said it again. The lone bad guy.
Well, they started leaking stories on the declassification.
Yeah, and Donald Trump ordered it, and they won't hurry up and dump it.
I know. I think part of the problem is there's just so much.
And I understand what has been released to date. They have very carefully, especially in this day and age,
Yep.
they very carefully, I don't want them to hurry. I want them to be careful. Don't name somebody in there that some buffoonery is going to type garbage in the internet and find out, oh, their grandchild is here, and then go start harassing somebody's grandchild over some garbage in a report that never meant anything. They were the waitress at the restaurant that served French fries to one of the motorcycle police.
Yeah.
And this movie did
Or the
cause some
waitress,
of that kind of
or the
nuttery.
waitress or waiter at the um, soda jerk counter that Oswald ate at.
Yeah. It, but yes, I can't imagine life without this movie. This is so good. That's why I always say back and to the left, back and to the left, back and to the left. Once you've seen it, you'll go, oh gosh, Dean doesn't say it as much as Kevin Costner's character. And I had completely forgot. I haven't seen it in so long. I forgot Gary Oldman was Lee Harvey Oswald in it. He's a good job. Jodie Farber did a good job as Jackie.
That's a double. It said double.
Yep. And maybe for this one, let's go to the full cast. It's being cheated. Uh, uh,
Edwez.
Ed Asner,
Vince.
Vincent D'Onofrio,
I don't know
uh,
if he's still with us.
Private Pile.
Oh yeah, he is. Never mind.
Oh yeah, he is. I've seen him in recent stuff. He's another one. He's in a lot of good things. There she is. Sissy Spacek. Isn't that Carrie? The original Carrie? Uh, Michael Rooker's in a lot of stuff. Let me zoom the names. Well, it pixelated the heck out of those tiny little thumbnail pictures, but oh well.
Yeah.
There he is. Joe Pesci's in it. There he is again. We keep coming up with Pruitt Taylor Vince.
Yep. Tommy Lee
Tommy Lee
Jones.
Jones. There he
Oh,
is. John Candy's
John.
in it. He plays Dean. John Candy, you played me. Thank you. Did a good job. Kevin Bacon's in it. How many degrees are hops to Kevin Bacon? Just the one. That's all. There's Edwin Neal again. Oh, Lolita. Never mind. Let's real life Lolitas. No, just kidding. I don't know who that is. And Jim Garrison himself. He's the district attorney out of Louisiana. Bill should like this. It all happened out of Louisiana. I don't know why I'm saying it that way today. I just am. The guy that wrote the book that ended up helping the writers write the script and all that. That's him, Jim Garrison. True story. Yes, it is dramatized, so it's a
Docudrama.
for-profit movie. Yes,
Uh,
but I really love it. Even though I hate
eh,
long movies, I really love it. Every minute of it. They did so good. Sutherland's in it. There's Mr. Jerry Douglas. John Larroquette again. Night Court, right? Am I?
correct.
Okay. I asked yesterday, I think.
New and old.
Yep.
In fact, he's the only actor that was from the original Night Court that's in the new Night. Playing the same character.
Yep. Ron Rifkin's in it. Everybody's in it.
Looks like.
A lot of these names that don't have pictures are in lots of stuff that we've seen and talked about. But I'm just stopping on the ones that have pictures. because I don't know names. The rest of the cast, those are the big names. All those. Here's the rest of the cast.
Was that actual Brezhnev? They just took what they do, take some news footage. Yeah, that's their president as self.
As self.
Uh,
Archive
They must have
footage.
just clipped
Oh
out
yeah,
footage.
all these they just got. Fidel. What? They got Fidel Castro to be in a movie? No. It's they just use his archive footage.
Though that would have been funny.
It sure would have been. Alan Dulles. There he is. Dwight D. I don't think it's worth looking at too many more of these.
Nah.
The selfs. Scroll. No, that's small. Nope, these are all selfs. There's one that wasn't self. It said Carl Rooney was Goldman. Whatever that means. And Lori Randolph was girl at the parade. There was a lot of girls at the parade and boys, and that's it. Good for them. They made a good movie. There she is, Sissy Spacek.
Yep.
I don't know what
She's
else
been
to
a lot
say
too.
about it. Man, this is one of those Tommy Lee Jones. A lot of movies that he stars in or acts in, it's him. He's not adding. And it is one of those that's kind of shocking if you've never seen him act other than his kind of standard role. Oh, that dude can act. And pretty while you find yourself forgetting that that's a character in a show. He does a really good job. Mm. This dude back here, isn't that Christian Slater? I don't remember who that
No.
is. Is that? Oh, that's Kevin Costner. Kevin Costner is counting the seconds on his clock, trying to time one of his experts. Can they work the real G word without firing it? Can they even work the bolt that many times that fast? It's not a spoiler for the movie. The movie's pretty much spoiled. Everybody knows, except that from this perspective, the perspective of Jim Garrison. And he
Yeah.
was successful in his lawsuit, his criminal charge as the district attorney or parish attorney, whatever they call them down there.
Parish.
That's what makes it different from all the other stories that don't dare risk saying anything out of line. They did a good job recreating that. Sissy Spacek. And another thing that I hope it doesn't spoiler it too much. Another thing they did really well, there he is. The Walter. Here and there, kind of like, with the background imaging,
Yeah.
or, they have the shot set up and the guy's standing there having himself a milkshake or something, and the news breaks and the crowd gasps or whatever.
Yeah.
They paid attention to those little tiny details in this movie that really was like, yeah, you really well done. I like it. They did a good job. That's the Dancy Club that Jack Ruby was the manager of or whatever. Bouncer manager or something. That's a little bit too artistic for me. I don't remember what the long pause on the barbed wire was. And if you didn't know, uh, I can't even think of the guy's name. And I try not to remember a bad guy's name, but my mind's kind of stumped.
On which bad guy?
The bad guy that shouted JFK.
Lee
Lee
Harvey
Harvey.
Oswald.
If you didn't know internets, and sorry if I don't think I can't tell George anything about history, so I'm not worried about George. Lee Harvey tried to shout a local politician before. And some went wrong and he just didn't. I don't remember if he took a single shot or didn't shoot at all.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Back and to the left. Oh no. They did that thing. She's holding a pencil, but it sure does look like she's got a super long Uma Thurman style. It's a pencil, but from a distance, it looked like she was giving us the big long finger count to one in the middle of her hand. Well played, lady, well played. Oh, there's no miniatures. I'm gonna leave the little miniatures. We'll wait for George to come back. He can say, oh, I could make and paint those miniatures. Anybody out there, whoever hears this, type in the chats and the comments that help me convince George to just fire up the camera and upload some videos of George painting the stuff. He's going to eventually, but he wants to do it right. He's got himself a little written plan with a checklist. And I just keep busting his chops. Just quit with the do it right stuff. Get busy. I know what to do. Open a new tab, and then I'll keep moving. Hello, me. Yes, self. Remind myself, and us, and we, that when George is back, go to the other tab and talk about the miniatures. The other day when bad thing happened, and this was the real building, and here's another thing I learned from this movie. That building on the corner that caused our government and all of the investigators so much headache and involves stuff with our government was owned and operated by what was then known as the World Trade Mart or World Trade Market. this building, what caused the problems for investigators is that each of these doors had its own address on a different street, but they all go inside to the same building. So investigators at the time had paperwork in their hand that said something happened at this address. And something happened at this address on a different street, and they just folded it over in their little file folder and moved on to other stuff because they were not from the area. They were far away federal investigators. And that Jim Garrison guy, being from the area and moving down and putting his feet on the ground, figured out, man, this is the same place. True story.
Fact.
Very good. I opened in a new tab this one picture
Yeah.
because while it was up, I was saying, internets, everybody help me. George could have painted these little miniatures and done all that. Help me
Yeah. Oh, I
convince
can paint better than
George
that.
to paint some. Yeah, see?
But see, those are pre-paint. Generally, you can buy pre-painted people for railroad. Into you're more about interested about the train than you are the people. Now, the original, what they're showing, what they represent here, is much better done and at a slightly bigger scale
Right.
because they have that at the Smithsonian.
Hang on, I'm writing a note up on the stream screen. Second brief, give George grief. I'm rhyming today. It's going crazy. About. Go video. Miniatures. I already said earlier while you were away.
Yeah, I got
I,
informed.
I said, everybody help me convince George. Oh, good. You're informed. And then I said, but not really. He has a plan. He has a list.
Yeah.
One day we will get painting the miniatures. Vidges. Oh no. Have you sustained physical injury? You want to know what happened to her? Go watch JFK 1991. You want to know what happened to him? Being him, JFK?
Open up any history book.
Type his initials into the internets. You will find out. Look at Kevin Costner's face. Did you really just say, do you want to know what happened to him? Yes, I did, Kevin Costner. I did. Kids these days, they don't care. He did not act like him. His character in every movie he's been in except My Cousin Vinny, Joe Pesci. Oh no, he put in the acting work in this one. He didn't say, do I amuse you? Think I'm an effing clown? What's funny about me? Boom, 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 boom. I don't remember if that was the Kevin Costner reaction to the news or the Kevin Costner reaction to some other. Who knew? I just don't remember. It's been a long time since I've seen it. When it was brand new and like I rented it off 2 VHS tapes. And it's a 3 hour movie. The local video store used to rent for 2 days. I bet I watched it 4 times. 12 hours out of 48. I really like this movie. Good job, Oliver Stone and Company. Good job. There he is. Rip. John Candy. He did not play the comedian. Well, that was a rerun of Kevin Costner face. He's got a little bit of the eyebrow thing going. Who was that we were talking about with the eyebrow?
Lee Majors.
Damn it. I clicked. Please go back. Please go back. Please go back. Please go back. Let me click back. Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back where I was. He went back to barbed
No.
wire. Well, therein ends the JFK photo. Hello, photo.
Do you want to go with actual presidents or one about presidents in general?
No, I don't care. What you got
Let's
on
get a
my?
little light side. My fellow American.
Hang on. 23. 324. Uh-oh. I blew it. I didn't blow it, the clown, but I'm going to leave it up there. I blew it. You kids figure it out yourself. With the JFK hello photo. Now, which one?
My fellow Americans.
My fellow Americans. Do you know the year?
No, I think it was in the 90s.
My fellow Americans. I had a whole lot. Oh, same guys. The funny guys.
Yeah.
What's
But not
funny
exactly.
about me?
Walter Matthau's not in that one. This is a comedy.
What's funny about me? I make you laugh? Like I'm a clown? Man, they don't have many photos.
No. But it's if you want to see a funny one about government and the different parties and stuff, it is absolutely hilarious. James Garner and Jack Lemmon are playing former presidents, one a Democrat, one a Republican.
You want to read the blurby or me?
You can.
Two former U.S. presidents, hated rivals, join forces to expose the current corrupt president at the risk of their lives. Has Dan Aykroyd in it. Get down to
Yeah.
the actor
Dan
people.
Aykroyd plays the current president.
John Hurd. Oh, Lauren Bacall again. Hello, Lauren.
Yeah, Lauren Bacall plays Jack Lemmon's wife, the first lady, his first lady.
Sheila Ward. Speaking of the one-armed man, she's another one I like to. Oh no, Wilford Brimley, diabetes. Rip.
Yeah, he plays I believe one of the I guess people that take care of one Jack Lemmon's character's library. You know how presidents get their libraries and
Mm-hmm.
some of them get libraries, some get. Oh my God, you gotta be kidding me!
What?
I was just reading something the other day about Obama's libraries, like over, it looks like it's going to be going into the billions of dollars. It's over budget. It started off over budget trying to buy the land for it. This huge, elaborate building looks kind of like a vase or bottle. Small at the bottom, swells out bigger, then comes back. Just utter ridiculousness.
I agree. I think we need to get rid of that garbage too. We don't need presidential libraries.
Well, most part, presidential libraries are paid for by the president and people that donate to the library.
Oh well, that's okay. But if they're going to involve taxpayer dollars, we have a whatever Library of Congress and a Smithsonian, which I
Yeah.
know it's private. It does XYZ under contracts. I don't care. We need
In
smaller,
fact,
lesser government paid for stuff.
some presidents' papers are at the are stored at their university in which they graduated
Mm.
because they donate their papers to the university.
Conchata Ferrell. I don't ever remember her name. I always remember her face.
She
She
plays a very humorous truck driver.
she just plays a lot of good stuff, whether it's serious or humor. I like her
Yeah,
in a lot of shows. There's Esther again. We haven't happened across him a lot, but he's in a lot of stuff. James Reborn,
yeah.
Rebhorn. There's Bradley Whitford again. Man, this has a lot of everybody. Tom Everett again. There's his beautiful
Oh,
mustache.
the, spoilers, people, spoilers. Jeff Yeager, where it says Dorothy, he the two presidents happen in wandering in to escape the bad guys into a gay pride parade and
Hmm.
right into the a bunch of people dressed up like Dorothy from Wizard of Oz.
Oh no, you mean they had that in 1996?
Oh yeah, but
The kids
it gets
didn't
funnier.
invent that in 2016? What?
You know, oh, it's a lot more tame then than it is now. But anyhow, he helps that character helps hide them amongst the Dorothys. I didn't know y'all were coming out. Oh, I was always for this. When Jack Lemmon says, I'm always but later on, as they're running for the White House and the bad guys coming at them, and they're the snipers that are stationed on the White House at all times were jumping around, trying to get an angle because they were coming. They were in speeding cars, so they're trying to get different angles on to the cars. Well, the Secret Service sniper who takes out the bad guy when they're talking amongst with the presidents and stuff. The guy said, they're the sniper is actually the Dorothy that hid them. He says something about Wonderland or something like that, just to give Jack Lemmon the clue. I'm the guy that was with you earlier at the gay rights parade or gay pride.
Whatever. Yeah.
But
Who?
it's very funny.
Yeah, it is very funny. It's another one I've watched more than once.
Jack Lemmon plays a penny pincher in real life. I don't know how penny pinching he was in. He plays the conservative, and he has all this merchandising. Uh,
They
the
are in the
other
bathroom with Elvis.
basically plays almost a Clinton style character, noted for womanizing
Hmm.
a lot and being very free with other people's money. The train parts where I think they announce their candidacy. One's running for president, the other's going to be the VP, and then they'll switch off. It's hilarious.
Yeah, we already said they don't have a lot of pictures of it, but
No,
that's all right. They can't all have a lot of pictures. Or, you want us to come back and do hello photo all over it, and you're a fan of the show, go upload 1,000 pictures of the show. I mean, 100. 100. Don't do 1,000.
yeah, please.
Like that poor lady yesterday, Margot Robbie. Man, if you go hello photo like one of the two Suicide Squads that she's famous for, I think they uploaded every single digital frame of one of those movies.
Mm.
And not in order. So, man, I don't need another frame of that. And then scroll down, and there's another 40 frames. And I did some planning and work yesterday so that I didn't subject myself or anybody else to that. What is the IMDb have it rated? Rated 6.5.
I
I
would
think
rate
I'd
it
give it
higher than
higher than
7
that. 7 or 8
because
for me.
I kept laughing the entire time.
Yeah, it is really good comedy. I would have to
Uh,
say 7 or 8. Probably 8. Where to next? One of the serious ones? Or, I
well,
mean, I only had 2 serious ones on the list.
what was one of them? Nixon.
Nope. Oh, but I love Nixon. That's another good one. Good call, sir. I'm telling you, when I said, who's the lady in the red dress? That's why it says that in the description. Were you listening to me or looking at the lady in the red dress? I said, and I'll relive it. I'll make it happen on screen so everybody else can see what I went through. Nixon. That's it, Sir Anthony Hopkins. And it, not important if you, well, that was a long time ago. Dee da dee da dee da. People, go ahead and make your excuses. You only cheat yourself. Here's another one. I don't have any trouble staring at Miss Joan Allen or Ed Harris. That bald head, I'd like to rub it, dubby that thing. 1995. Now, it ain't no JFK. There's Powers Booth. How are you feeling, sir? Just capital. He was in Tombstone. Anybody that doesn't know. Anthony Hopkins. Ed Harris. Bob Hoskins. He was in that sniper movie in Russia with Ed Harris. There he is, David Paymer. He's been in much. We talked about David Hyde Pierce the other day. He was on that TV show everybody likes.
Frazier.
Yeah. There's Mr. He both of these, all three. Paul Sorvino, J.T. Walsh, and James Wood. If I could hand out knighthoods for acting, they'd get them. They've been in a lot of stuff I like. And then Mary Steenburgen, yowza. She's another one. I mean, hello, ma'am. You too. You could be a Dane. Or a broad. Something like that. Nixon has all the big stars, and nope, I'm not going to the whole cast. I've seen Annabeth Gish in a couple of things. Oh, it's got that dude. See? He's a great actor. Can't remember his name right now. The redone Zod. Is he really not on the list? Guess not. But that list is just the top, Billy. Can't remember his name right now. This again doesn't have a. Is this another one? Yep. Another Oliver Stone docudrama. 3 hours, 12 minutes. It's longer than JFK. Nixon stirred up some mess. Let's go hello photo. Behind the scenes, but very well played. That's why he got knighted. See how his thumb is aligned and his only his fingertips are touching her and nothing's touching the curve or the bump or anything rump. That's why he's a classy gentleman, much like go back and look at the inauguration dance. Donald Trump knows how to do that stuff. He had some upbringing or raising, like we like to say in the South. You either got it or you don't. Why can't I remember his name? What is your name, Zod? Michael Shannon. Man. In that Atlantic City series. Boardwalk Empire. I'd give him all the awards. Mm. My only kind of critique that the only thing I can think of that kind of makes the Nixon show a little tough for me is that Sir Anthony Hopkins does not know how to turn it into a believable Nixon. He gives Nixon too much something. He make
Chutzpah.
Yeah, he makes Nixon look better than Nixon made Nixon look. But that's okay. That's all right. Yummy. I mean, quite a very photogenic young lady there, if I do notice myself. Lots of good photography. And I wouldn't take points away from it. I don't know exactly how to score a Nixon movie. Having grown
Well,
up in that mucky muck,
that
I had a
picture right
lot
there with the two guys, one's supposed to be Nixon and one's the what's his name?
recently passed.
Oh, what was that character?
Oh,
Helped Nixon with he was like a general ambassador of sorts.
yeah. And he's a very controversial guy, and he had lots
Oh
of
yeah.
bad things to say about Donald Trump last time Trump was around.
Well, I hate to say it before that particular individual, not the actor, but the character, before the real man starts throwing rocks out of his glass house, he better look in the mirror.
Oh, yeah. That, but it works. Every time you come at him with anything about him, he say, "What about isms?" He'll start
Yeah.
itemizing somebody else's flaws, and it works.
All you have to do is go, "You did it first, though, dude."
His name is going to pop into my noggin later, but check her out. Madame, your nighty slip is showing. Doing them illegal things. It's showing off your gams. How
I
lewd.
doubt if that ever happened.
What? Nixon and the
Take
tapes? No,
Yeah, like that.
that's very dramatic license.
Yeah. My dad had that haircut, except for a couple years that I know of.
This right here
For
on the left,
Yeah,
the James
yeah.
Wooden USMC.
For a period of maybe 4 or 5 years, my entire life, he's always had that haircut or one like it, maybe even shorter. He'd consider that long, especially up on top.
Thankfully, somebody shaved up, cleaned up inside his nostrils before they stuck a camera under there?
Other than he's not as bald as Nixon was at this time. They gave him a bit too much hair.
Yeah.
And Nixon was a lot more clean shaven than that.
And I guess he did a good job because he does look like that dude.
Yeah. Elizabeth, do you remember what his name is?
We'll go back to the main screen and find out. Oh, Joan. Even though she doesn't have it stuck into the camera, I would sure like to try to beat that nose right there and not disturb the glasses. Beep. Mr. Stone had something about photography up nostrils in his movie.
I guess.
There's another one.
Maybe he was a nose beeper.
He's a
Or
nose inspector.
Three Stooges with the two fingers up the nose.
You are Mr. Ed Harris again. Just capital. Well, bye. Poor guy. One roll out of, he's probably got 170 or 200 in his credit list. And all he's ever known for is a few short lines in Tombstone.
Well, bye.
Well, bye.
Well, I mean, that line fits because every time someone says, I'm leaving the country because so and so got invited, well, bye. I mean, that's all you want to say.
Was it Liddy? No. Few people know how involved Cheney was in the Nixon mess. He puts it in his documentary and bio. Yeah, not Liddy, not Cheney. G. Gordon Liddy is, you guys go look him up yourself. Not mentioned much in the Nixon movie, but hinted upon. Not with plausible deniability, with total. The Nixon tale and everybody involved. Talking about stuff I was in the deep end with earlier. Why, Joan, that's not your slip. I don't care. Joan,
Now,
I'm going to smooch up that arm and call you Tish.
He might not be the most famous graduate of Duke University, but he's one of the most infamous. Nixon, that is. For those that didn't know, he graduated, I think, law school from Duke University. Or was he, or undergraduate at Duke.
But the real story of Nixon, and it's a lesson I do not believe at all that our current POTUS had reduced his pride enough to say that couldn't happen to me. He lives in the idea that no matter how many hundreds of times now people have stabbed Donald Trump in the back, he's convinced that was the last one. I don't pick losers. He's got too much pride. The deep, dark, horrifying story about Nixon is these people were willing to do red rummery that Nixon knew nothing about. This was not plausible deniability. This was Nixon cannot know because then he'll get rid of us. We are immoral scumbuckets who are in true power. And he's the fool that's going to get the credit and the blame. You know, Nixon didn't go break into any damn Democrat headquarters. There are really, truly wicked, evil people in this world
Yep.
that truly, truly believe they speak to a deity, and it's because of their direct communication with their deity that someone like Donald Trump got put in place. Because without him being president, I wouldn't be whatever I am, like G. Gordon Liddy was.
Yeah.
He plotted, conspired, and did everything else to red rum and assassinate people so that they couldn't be testified in anything anywhere against his president, Nixon. And Nixon knew nothing about it. True story. Henry Kissinger.
Yeah.
That's the one. Right up. I think he's done. I think. Yes, he passed away November 29th, 2023. Holy cow, he's 100 years old. But he was still out there pounding fists and saying very unintelligible things. I'm not making fun of his mouth. He has a very thick, strange accent. Strange to me. It's not strange meaning there's anything wrong with it. It's just not.
It was very heavy. It
It's
was
not
very
something
heavy.
I grew up with. Uh, it's a German Jew accent, and I would have to listen carefully or turn on captions to understand what the heck is he saying. My fault, I guess. Not raised around enough of those accents. But then when you could decipher what he was saying, it scared the hell out of me. That's just me, for reasons.
And the first couple of things they have listed that he did, he might as well take the blame. Uh, Helping open relations with China. Okay, that was a double-edged sword, not necessarily a good thing. The Paris Accords for Vietnam, definitely not a good thing. If we'd have kept bombing them like we wanted to, North Vietnam would have surrendered. They even said they were days within calling it quits.
Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, see, he was given a Nobel Peace Prize for saying stop bombing Vietnam, but he was the one. See, so that backdoor stuff.
Yeah.
Kissinger is associated, and there's none of that. You can go look at it somewhere else, somebody
Well,
else.
I'm just saying if he'd have
This
kept the
is a lot
bombing
of
up.
that. They dumped a bunch of papers in front of Nixon, and
Uh-huh.
trust us, sir. Trust us, sir. We wouldn't do anything to screw you up. Like bomb Cambodia? Oh, yes, they would.
Oh hell yeah, because Cambodia was being used as a pipeline for arms to the enemy.
Elizabeth said the lawyer Addington and Dick Cheney, aside from Nixon himself, were the only two that could have taken the missing tapes. Daniel Berrigan had worked for many agencies. Nixon wanted to find out who. But look at all this stuff, and Wiki is utterly left washed. I'm aware.
Oh yeah.
Even washed, rinsed, and thrown in the dryer with smell good sheets. The super left wiki has left. His association. Bombing of Cambodia. Chilean coup. Argentina's military junta, dirty war.
Why not?
Indonesian invasion of Timor. Kissinger played geopolitics and never ran for office himself. I don't believe.
No, he never did.
He always took appointments. He was so well connected. Secretary, NSA, National Security Advisor, not the admin. Yep, that's it. He served for 3 years in the military. So, whatever. Rip Kissinger. Those of us are out here that have learned something from you, sir.
Yeah, never trust a politician, even if they're not elected politician.
Especially not the elected ones.
Or I say, even if they're not elected. He was a politician, but a unelected politician.
The worst of the worst. Like Elon
Yeah.
Musk right now. I would not trust Elon Musk. Please somebody get to Donald Trump and say, hey, back off, Elon. You're too busy. I need to see a written plan that includes a checklist. Slow down. You're going to get me impeached, you monkey.
Do we move on to something older in history or newer in history?
Was actually doing bad things. Hang on, I'm going to read the chat.
Okay.
Was actually doing bad things. They thought Berrigan had told his psychiatrist, but it became, oh, they were trying to blah blah at Watergate. I think Berrigan may have passed by now. Kissinger is one of the worst. Yep. Just our opinions, I guess, but there it is on the wiki. Man, what did the Cambodians ever do but be in between?
Yeah, but they allowed the North Vietnamese
To sneak
to
over the
move
border.
to. They didn't sneak; they marched. I mean, it was a well documented, road that they allowed the North Vietnamese to use to move supplies to their facilities and agents in the South. So I see no problem with him making the suggestion. Well, why don't we bomb these roads? But here's the thing: he wasn't the one that made the suggestion. He's the one that was vocal about it. It was made. The suggestion was asked and begged for by military personnel that knew what was going on, knew the fact that road was there, and the supplies were going through there. I mean,
Yep.
it was no great big secret. It's just we weren't allowed to bomb them until we were allowed to bomb them. Now, did we bomb them when we weren't allowed to bomb them? On occasions.
You can go watch that whole movie.
Air America.
Well, not just that.
Well,
We
I know
talked about it
somebody.
yesterday with the Sheen.
Yeah.
Apocalypse Now is about
Oh
going
yeah.
into CIA and people they took out of the military to involve in their black ops, their secret missions, CIA style, into Cambodia, way up here northwest of Vietnam, South Vietnam proper,
Yeah. I know.
and Laos, west of North Vietnam. We did a lot of dirty, dirty, bad stuff up in here. What we were trying to cut off, when they say the supply routes, we did dirt in Thailand. Remember it said back on Kissinger's
Oh,
page, blah,
Thailand.
blah,
We were using.
blah.
We were using Taiwanese mercenaries.
Yep.
Anyhow, what I was attempting to say is I know someone who was in the army during Vietnam, and because he was the only officer in the area and spoke French, he was invited to a embassy dinner or luncheon barbecue at the embassy in Cambodia, and they were all making speeches about there are no Americans in Cambodia, there are no Americans bombing Cambodia, and about that time, an F-4 flies overhead and drops napalm over in a distant hill, and
Mm-hmm.
he goes, "Yeah!" And he was never asked to go back to another Cambodian embassy dinner.
But
So
the
I mean,
importance of, here it is. It's right here on a map.
yeah,
Dirt in Thailand, Malaysia, right there on Kissinger's wiki page, and
Laos,
Laos.
Laos and Cambodia are the two big ones, but Thailand was more than happy to go against Laos and Cambodia because they saw the king of Thailand saw Laos and Cambodia rightfully his.
Right. I'm just talking about the dirt that they have associated to Henry Kissinger.
Laos and
On his
Cambodia.
wiki page was Thailand and
Yeah.
Malaysia.
Oh yeah.
Bombing in Cambodia. So
The Malayan.
why would the American government be messing around with all of these around here?
I'm okay.
Slide your little eyeballs up. Here it
The
is. This is why, and this is who kicked our butt with the help of the Soviets in Vietnam.
No, it wasn't Thailand. It was Malaya, yes, but not Thailand. Thailand were on our side. Cambodia and Laos were not.
I got it on the screen.
I know.
China. China and Russia
I know.
supplied the arms, the equipments, and the everything, including secret soldiers,
I know.
that
They weren't
kicked
that secret.
our arses in Vietnam.
Yes.
And they did. We lost. We didn't peacefully surrender.
We gave up. We didn't lose. That's another incident where we won practically all the battles, but lost the war. Um, and like I said, North Vietnam was getting ready to, unconditionally surrender if they wouldn't have cut off the bombing at the Paris Accord. Get because while the Paris Accords were going on, we weren't bombing. Therefore, they had a break. They could start moving supplies through Laos and Cambodia from China. But now when it comes to his sticking his big nose into things on Malaysia, he would that was Mal- Malaysia was actually a British stronghold at that time, and they call it the Malayan Incident, uh, because they didn't want to go into Vietnam. But when they wanted help with Malaya, we went, nope, you didn't want to help us in Vietnam. The Australians helped us in Vietnam. The North Korean or the South Koreans helped us in Vietnam, but you said nope. So we go, nope.
Silly little things. Just
Yeah,
silly
well,
little
it
things
is.
in
I mean,
history.
you either back your partner or you don't back your partner. That's the only way. If you don't back your partner, don't get upset when they won't back you.
And don't go to meetings
Kitchener just likes sticking his nose in everybody's business.
and smile in the face of the Chinese and tell them how you're their pal, and then do whatever the hell happened
Well,
down
he had to
here
make
in
sure he
the
wasn't arrested as a foreign agent.
Gumbaggers. These. And sorry,
Now,
Henry Kissinger's friends and family. He
you
was a
see
good
that
guy. He was
you
swell. What's a poor
you see
boy to do?
You see that oblong country there, just kind of north on the, I guess you could call it the right side of India, called Nepal.
Okay.
There are little soldiers that come from Nepal that serve in the British Army that the rest of the world is afraid of. They're called Gurkhas.
I don't
If
remember
you want to,
where the heck are the Bengali, when the tigers, the tigers were something to do with India.
oh, they're all over the Bengal tigers. They're all over that area.
Okay.
I mean, no, they're
Oh,
not as
here it
many as they
is.
used to be.
West Bengal.
Oh, I thought you were asking where are the Bengal Lancers? That's where they got their name from. Is over in that area. There's a British unit.
No, the tigers that
Bengal.
famously
Yeah, they go from,
threw enough bodies that the British got defeated.
huh?
Uh, More lost battles may have eventually won the war, but the
Which
soldiers
war?
got hurt bad. The not wars of Britain all over and around
Oh,
India.
in all active combat wars in India between British and whoever, the British always won. They come close to losing a couple of times, but they always won. They just finally went, okay, this is costing us too much money. We're pulling out of India. And it was due to a promise that was made during World War II.
I'm sure that all sounds great, except for to the wives and children of all the thousands and thousands of British gentlemen soldiers that got left dead over there in India.
Well, I wouldn't say
Mm.
thousands, unless you're talking about thousands over a period of 200 years. Because you got to remember the way the Brits operate, they send officers and enlisted, and then they hire their regular soldiers from the indigenous personnel. That's the reason the the closest country that ever really fought the Brits to a standstill is in Nepal, the Kingdom of Nepal, and they were the Gurkhas. That's the reason to this day the only legitimate recognized British soldiers slash mercenaries come from Nepal, the Gurkhas. And when they retire, they have the choice. They can either stay in England as a British subject, or they can go back to Nepal. A lot of them go back to Nepal, and there's a big to do because the Gurkhas, even though they take maybe 1 out of every 100 that try out, uh, when those soldiers retire, their retirement checks almost fund an entire village. To this day, they got uh, Victoria Cross winners from World War II that they can't walk, so their family puts them on litters and take them down to the station to collect their retirement checks or cash. It's a big to do, and you're given 3 opportunities to try out for the Gurkhas. After that, you can no longer try out for the Gurkhas, the British Gurkhas. You can go to they say you can go to India and be a Gurkha. You can try for the Nepali army, but no, their big thing is they try to get in the British army because of the pay and the prestige. And the whole reason the Gurkha regiments play the bagpipes traditionally after the Nepalese war, because the Gurkhas respected the Highland regiment so much. That's who they aligned with. They generally got an officer of a Highland unit to be the officer of the Gurkhas, and that was tradition up to World War II. Too many bodies lost during World War II in that area to keep that up. And if you start looking at the number of Gurkha regiments that there were compared to what there are, the UK severely shrank its military after World War II. And I mean severely shrunk. Because there used to be something like almost 30 Gurkha regiments. They're not that many anymore. They'd be lucky if they could field one full regiment versus company.
Yep. All right. I'm gonna
Next
take a
question,
break.
which
I gotta go pee.
okay. Okay, you do that.
All right. All right. Not back yet, but working on it. Back now. Next will be. Don't
You
know.
want one newer in history of Nixon or further back in history than Nixon?
I don't really want to stay on Nixon unless you're talking about another movie that has something to do with him.
No, I was thinking these are two different presidents.
Well,
Okay,
whatever you choose, pick one. Fire. Bombs away.
Lincoln,
Which Lincoln?
the newest one.
Is it just called Lincoln?
Yep, just Lincoln.
Let's find out. Lincoln at the IMDb. The 2012 version, Steven
I
Spielberg.
believe yes. From
Well,
my
good.
understanding, he is the most realistic, photorealistic Lincoln.
And that's Daniel
Maybe.
Day-Lewis. I like Daniel Day-Lewis. And I have seen this movie.
I've seen all
2012.
but this one.
You haven't seen it?
Nope. That's the reason I chose it. I've
Oh,
seen
okay.
all the others with, young Lincoln, you know, because there's a bunch of them about Lincoln. There's like 3 or 4.
And I understand there's controversies and stuff.
Did they put Sally Fields in a heavy suit to play Mary Todd?
No.
I mean, she's about the right height. I mean, Mary Todd was like maybe 5 foot, but she was, a stout woman?
Yeah, she was as wide as she was tall, I think. That kind of
Just about.
statement would easily apply.
Yeah, just about, yeah.
And it's another good study story for anybody, whatever. If you get your impetus to be like, wow, what? From a movie or a couple of goofs on the internet yapping about it, throw all the other stuff aside and go check out Mary Todd Lincoln and all the alleged
Yeah,
mental, emotional, spiritual problems, the woman of a time era problems, someone who desperately dovey-doveys her hubby,
yeah.
and stuck in and I always want to laugh and start quoting the Vietnam movie.
Well, the
How
other
can you have?
the other 2, Abraham Lincoln movies I can think is Abraham Lincoln in Illinois and Young, uh, Mr. Lincoln. Uh, they might take him up to his presidency, but they don't cover his presidency. This one from my understanding, covers his presidency
Yep.
up until his assassination.
Yep. And the Jungian duality of man that was Mary Todd Lincoln. She didn't want to be in the power, but when the power came, easy to succumb to.
Yeah.
Daniel Day-Lewis is a very fine actor.
Oh,
Man,
yeah.
if you can put your tough on and grind your teeth, his
And
daggone.
he's also willing to go through that makeup that he had to play Lincoln.
Oh yeah, he's one of those. I don't remember if it's character or method acting, where they like take 4 or 5 months of living a certain lifestyle. Like some of the guys muscle up
Yeah.
and famously, daggone, I can't think of his name. American Psycho, John Connor, Batman.
Yeah.
Dang it, his name won't come. When he was going to play a crazy person who had body issues, he dropped too much weight that doctors were seriously warning him, dude, you're just playing a role. Stop it.
Oh, yeah, they had quite a few of those, and, like, the Big Red One and a few others. They were playing, Holocaust
Mm-hmm.
survivors.
Yep.
A couple of 'em almost were living on voluntarily only living on, like, IVs.
Yeah, it's
That's taking acting a little bit too serious.
Yeah, I understand you're an artist and these are maybe your masterpiece, but come on, take it easy. Don't
Yeah.
KIA yourself. The next one might be your masterpiece, but if you don't make it there, we'll never know.
I mean, talking about actors that they people might not think this, but Stallone is that type of actor. I mean,
Yes.
he put on what 60 pounds to play a sheriff. I can't remember the movie where he's playing a sheriff where a lot of the New York cops live, and it was going about how he started to fight the corruption of the cops from New York in his town.
Yeah.
But Stallone put on like 60 pounds for that movie. That wasn't a fat suit. That was him. And then had to lose it for the next movie he did. That's got to take a toll on the human body. I mean, that's coming from a fat man. Losing it and putting it on, losing it, putting it on, it doesn't do a body good. Once you got it off, leave it off. Fat suits are easier
Yeah, I don't know
and
what to
not as
say about
harmful.
the anyway, Daniel Day-Lewis, he's also done some of those become like an unhealthy 90 to 125 pounds for a tall
Oh
guy.
yeah,
That's not good to I have to portray this. They hired you because you're you. You don't have to do that, sir. Please don't hurt
yeah.
yourself.
And
And
first
because
eight
we're
are
on it,
A-listers.
let me talk about let me look it up.
Okay.
Christian Bale. Christian Bale movie that he lost weight for. It was called The Machinist, 2004. I'm only going to stop long enough to show a picture or two. Oh, it went to the wrong
Oh,
page.
wait, just a second. Just a second. It says the producers, Christians, from 170 pounds to 110 pounds.
Yes.
Ugh.
Look, it's on the screens. He did this to himself for a movie role. Did it make the movie more nail bitery and insane? Only yes, because I'm like, are we going to get to almost the end of this movie and they're going to say in loving memory of Christian Bale? Because this
Yeah.
is horrifying. Please, actors, please. We
Yeah, any more loss in his joints would have been showing, his elbow joints, it would have been showing. Bad enough that it looks like a bird chest.
well, everything about this is not healthy.
Well, he's still got some meat around his joints is all I'm saying.
Barely.
Women who get that bad, their joints start looking like ball joints, versus hinge joints. They look like little sticks attached to balls
Yep.
because their
Anyway,
elbows swell and
I
eh.
always think of these two, but anyway, whatever kind of acting that is, character acting or method act, I don't remember what it's called.
Insane.
Insane, yes. Daniel Day-Lewis is one of those. His movie, and I mean it is a grind your teeth, your bucket of popcorn sitting over there sad and lonely because you've been chewing on your fingernails. It's a movie called There Will Be Blood.
No,
If
all
you
I say is
take
that
it, a nerve rattling movie, then go see There Will Be Blood. If you
their
can't take
first
it,
8,
don't watch it.
yeah. All I was saying was their first 8 there that they're showing are definitely A-lister.
Yeah. But you mentioned how much work he put into to getting the makeup and the character of
Oh, yeah.
Lincoln. Oh yeah. This is I can't remember all the shows he's been in. He looks just like the guy from Transformers, but do I have that wrong again?
I think so.
They could I
Those
don't
are not
remember it.
even why do they keep putting known for and it's not even their best movies?
I'm telling you, if they get to charge the production companies or advertising companies to rank these higher and put them in these boxes, that would be why. I don't know that that's any kind of case. I just guess. Uh, the original Transformers. '07. They just resemble each other. No, not doppelgangers. Shia LaBeouf. And this picture's no good because he's got his beard on. All of his pictures, he's got some kind of facial hair. Anyway, I oft times confuse the two. James Spader. Tommy Lee
Looks
Jones
like
again.
almost all listers that just about.
Oh yeah. Bruce McGill we talked about a lot. One day, Bruce.
I
Hold your
love Tim Blake and Nelson in Brother Where Art Thou.
Yep. Garrett Harris. Lee Pace isn't ringing my bell a lot.
No, the rest aren't. I'm just saying. But from Jade Harris up, yes.
Especially Gidget.
And the Flying Nun.
Yep. I make the fun, but we have discussed in previous streams. One day and that's another one. It would take me all day because I don't mind looking at Sally Field. I don't care what number age she is. Ever. Never. If it weren't for that Jane Fonda being in it. Her and a couple older gals. Like finally made it to 30. 80 for Brady. It's probably dumb. I probably would hate it altogether. But I don't mind taking a look at, I don't care how old they are. Sally Field and Lily Tomlin and Rita Moreno, just for,
I just don't watch Jane Fonda for the principles of it.
yeah,
That's
me
all.
too. Me too.
Cause I mean, I really don't give a rat's butt what Lily Thomas' sexual preference is. She's a good actress and she's funny. I remember on Laugh-In.
I care so
And
little
that's
I
the
didn't
truth.
know that there was any, I don't care
She
what any of theirs are.
I'm just saying, she in Laugh-In, she played this little girl in this giant size wheelchair, and she goes, "And that's the truth,"
Yep.
and do the raspberry. I just think she's funny, but and I love Rita. I've loved almost everything she's been in, but what I most remember her of is West Side Story and The Electric Company. Sorry,
Yep.
people,
Don't say
because I
sorry,
had
anybody.
fond memories of The Electric Company growing up.
Me too. You got to turn on the power.
And
And Gidget.
in America, everything's bigger in America.
And I guess one day I'll put my biases aside, I guess. But in the meantime, I'll enjoy my bias and boycott
Yeah.
Jane Fonda stuff. I'm well aware that I'm the only one missing out. You mean you wouldn't watch Sally Field in her show because of? Yep. Oh well, too bad for Dean. Poor baby. I don't know how much I can hello photo the old Lincoln show. The photography is amazing. There, look at the
The
lighting effects.
the sheer magnitude of the prop is and the stage built.
Yeah,
I mean,
the
holy mackerel.
the production, and I didn't even look. Well, hang on. Let me go back. Because I didn't look. It is. Oh, yeah, I had said earlier. Damn you, advertising, scroller, flipper, jumper bots. Stop it. Steven Spielberg. I don't know who the writers are. They're probably famous writers that work with Steven Spielberg a lot. He's
I'm
a
just saying,
great big known name, Steven Spielberg is.
speaking from a history buff slash historian slash reenactor's point of view, it's like, wow.
Yeah, and like, I'm not going to go through everyone full size. There's
No.
229 of these bad boys. But if you're of the mind, and this is all in the digital era, you can pause your Blu-rays and your DVDs and frame forward, frame back, back into the left, back into the left. You will notice the props department worked their buns off.
Uh-huh.
The stage department worked their buns off. The wardrobe department. Photo. Who are photo?
I
Photo
mean,
R?
like those maps that are in the background. I have a book that has some of those maps in them,
Mm-hmm.
or copies of those maps. That's impressive because they didn't fold them up at that time. They rolled them up.
Yep.
So they had to have those specially printed.
And I haven't heard much. I don't pay that much attention. But going back to the early days, I remember hearing an interview because George Lucas and Steven Spielberg were friends.
Yeah.
I think it was George Lucas who was talking about any help he could get from Spielberg, he always took because Spielberg is a true obsessive about if we're going to do this, we're going to do it right.
Well, just looking at the photos we're looking at now, including the one with the soldiers in the back, I would have to be there within touching distance and a magnifying glass, probably to see the costuming, any flaws in it, and that's because the costume person used a sewing machine versus doing it all by hand. Whoopee.
Right.
The hairstyles are correct. Okay, Sally Field's a little thin for
Yeah,
Mary Todd.
they put some
That's about it.
puffy.
Yeah,
You know, they
uh,
added something in wardrobe, but you can tell by her face she's a little.
thin.
Yep. Especially there, that one.
I mean, if that's
Mm.
all you have to say about that is she's a little thin for the character, wow, that's still impressive.
Mm. I'm getting lost in the imagery in the background.
Yeah.
Takes a double take or a triple take. The makeup people work. That is Tommy Lee Jones. Right before
Oh,
Will Smith blinked him with that magic pen. These are outside the movie, so I'm not saying nothing. What a fine looking couple. Oh, no, wait, those are just actors. They're not married or dating or whatever. I don't have any cares about none of that.
other than I
This
can be
guy. This guy.
impressed. Yeah, when couples have been together for 50 years in Hollywood type routine because it's the breakup capital of the world, just about.
Doom, 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 doom,
Mm, I see
doom,
one
doom.
flaw.
Where? Which one?
The one with the guy playing the fiddle, his pants, they're too long. They would never have them that long. And it's probably to cover up his shoes.
Yeah, and I
Yes,
imagine
they had
if they did have
some,
them that long, they would just roll them up.
yeah, roll them up and someone of his age would have had them hemmed. They wouldn't have been that baggy. That the shirts, though the shirts were puffy, and some styles were that puffy at that time period. Obviously, that's the only, and that's a modern chair. Okay, that's it. Well, it doesn't hurt that I know people, and I have a few originals from that time period of furniture, books, and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been in houses that have lots of originals. Now, the horse stuff, I'd need someone else's help with that.
And
And
it wouldn't
tintype.
be me. We'd have to find somebody that,
Oh, I got people that know that stuff.
is the saddle age appropriate.
Oh yeah,
By age, I mean era.
I got people that do that.
Like, did they have horses back then? They sure did. Good job.
Ooh, that's too realistic.
I have to zoom it because
It should be a gray. Is what I'm done. What it should be. To be historically accurate, it should be a gray.
I was just
A
looking at
white
some
horse
of the
with a,
tack. I don't.
yeah. Well, a lot of that tack hasn't changed as much as the saddles have.
Yeah, but if it was nylon, that would be a
Oh,
dead
yeah, that would stick
giveaway.
out. That'd be a stick out like a sort of. Like I said, that is too depressingly realistic. The sad part when you go to a reenactment about the guys playing the soldiers is the reenactor is well fed, whereas the soldier was not.
Yeah.
Everything's correct except for that. Oh, he's been in a lot of stuff.
Which one?
That him and the one above it. I think, yeah.
That is either Gregory Itzen or Jackie Earl Haley.
I think that's Jackie Earl Haley.
We'll find out.
Yep. Like I said, I still remember him from Bad News Bears, okay? So I go back way back in his career.
I like Shutter Island. I don't remember him in it, but he obviously wasn't the lead role.
And he
I
plays
haven't
the watch.
seen the 2010 restart of A Nightmare on Elm Street.
He plays such neat characters when he's playing a tough guy, like in Human Target, which is a Bill's film, a movie, TV show. Oh man, I'm just
What?
as you're scrolling by, I'm recognizing actors from other stuff that I like them in too.
Well, there's a lot of names in this fine Lincoln 2012. You should give it a
Well,
watch.
the one looking at the booklet in the bowler or the bowl hat,
Mm-hmm.
I like him in Justified.
It's justified.
He plays the antagonist slash friend.
This guy's in many, many things that we have.
Oh yeah,
I, of course, don't remember his name, but that's all right.
I
This
remember
won't
faces
be the
long before I
last
remember
time
names.
we encounter him. I'm sorry, what?
I said I remember faces long before I remember names.
Oh, yeah, me too. Doo-doo-doo.
I'm trying to remember what white epaulette's supposed to represent. Light blue is infantry, yellow is cav, red is artillery and engineer, green are riflemen's and medical corps. I don't know what white is.
And make a sad face.
Well, there is a more. She put
Mm.
on some serious makeup for that. She looks more like Mary Todd at that photo.
Yep. Doo-doo-doo. And there, nope. There, yep. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. Oh no. Is your Los Angeles on fire? Nope. It's civil war. It's just a little civil war. This too shall pass. I don't know how difficult it might have been to be president during the Civil War, but it sure was difficult and short lasted after.
Oh, after? Oh, yeah. He had a hard time. I mean, he was under so many threats, it wasn't funny.
And one was successful.
Oh,
He
I'm
got
talking.
he got
I was
metal
talking about the
poisoned.
person that, the guy that came after Lincoln, because he was actually a Southerner.
Mm.
Lincoln's lot. That's what a lot of people don't realize is Lincoln's vice president was a Southerner.
I didn't think his vice president got to be anything. They
Oh
assassinated
yeah.
and attempted him the same day.
No.
Who was president after Lincoln? Andrew Johnson. He had been vice president for only 6 weeks when he succeeded to the presidency. Didn't he get shouted that same day?
Yeah, because he was president for 4 years. And see, he was from Tennessee. See, that's where there's a misconception that it was strictly North against South. And it's not that clear cut.
Oh no, it
Guys,
wasn't. Everybody talks about it was brother against brother, father
well,
against
I'm just
son.
as I mentioned in the stream earlier in our streaming career, that there were some North Carolina units that served in the Union Army. They were from the Appalachian Mountain.
Oh, Secretary of State William H. Seward. Everybody bang your conspiracy drums. Was it a conspiracy? Did they try to get all of them? Yep.
Oh yeah, because Lincoln and
The
Stuart
plan was
were
to get all three and completely destroy.
well. They wind up bullying the VP because Lincoln was not going to make the South pay for the North's war debt. He was basically going, everybody pays for their own war debt, and the North was like, So they bullied. That's how we had Reconstruction the way we did. Is because the South not only had to pay for its own war debt, they had to pay for the North's war debt as well.
Yeah. It was part of the plan to get rid of VP as well, but I knew someone got shouted the same day or the same night. It was the other dude, the speaker, William H. Seward. It was a big conspiracy and plot. Hello, for watching. Sorry, George, I refreshed that page and closed the other page and all that stuff.
That's okay.
Where shall we go next?
Okay, the next one I sort of kind of had on the what I was looking at, and it's a much newer movie, Reagan, starring Dennis Quaid.
Radon. Hello, finger. Cooperate. 2024 one?
I think it's 2024. Yeah,
Mm.
that's one I'm trying to find if I can watch it for free. I don't want to pay for it.
According to Googly Bar, it says you can watch it now on something from $5.99. It doesn't have anything free or free with ads.
It's not on
It's not.
anybody's streaming
Man,
service.
nope. Not. It's the immediate results page from Google Bar, from
Okay.
Google. It has horrible rating.
One I like Dennis Quaid.
Jon Voight's in it. I thought he passed away.
Not yet.
Something happened. Isn't that Angelina Jolie's dad?
I think so.
And I'm not sure which percent this is that Google shows at Rotten Tomatoes,
That's
critics
generally
or publics.
well, the Mater's generally the critics. The popcorn is the watchers.
But 18% is daggone a low number at the Maters.
Yeah, but most of the critics hate Ronald Reagan
Yeah, that's what I mean. I
because it has a 6.2 on IB.
IMDb.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So you'd actually have to open up Rotten Tomatoes to see what the actual
yeah, and
score is.
Metacritic has it at 22.
Critics,
I don't even know what Metacritic is.
neither do I.
I'm not that.
The
That's
number of
meta
they go
stuff
Rotten
in the
Tomatoes
movie biz.
has this kind of score on it. Okay, but what about the people that watch it? What because this where you got the Rotten Tomato and the popcorn score all on Rotten Tomatoes.
Well, they're both the same kind of score. One is, I think, users and one is critics.
One is critics and one is watchers. Yes.
Yeah. Who's in this? This would be Dennis Quaid. I can't think of
Pickles.
what I would know Penelope Ann Miller for.
Me neither.
She's another one that I've known the name so long, it's hard for me to imagine her playing Nancy Reagan.
Because Dennis
Couldn't you
Quaid was.
find an adult?
I remember Dennis Quaid was also in that movie you don't like, Firestarter.
I didn't say I didn't like it.
Oh. He was also in another one where he has to enter someone's dream in order to. No, that's what I'm thinking. Enter someone's a senator's dreams to get rid of someone else that has the same skill because he's trying to kill the senator, scare him to death.
Yeah.
Suppose if you die in your dreams, you die in reality.
Oh, The Matrix. No, I know what movie you're talking about. It just won't come into my noggin. No, I like Firestarter and I like the story from Stephen King. I don't remember if it was a Stephen King book or one of his Bachman book stories, but whatever. Had a very baby young Drew Barrymore in it, I think.
Yeah. Well, I think her first movie was E.T.
Phone home, take that same glowy finger and bounce it off people's noses and call it beeping the nose, beeping the nose. I don't know who Amina Suvari is. She looks very young.
Well, Keith Dillon, I'm familiar with. Mark Mose, I am.
Yep.
Robert Davi.
Oh yeah, we've run across his name several times. One day, when we have hours and hours and hours. Oh yeah, he was in that, and he was in that, and he was in that, and he was in that. Uh, his face looks familiar. Let's find out who is Justin. Who is you? Yeah, that's the guy. He was in Breaking Bad, I think. Is that the dude from Breaking Bad?
I don't know.
Am I? Is my brain destroying another poor actor's career? Could be.
Or elevating it. Says he was in Shameless, but I don't remember his face. But he was in 40 episodes, so I gave up on it after a while.
Must not have been.
And I never watched Lost, so
And I scrolled it too fast. I might have missed it. Well, sorry, star of Breaking Bad. I did it again. It's mainly this photo over there at his page.
yeah.
Let's ask the Google bar so I can give my apology correctly. Breaking Bad. It's Aaron Paul. See the photo? See how
Yeah.
easily I could confuse those two?
Yeah.
He's, the other guy, this guy seems to have a little bit of a more forehead or less hairline, but okay. Sorry, sir. Sorry, both of you sirs. Didn't mean to denigrate or misapply. The Reagan. All right, let's figure out what do we know Penelope Ann Miller from? Something with Al Pacino. Oh no, she's not Charlie, is she? Oh, she is. Duh.
Oh, she's Joyce from the Kindergarten Cop.
She's the dancer survivor. Wonderful man. I love her acting and her character story work in Carlito's Way. She calls him Charlie and no one else does. I've seen The Freshman 1990. I just don't remember it. Okay, that's who Penelope Ann Miller is. Forever the very young dancer lady that called Al Pacino's Carlito. Charlie, Charlie. Shall we look at some Reagan photos and see if it reminds us of the 70s and 80s?
Right there's the 70s.
And do you blame me? I see a bald head and a little back ring of hair, and I think, Dr. Phil. Camping out in the yard. Hooded. They got the hooded lights. Beetle.
yeah.
That costs us some monies. Hollywoodland. I guess he.
That TV's a bit too old for that picture of Reagan, but that's okay.
Well, I don't know. I still had one well into an
No, I'm
old.
talking about that particular style with the Bakelite on the outside, shiny Bakelite on the outside.
Oh no, I still had one well into the late '80s.
Okay.
Why replaced? It's paid for. It's nukes.
Yeah, that's
What
supposed to
happened?
be Russia, though. Pope John.
He just looks like Dennis Quaid.
There's the only one I would think he looks like Reagan.
Oh, yeah, but just a little bit. But I don't know. It depends on what they were doing and how the camera was moving.
Yeah.
I don't want to be too judgmental based on these stills. That looks pretty convincing. And they got,
Almost got it right.
what's this about? They must be having some kind of something. Nope, Reagan in '84. Yep, Jesse Jackson had something to do with that. For anyone that didn't know, Jesse Jackson ran against a bunch of other Democrats and thankfully didn't win the primary in '84. Sorry, Jesse Jackson. It is what it is. So hashtag sorry, not sorry.
But Reagan never left Hollywood during World War II. He was in.
Boom.
He was an officer in the reserves, but he mostly made films for the army and service
He did propaganda.
and training films. How to apply a condom? Why you apply a condom?
Yeah, it's not what you think, kids. Go look it up. Well,
Don't
they
crack
tried,
baby.
but I don't feel that they succeeded.
No.
Wow, that guy looks just like Jimmy Carter.
One, he's not thick enough to be Reagan.
Nope.
Reagan was a big person. But, if they don't fully look like the president, that's okay, too long as they get the feel of the times and stuff.
Like that one there, flicking by in motion. I'd say, yep, believable. If that's supposed to be Nancy, nope, not
Nope.
believable.
No.
I don't know if that was supposed to be or not. I'm just scrolling a photo.
The nuclear football.
Da, da,
Oh,
da,
that's a
da.
good likeness of Ford.
Sure is.
Oh, his famous jelly beans.
I'd forgot about him. See? What good can come from this? You can remember something like that.
And they weren't really jelly beans, they were jelly bellies.
Yep. The ones that taste like exactly like whatever. We used to always joke about going to the Jelly Belly store at the mall and say, "You got foot flavor?"
Well, they're the ones that actually make the something pots every flavored jelly bean
Oh
for the
yeah.
Harry Potter series.
Oh man. And people would think they were being funny, but they really did have, as a kind of a novelty and to really get people, they had for a while. Let me make sure it was them. If it was them, vomit flavored jelly
Jelly beans.
beans.
Yep, they had them, but they're
Yep.
made by Jelly Belly.
Yeah, that's what we
The
were just
original
talking
one.
about. Reagan's jelly beans were jelly bellies with the good,
Yeah,
authentic flavors. But yes, we
they
used to try
made
to
earwax,
encourage people that
spinach,
didn't.
pepper.
Yep. We tried to encourage people to go to the mall and demand oddball flavors like that, like foot or uh, just flavors they didn't have, and they had a lot less flavors back in the
Yeah.
'80s at the mall.
Oh, yeah, but
But
they still
they
had a
had the
lot of flavors.
vomit flavor, and I had a friend that worked at a store, so I'd always make people go to that, and they, oh yeah, we have that flavor, and they'd give them the vomit flavor.
Oh, those earpieces that you used to see. Now it's more like an earwig.
Shoot.
But back then, and the ones before that, they literally had to hold up to their ear. They couldn't just
Oh yeah,
have it in there.
there was, I don't remember who starred in it. They had a movie set back a while back about interpreters at the UN.
Yeah,
Maybe it was Nicole Kidman. I don't remember. But they got all the stuff right. How they had big phone type looking things, but it only had the earpiece. It didn't have a microphone mouth on
yep.
it.
Does the Reagan Ranch still exist,
Oh
or
yeah.
was it sold off?
Oh no. No, she's too young and pretty to be Nancy Reagan.
Well, that's supposed to be a much younger. That's the 50s. So
Hello? Who is phone? Hello, America. Who was phone? Who was phone guy? You are propaganda. Wrong. Rombo de Ronald. Reagan. Strike Buster. Union Breaker.
I don't think he broke any union.
Mm,
Oh yeah, the early days of iris recognition.
so silliness. Well, put your thumb, put your finger, put your eyeball. Say hello to the computer, and the computer says, voice pattern not recognized. What is your mother's maiden name and your birthday?
What is your cousin's middle name on your second cousin on your father's side? Huh?
We're not trying to hack your future internet security questions.
I've seen some that bad.
Oh, me too. Don't Reagan. 84. Kaplooey.
That's computer generated.
Yeah, that does not look real at all. It might be real
No.
archive footage, but it don't look like it. Hello, ma'am. I notice you have some very white teeth. Who is your dental hygienist?
Holly Weird. Na 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 na. Holly Weird. Doesn't it look like Holly Weird?
Yep.
Or a model? And in fact, it looks like the WB with the water tower.
I was trying to figure out or the old Paramount back lot. One or the other, and they might be the same. Yeah, a little bit. I can see it. She did good.
Yeah.
They did good. Good job, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie.
Now I've been to DC and looked at it from the other point of view, from the Washington Monument towards the White House, and they ain't that damn close.
Oh
It's a good
no.
walk.
Is that supposed to be Baker? It's okay. I give it a pass. Pass. It's a pass-fail endeavor.
I think that was supposed to be Brady.
Oh, that's what I meant. Brady.
Because if it is, it looks exactly like him.
Pass. You pass. You get a pass.
Both of them with their TV dinner trays. Reagan glued to the TV,
Yep.
watching his own movies.
Probably. Oh, look at that. Well done, movie set. Well done. All you need is a 3-year-old named X to wipe some boogers on that thing and it'll be real. I love that kid. He's my hero. That's it for the Reagan 2024. Pass. It gets a pass. I pre-approve it. Don't take the
Okay.
advice of me or the IMDb or the Rotten Maters. Go watch the picture show and form your own opinion. Poor thing. I am patting you on the back via remote. Do you require a beverage? It must have been a bad cough. Please don't cough too much.
Lemonade going down the breathing hole.
Oh no, bad lemonade. Were you
Next one,
happy?
we go for initials. LBJ 2017.
LBJ 2017 edition. LBJ at the Imbadaba. Hello, LBJ. That's 2016 according to IMDb. There are always, depending on who you ask. Oh, this has Woody Harrelson. I cannot believe Woody Harrelson as Lyndon B. Johnson. I just can't.
Look at the afterwards. Look at the photos.
Yeah, we
You'll see
will.
it. Well, Jeffrey Dovin as JFK. Really?
I can't find that
Or my
very believable either. Or everybody knows Bill Pullman is the president. See Independence Day. Oh, look. Here's C. Thomas Howell again. Yay. Glad you're still working, sir. Unless you're on the bad lists, then boo.
he's not. He's still working.
He's been in a lot of very low budget, crappity things that
Yes, but I still remember him back in Taps.
I like the cheesy, cheap, goofy, silly.
Not Stripes, Taps. About the military school.
Yes, it has one of my favoritist.
There's Tom Cruise was in it.
The Tom Cruise when he's doing bad things out a window.
Oh yeah.
Not gonna do too much spoiler alerting, but has his mental schism or break. Kim Allen, you're quite the pretty. My eyeballs told me to say that.
He
When
broke
he
somehow.
does his whatever he does out the window, and he says, "Spoiler alert." I'm gonna give a quote like you couldn't go look up the lines and the quotes and the clips on the internet yourself. The way he says and acts, the whole, and he only says it twice. It's beautiful,
Says what?
man. He says it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Tom Cruise, Academy Award, sir.
Or
I gave
George
him
C.
so.
Scott. You want me to be one of those guys that hit those little balls with those big clubs with alligators on their tits?
Tom Cruise earned so many plus points that I never took any away for dancing in his underpants and socks and Top Gun and
He's good in Legends too.
well, he earned more points than that as well. I really love me some Legend, but that is one of those epic to me. And one day I'll get the 3 or 4 we've talked about them previous, and now I'm talking
Well,
about
I
another
will say
one.
this: of all the movies that have had unicorns in it that are not animated, that one has the best unicorns. The horn doesn't bounce.
Yeah, but in a lifetime full of watching flicker shows, sometimes it's not the single frame or the single line, it's the audio, the visual, and the presentation from the actor altogether that it might only be 3 or 4 seconds out of millions of hours, or I don't know how many hours, hundreds of thousands of hours I have staring at screens in my life. There's only a handful of, I'm glad I was alive in my lifetime to see that, even if no one else saw it the way I saw it. That's just my own little private Idaho. And when I feel better about explaining it, then
I
I'll
mean,
put it on a to-do list and I'll try to
there's Woody
explain it.
Harrelson, and there he is as LBJ.
They just don't have a lot of photos of this one either.
Yeah, but does that look like Woody Harrelson?
Yes.
Not to me.
Don't look like LBJ either.
More like LBJ than Woody Harrelson, but still, it's passable. And that's supposed to be um, Mrs. Kennedy next to him.
For
But he
real?
was sworn in on the plane. What's with the building? He was sworn in on the plane.
That might be in the plane.
With that light system?
Yeah. Air Force One is a bad
I know it's a big plane, but
tail.
it wasn't as big then as it is now.
Yeah, that is a fancified flying White House. I don't
Oh
know.
yeah.
They probably have photos of it somewhere. We could compare it, but I don't really care to. Is that really? That's Jennifer Jason Lee. Who is this?
That's but
Kim Allen? I don't know who Kim Allen is.
near door, but I know who it's supposed to.
Okay. There's not many pictures of this. So I don't know. I think I could get into, and with the pictures moving and like the one at the big table. They did good. Look at all the ashtrays. True. Notice nobody's using them. They're just sitting there clean. That's okay. It wouldn't ruin it for me.
Okay. Yeah, that's exactly what it looked like. In fact, other than the his head's not big enough to be LBJ. That is literally taken from the photo of LBJ from the National Geographic Society magazine, National Geographic.
Cool. I figured it
That's
was.
I mean the colors are the same. The the standing positions are almost identical, except for that one, and that has a bit more people that you can see versus the one that you can see in the photo.
I mean, if not him, who? I don't know. Yeah, it's a pass fail endeavor. I'd have to see it. I'm not going to judge it on still photos. With a little motion blurring. Oh man, he's lost weight by 2017.
I mean,
Meathead.
he's back gone.
And there's that photo again.
Yep. I mean, other than the fact the hands up higher, closer to his head, the hair's a little wrong. Wrong color suit. Him. Everything else. Oh, his wife's was a beige, not a white. But Jacqueline Kennedy, that was the exact suit. But that was, she was famous for wearing that pink with black trim.
Mm-hmm. Going in knowing.
Yeah, I mean, this one would be more about the story than the true looks. But I'm just
Yeah.
saying, it is very close to the photo.
So it's another one. You can stream it at, I'm not going to say the names of either one. I don't want to. And +5. Go look it up at IMDb yourself. You can see LBJ at places. It's another one. Maybe they purposefully don't allow too many pictures of it.
But that's okay. The next one I have suggestion for. It's the president, but not when he was president.
Who that?
Ike, Countdown to D-Day. And it doesn't look a lot like Ike, but he gets the mannerisms and the speech pattern down good. And that's Tom Selleck.
I may have seen that. May.
I think I
Count
did, and it's pretty good.
down to D-Day. Ike. Count down to D-Day. Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Yep, I've seen it. And it's available. At least it was recently.
On YouTube?
I don't remember. On
I mean,
many. It's got.
other than, I'm just saying, um, Tom Selleck is a much bigger person physically than Ike was.
And for those that don't know, Ike is the nickname of General at the time, and then President Dwight D. Eisenhower. This one
But
doesn't
this,
have as many giant names.
it's got a few biggies.
There's
Dick,
Gerald McRaney again.
yeah. Well, I mean, it is Tom Selleck, so they can only have so many.
Yeah, that'd be one of those when they, when you're an actor doing your stuff,
Oh, speaking of
and they
Tom
say,
Selleck,
"Hey, you want to do this role?" And you say, "Well, all right, but who's the lead?" Tom Selleck. Well, if you
those
don't
days
find
too, I don't want to
somebody
be.
else,
Well, James Rayner is pretty big. Reamer,
yeah.
Reamer.
Oh yeah.
For those that are in the intro, since we got Tom Selleck up there, they are bringing it Blue Bloods back for another season,
Yay.
season 15.
15, man. I wonder if you can take them back. Do. Like, at the beginning, did you imagine that this would last that long? There are 0 photos of Ike countdown to D-Day.
Hmm.
I guess we'll just have to go look at photos of Tom Selleck. Oh, you poor ladies out there and Tom Selleck attracted. I'm not gonna.
He'd probably take a full string.
Oh, yeah.
The other presidents I can think, like if we do
Mm.
Theodore Roosevelt. Well, there was a movie about FDR. Trying to remember his name.
Well, I still have two on the list that are not about the real presidents. They're about the office of the White House, and White House down right now is a big thing.
Eh,
Uh, W. That's about a real president, and that's what led to the lady on the thumbnail. We'll get there. Let's get absolute power out of the way. Well, I started to say earlier, the reason it says star Clint and then star Eastwood, it's throw-in lines in an Adam and the Ant song. And I was going to remind myself and get it done and put it in the description, but I didn't. I just giggled myself thinking, oh, these are both Clint Eastwood, so put his first name on one and his last name on the other. Cool like that. Now you know the secret. Absolute Power, 1997. And he's not supposed to be the star of it, but he's Clint Eastwood. It's Gene Hackman that's the star of it. There he is, making them Clint Eastwood eyes in 1997. Been a minute. Let me get the synopsis. What has this got to do with the president? Career thief Luther Whitney, Clint Eastwood, witnesses a horrific crime involving U.S. President Alan Richmond, Gene Hackman. And, you know, we could always do All the President's Men loosely based on a true story, but I didn't want to stay in the deep end today.
yeah.
These are good
Well,
fictions.
I was just saying there's some very good actors who've played Franklin Roosevelt. Um, throughout the various films, and
Well,
Edward Herman is one of the better ones.
we'll go check it out after Absolute Power. We'll look up one of them, at least. Because why not? It's President's Day. But Gene Hackman played the president. Here's all the famous people again. How many times today are we going to talk about Ed Harris and Scott Glenn? I don't know. As many as it takes. That Eastwood guy. People like him for some reason. Dennis Haysbert has been in many minis. I recognize Judy Davis' face. Not her name. There's Kenneth Welsh again.
Mark Margolis. He's been in a lot of gangster movies as well.
Yeah, and he was in Breaking Bad. A couple of seasons. There's
Clint
Clint's
Eastwood's daughter.
daughter. Yep, we looked for a moment before, and man, look at her. She's a pretty. I would go hello photo of her, but I'm gonna wait till her father ain't on this rock no more.
Yeah. Or her brother. I mean, her brother looks just like her dad.
Yeah, just childhood fears and phobias and respect and all that jazz. Sorry, Allison, you're out. You're fired. I guess you're used to it. Life in the shadow of giants. Absolute Power. It's a very good story. Going back to the deep ends we swam in twice already this live stream. What people around the president do that the president may or may not have any involvement with, or if the president makes a oops, who will fall on sword and take the heat publicly, that kind of thing. It is a religion in America, no matter the fact that they try to deny it. Say, oh no, politics is very religious. People are willing to unalive themselves for that stuff.
You know, I recognize him more from his picture in the movie than I do from his face picture they have on IBM.
Who, Clint Eastwood?
No, look at the center of the top right picture on your screen right.
Oh, the guy?
Yeah, that because he's done commercials. He's insurance commercials. He was in Unit and several other things.
And we are talking about Dennis
David Hesberg.
Haysbert. Yeah. And he might be another one. I don't know if he is or isn't. One day we will look deeper, dig a little deeper. You know, he looks very former athletic, but he might be
Oh,
former military or he might be none of the above. He might just
well, he's
have that
played
look about
military.
him.
I'm just saying he's played military. That much I do know.
Let's check it out. Gene Hackman. The thumb is up just a little bit, but
It's enough for
otherwise,
support.
he's obviously had some training. 'Cause he ain't catching a pinky and edge of palm feel of the curve. He's got his hand up appropriately, and the thumb is not straight up in the air so that he can slide it around and rub it on her bump. Proper dancing. Well played, Gene Hackman. Whoa, that's scary. Look. That's the look he would give me if I dared. He said, "Don't mention my daughter again," and looked over to the side, as if I was over here on the left. Yes, sir, Mr. Eastwood. Yes, what? Yep, there you can really. Oh, yeah, him. That is him. He's been in much. There's Clint Eastwood putting in the work. In front of and behind. How's this look? How's the shot framed? Scott Glenn does good work in everything he's in. Good job, Scott Glenn. Unless he's on a list somewhere.
If he's not, he needs to be.
A list?
Yeah,
For what?
just viewing the stuff he's done.
Oh no, I mean we can't mention them list.
Oh, why can't we mention Scott Glenn on a list?
What we have here is failure to communicate.
Yes.
I said I like Scott Glenn. He's really good in all of the shows I've seen him in.
Yes.
Unless he's on one of those lists.
Oh,
Then bad boy, I don't like you. Always been a horrible actor.
yes, I misunderstood. I thought
He-
you said you were gonna put him on our list. I said if he's not, he should be.
Oh yeah, lots of these are on the list. Ed Harris, Scott Glenn, whoever she is, you're on the list unless you're Clint Eastwood's daughter and you're fired. So many of these. Gene Hackman. Elizabeth said, "Isn't that guy next to the woman photo the one who was the scary CIA guy in A Beautiful Mind?" Yes, it is. That's Ed Harris. That is the one. He is on the unwritten list so far. Scott Glenn was really good in Training Day with Denzel. He fine. Clint Eastwood is always on a list, but just like I did several weeks ago, Pale Rider in Isolation. Clint Eastwood would do okay. Next week, from Thursday through Sunday, is Clint Eastwood days. Well, that's a very well acted presidential smile, Mr. Gene Hackman. That's why you get paid the big bucks. Here's your only spoiler. That's not his wife in the White House, right, sir? He's the president. She's he's got his paws on her, and she ain't his wife. Go see the movie. It's really good. Because baby president did a bad thing. Go see Chris Isaac's music. I have news on no sound, but it played Musk and Little X doing your favorite act on and under the resolute desk and going over to ask Dad for a shoulder ride. Did you get to see that? After he plays, at least he didn't wet him. He I giggled very hard about him sticking his index fingers into his father's ears and wiggling them. He did tickle,
Yeah,
tickle, tickle in Daddy's ears. And then
yeah.
when his dad told him to stop, man, he cocked that left arm up and pointed a hard thumb. And I could just, oh, please, 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 swing that bad boy in there. Elizabeth said I did. Oh, man. I was like, this kid's really going to do it. He's going to thumb jab his dad's ear on international screens. But see, go with your hunches. Kid was ready to roll. I was like, I really wanted him to, but not really. Hey, kid, you're on international screens sitting next to our president. I love your booger picking, but don't do that to your dad when he's trying to talk to the world. And something in the kid, man, you could see his hand just ready to go, thumb into the ear hard, and then he relaxed it and set it down. No patience. Look at him, Clint Eastwood eyes. I mean it, sir. Eyes off your children. I promise.
Well, as W.C. Fields said, never work with children or animals
Yeah.
because they'll steal the show every time.
He stole the show. I want
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're not the only
Nick.
one that brought up the kid. I mean, it's been all over the internet for a couple of days now.
Yeah, but everything I saw, everyone was just talking about how he was playing around, and they called Donald Trump his babysitter, and the people that hate Donald Trump said, how dare Elon Musk reduce Donald Trump to being a babysitter?
Well,
And
one
then
of
all
the
the people that love Donald Trump said, "You see what a good grandfather type of guy he is."
well, there's also a person who's come out saying, "Well, he doesn't support my baby, and that he's the baby's daddy."
Who,
And
Trump?
she's saying all, huh? Some female, I don't remember. I just remember it coming out, being saying, and which gave her a photo shoot. I think it was in the New York Times or New York Observer or something like that. And they're all from a high end exclusive apartment that that cost maybe $10,000 $20,000 a month. Oh
Who are
yeah, you're
they
really hurting,
accusing of
Randy.
being the baby daddy? Trump or Musk?
Musk.
Oh yeah, whatever. Well, they were doing that. He was DNA confirmed to be the daddy of number 13.
Okay, he can afford them.
Yeah, whatever. The problem is, it's not with his supposed A number one ladybug. But that's between
Uh,
them. I don't give a
yeah,
shit. I don't.
it
What are
was
they,
just something that
pagans?
popped
I
up.
don't know. Yeah, I don't care.
Okay, we want to go. Who you want to do next?
And the other big one that goes around, I don't know, all about Elon Musk all the time is about the trans child.
Whatever.
I don't, it's not my business. I
I'm
don't,
keeping my mouth shut on that one because I know how YouTube is about people that disagree with them.
well, that's all you have to say. I think they both speak their truth, and that's all I know about it. They don't agree with each other, and everybody I've heard of on either side of it saying whether or not that means anything of what kind of dad he is or what kind of human he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you are reading too much into it. I don't
I
read
was
that all that much into it. He's-
I was referring to something else, but that's okay. Ralph Bellamy, who was in Trading Places
Yeah, what about
with
it?
Eddie Murphy. Ralph Bellamar, or Bellamy rather. Not there's no R in it. Bellamy. Yep.
What about him? What are we doing with this?
Okay. He has been Theodore Roosevelt probably more than almost anybody, and he also is the most that looks like Theodore Roosevelt in several movies he's been in. He did one exclusively playing or about Theodore Roosevelt called "Rising at Campobello." Um,
Did I
he
read that
also
right? Did he pass away in 91?
could be,
Theodore Rue. It's Rue, right? Roosevelt.
yeah, Roosevelt. Row your boat.
No, it's Rue.
Rue,
Roosevelt.
Rue.
Rue. He's a Rue.
Well, I mean, he's done a movie about
Oh,
Roosevelt. He's played Roosevelt in Winds of War. I mean,
several
he's played Roosevelt
shows.
several times.
Let's see if we can get through it. His last role. Dang on, this dude's been busy.
Yeah.
His last role was Pretty Woman.
See, he
If you
played
don't
Roosevelt.
mind, I'm gonna. Do you mind, sir, if I look a little deeper into
No,
this fine person? Because I didn't know him by
no.
name.
He's a good actor. He's a great actor. He does serious roles as well as comedy. And he was born in 1987.
Born.
No, that's when eight 1887. Oh, you dummy.
No, he was born
1904.
'04. I was worried when I saw the passed away 91. I was like, oh, wait. Did this poor feller pass away very young? Sort of, if you call 87 young.
He played one of the brothers in Trading Places.
Yep. Gained prominence for Boy Meets Girl. That's a very big olden days 38. His Girl Friday. That's just much. Look at her outfit alongside Cary Grant. That form fitting, cinched up clothing. What is she trying to prove? True story. You'll see his Girl Friday and all the Wolfman 41. He has been
Yeah,
in everything.
Lon Chaney Jr. There it says
Rosemary's
sunrise at
Baby.
Campobello.
Yeah.
That's the one about Roosevelt.
In 58 was a play by American producer and writer Dor Sherry, based
But was
on
also in 1960 it
Franklin
was a movie.
Delano Roosevelt's struggle with polio. He was in Oh God, 77. George Burns. All right. And we might have a little photo of Ralph Bellamy and not just giving him credit as playing so many presidents. Man, check him out in the top hat. Once upon a
Yeah,
time, I wonder if he was playing the president there. He
probably
did.
not.
He did the comedies. He did the dramas.
But in the War of Remembrance and Winds of War, he played Roosevelt, and that's a mini series. That's the second half. That's War of Remember.
That was 88 to 89. War of Remembrance. Any idea when the
Bedroom
other one was? I closed the wiki page, sorry.
80s. That's all I remember. It was in the 80s. There, 83.
No, I mean where he was playing the president. Oh, that's it. The
That's
Winds
it.
of War.
Yep.
TV miniseries. Oh no, it has that Adolfo guy. Somebody played Adolfo. Ally McGraw. She's another famous.
Yep.
Robert Mitchum. Oh, there he is again. Jan Michael Vincent.
Yep.
One day we're gonna check in on him as well. Hopefully it's not bad news. Polly Bergen. Lisa Eilbacher is over there trying to give the side eyes, and you can't win, Lisa. The
Oh,
competition today is fierce. There she is
is
on the
that
screen.
is that Topol or Topol? Topol?
Yeah. Either way, you're right.
I've seen him in
I
a
don't
lot
know
of
how to
stuff.
say it. Oh yeah. David Dukes, not the guy local to me that I work with in the tree business. True story. I worked with a guy named David Dukes, and everyone would say, David Dukes, the actor? Look at the age of the person you're talking to, please. There's Peter Graves again.
Yeah.
Ralph Bellamy again. Gunther Meissner played Adolf. Very good,
He's
Gunther.
he does a good characterization of Hitler, but he doesn't look Hitler.
No, no, those photos up there, or it
Yeah.
started to play on the preview thing.
We don't need that.
It did not. I knew what it was supposed to be, but it didn't. Come on now. Tuck that mustache in a little at the edges.
And eat a few hamburgers.
Yeah. And the McGraw. Not the McBeal, the McGraw.
Love
Known, of
story.
course, for dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
I think the best thing came out of Love Story. It was a good movie, but the music.
Yep. I kind of like the movie. Again,
For when it came out, it was good music.
and it was a good movie for the style at the time, 1970. Again, on the stage, perfect.
Yeah.
On the film, no, not so much. But Goodbye Columbus is a good show. She's been in much. One day.
Convoy's a funny
Oh, yeah.
movie, which is a movie based on a song.
One day, Ally McGraw and whoever else. Let's find out who else. Chris Christopherson, that's another old Dale At's lonesome self. Ernest, love you, sir, cabby. Rip, you are the Duke. You are the A number one. And everything else. Burt Young. I set you up with my sister. I don't sweat you. Brother-in-law and Rocky. Seymour Castle.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cassie
One
Yates.
one day,
She's been
all
in
of you
quite a bit.
people. one day. You too, Cassie. I'm glad you're not trying to side eye, because I'd have to put Ladybug back up on the screen and show you. You lose. Yep. And that's the Winds of War. Jan
I'm just
Michael
saying,
Vincent.
Rob Bellamy played a very good Franklin. I'm just going to go by these quick. Hyde Park on the Hudson. Bill Murray as FDR.
Well, you're tearing those up. I'm going to pull up some hello photo of Ralph Bellamy. Do you have more?
Then you had Edward Herman as in Eleanor and Franklin. He did another very good job. Pete Bragan, Warm Spring. I don't know see it, so I don't know if he did a good Franklin. Eleanor and Franklin, the White House years. Again, Edward Herman, another one that's played him more than once. And those are the biggies that I can remember.
All right. And I made a note on the screen thing, but started scrolling the photo thumbnails of our fine Ralph Bellamy. I'm not going to scroll all of them. They thankfully have got a lot of photos of him.
Oh, yeah. He's been in a lot of things over the years.
But I was letting the images slide by while you were reading off your list or listing off your
And
memory
there's the
list.
two brothers from Trading Places.
Yep, there they are. Making a small wager. Wow, there's a suit. Playing his little guitar, ukulele, in the movie In the Line of Fire, that old telephone stuff. They misspelled ukulele and it took Clint Eastwood a while to remember. Oh, that's how they used to hide the message. If you put the letters onto the numbers of a phone, you get the
That one
decoded
with the
number
two guys and
message.
the one with the two guys and the one female. I can't remember her name.
Here in the middle left now,
Yeah.
her name is Beauty Hair, Lovely Smile. That is Rita Hayworth.
Yeah. The original Sweater Girl.
Nosher's leaning in. This lady's
Look at the hair.
smiling. She's
Can you
like,
imagine how much cream they had to put in their hair to get that look like that?
oh yeah. This lady's over there making her you die face. And she's smiling. She's like, you're gonna die. Masher. Leaning into my breath
Oh.
space. I believe that women have always been empowered. Look at all those ashtrays. Once upon a time in America. And now I got that ding danging love story song stuck in my own head. I put it in my own head. Look at the playing and trading cards of the movie stars and the movies. Used to be a thing. We've discussed it before. Sports fans, they used to do those with the shows as well. Bloom, 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 bloom. The Man Who Lived Twice. It was a fine, fine movie picture show. Destination unknown. Another one I like. Just spin the wooden wheel and find out where you end up. Little pal with young Mickey Rooney. Little pal. Hey, buddy. That's it. We scored all the photos of Madame. Your gam is showing. Check him out. Steady as a rock. I scrolled too fast. I didn't even scrolling back fast. Get in the groove, girl. You got to prove. I went too fast. The reason I'm scrolling back is to see if I can spot one where he was playing the president. Uh, 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 uh. Don't. Well, that must be. Maybe that is. I don't know. What is this? Haley's The Money Changers, 1976. Nope, that's not the president. Oh well. Thanks, Ralph Bellamy. We still got the 4 watching. Yay! Yay, 4 watching. Thank you. Don't. All right. Eastwood, let's get in the line of fire out of the way after a break. I need to take a break.
Okay.
But I need to make a note and mark the timestamps and put the X's on the X. I'm going to try to shake love story theme music out of my head. 28, 8:28 p.m. Eastern. Break. One break coming up at XX YYZZ. Back in the line of fire, 1993. Why'd you KIA that bird, a-hole? Soon, very soon, I'm going to get lost in the banks. Mm. So many bad puns and word twistings and word plays. There she is. You lose. Okay, be right back.
Hey, Patrick. Too bad I didn't know about that auction earlier.
All right, working my way back at it. Even then, the daggone hiccups are gonna start. Thanks, hiccups. It happens. Peek right over that blue line, lady. Peek right over that blue line. Oh my gosh. I can't handle it. In the line of fire. Copy. Copy that. Roger that. At the IMDb. It's another one. 10 out of 10. My favorite. They're all my favorites. 7.2. Blah and humbug. Somebody who hates Clint Eastwood is paying foreign something or others to set up IMDb accounts and downvote this movie. Or maybe it's John Malkovich, or Dylan McDermott, or Fred Thompson. Isn't Fred Thompson the one that crossed the line from acting to Congress? Fred Thompson. Yep, that are him. He was a lawyer, an actor, ripped in 2015. I made much ado about it. He was almost one of those politicians up there in Washington that wasn't there to be a part of the evil. Almost. He was often loud and proud about calling BS when it needed calling and not wasting a lot of time with goofy crap. Thanks for the memories, Fred Thompson. A lot of good movies. One day, leaving politics out of it. We'll put him on a list. Rene Russo. Look at her doing them hand tricks and coy smile tricks. You devil with two B's in the middle, you, Rene Russo. Every one of these people. We could do dedicated to them. Clint Eastwood, I already said at least 4 days. John Malkovich might be a whole day or a whole day and a half. Dylan McDermott is not as old and as busy as those two. Gary Cole, Fred Thompson, John Mahoney. It's a lot of credits over there. And so many others. We've discussed Tobin Bell. All anybody remembers him for is all 27 Saw movies. I don't know how many there really are. A lot of the Saw franchise he's involved in. He has been in much before and after. I don't remember. I apologize, sir. Let me check. Well, they don't have an end date on him. And it still says is, not was, at the IMDb. So yay. Yay. But there it is. Saw. Oh man, I forgot he was in Mississippi Burning. That's another one. Well done. Well done. The Firm. All kinds of stuff. Tobin Bell. It's another one. It's another career day. Let me read you the blurb. I'll try to keep it short and they don't have too many photos. I won't bore you too bad. Secret Service agent Frank Horrigan couldn't save Kennedy, but he's determined not to let a clever assassin take out this president. And it's all fiction. 1993. So many good stuff. I loved it. I could never see it enough. I see something new every time I watch it. Well, I don't know. I have to give him a little extra credit for if there's not enough room on the handle of your G words to not let your pinky get under it. I guess hold it like it's a teacup and get that pinky way out there. That's another reason I got to be careful with the Clint Eastwood movies. They'll turn into G word review. He's in a lot of movies with a lot of G words, including the biggest one on earth. So big it'll blow your head clean off. Now you have to ask yourself, did he use 5 rounds or 6? Well, you feel lucky, punk? Do ya? There it is. It's about to happen. See, when you're a big, giant, super apex male like Clint Eastwood, you can put your thumb down and get away with it. But Mr. Eastwood, please, sir, please. I know you did that just to test me. Would I dare say something about Clint Eastwood? In the most humblest and respectful way, His Honorable Majesty, Deity, Mr. Eastwood. If you demonstrate that, especially you, sir, tens of millions of people are going to try to flatter you by imitating you. And they don't have the perfect Everest, wonderful, almost deity, man hands of Clint Eastwood. And they will lose the G-word fight because of it. Sir, please. Please. Please with sugar, Clint Eastwood. I promise you. And this is in movie where she's relaxed and kicking back and leaning on his shoulder. Real world, if I ever got close enough to Clint Eastwood to reenact this scene right here, I sure would. And he'd probably unalive me, and I would unalived so happy. I played Rene Russo in the Line of Fire and laid up on Mr. Eastwood's shoulder. I'm only half playing here. I mean acting. I'm just joking. Just kidding. Look at his eyes. Did you say you were gonna look at my daughter? No, sir. Never. He did it. Oh, no, Renee. Here, slip is showing. And I'm staring at it. There she is. Giving the side eyes. Renee Russo. Oh, man, and her an outbreak? Fantastic. I have a good outbreak story. I wish I could remember the line. John Malkovich tells her, because he followed her home, nasty old bad boy, stalker. Oh, spoiler alert, but he tells her a line, something about, it is really a cool line, and something about her personality, and I can't remember. I'd have to look it up. Oh, Rene Russo. Are those external or internal lights in your eyes, madam? Please indicate. They're external. Don't give it away. I know. How about him? Is he a Terminator? One eye's lit and one eye's not. Did you time travel back here to identify Sarah Connor, sir? There. Made him have the side eyes. Oh no, Mr. McDermott. Please? There he is. See? He's been in other than Saw. Thumb up, sir. Thumb up. Get your thumb up. No thumb downs. Why does he keep talking about thumbs? Because Dylan McDermott, it's physics, not physical strength. See? There he goes. Putting the pinky under. Being unsafe with that. Yuck, yuck, you know, sir, if you hadn't done these sloppy things with your thumb behind the G word and all underneath and all this other, bravo for that one being straight. You wouldn't have lost this G word fight, I promise you. Spoiler alert, he lost that G word fight. Clint Eastwood, don't point it to the left where your partner's driving the car. Bye boy, point it into a safe direction, or the safest possible, like the engine block. If you have to do this madness in a vehicle, make sure it's pointed into the engine. You would rather disable the engine of your vehicle than your partner. Sir, when you're the top of the world like you are, people are going to try to mimic and imitate you. Please, Mr. Eastwood. I mean, somebody else said it. I just read it. I read it. Yeah, that's what happened. Run, John Malkovich, run. Nothing, SWAT. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Boom, 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 boom. Don't put your pinky under. Don't see. The other guy did so much better. Why? He learned how to do all those tricks in Saw. All this madness. The problem is, I know why they're doing it this way, because Mr. Eastwood has an eye for the reality, and this is how real cops and Secret Services act. Everybody waving them around everywhere with improper safety and handling skills. Well played. I hope they were very safe. No rust enabled stuff. Go look it up yourself. Watch the movie. If you don't know what this is in his hands, go watch the movie. Why wouldn't I say anything about his thumb behind it? Because it has no moving parts in the back. That's why. Oh, Rene Russo, my heart. My heart. Right next to the beauty face. If that went off right then, what would happen? 200,000 cosmetic surgeries later, you would still have discolored patches. Thumb up, John Malkovich. Thumb up. They're not Clint Eastwood, apex man, almost deity hands, but they are not bad hands. Because you can get away with that, you do it. And I know you're imitating and mimicking Clint Eastwood. Who wouldn't? Break the mold, John Malkovich. Break the mold. See, there it is again. Aim high. Thumb up. Okay? Mr. Eastwood goes to the first joint on the index finger on a revolving G word. Because he knows it's going to slip to there anyway on that 12.5-pound trigger pull. Saw guy, thumb up. Get that pinky out from under the gun. There, I had just given you points, and now you go and do this. Bad boy. C minus. Take that. LAPD on the streets of the city. Better make it last. A very good to me, very hard to find and not well known movie. And they made up their own theme song for it. Excuse me, sir. Why is your finger on that? Sir, sir. Let me poke you in your eye. There you go. I'm gonna keep doing that. Oh, and I'll poke it right up your nose and mine me out some gold to rub on the president's desk. Because you why? Because you got your booger hooked on the bang switch. Look at this guy back here. You think I wouldn't see you? Hiding in the shadows with that same bad stuff happening right behind the Rene Russo? Take one up your nose, too. Bad boy. Frankie. Oh, no, that's just Frank. Sorry. He said, woo, woo. Man, John Malkovich, you are the cat's meow. You ain't no Clint Eastwood, but you can be the cat's meow. Bad boy. Bad, bad, bad boy. You know, this is why you lost the G word fight, sir. He didn't in real life. In the movie. In the movie. Don't ever put one of those next to your face like that. If it can be pointed straight up, it can be pointed straight down. Just as safely. Just as easily. It's 90 degrees of motion either way. Why'd you kill that bird, a-hole? Yeah, I did good. Look at Rene Russo said he did that well. I didn't. I can't mimic anybody's voice, let alone the John Malkovich. Cheetah. Meow. Cheetahs don't say that. There it is. Horrigan. I'm gonna take a couple of pew-pews for this guy is the in-movie president. Am I taking too long on this movie? Too bad. So sad. When drawing from concealment, first you must remove the concealment. Oh, unless it's a building. You can't exactly move the building. Move the G word around the building, not the building around the G word. In the lie of fire, fire, fire. Are you threatening me? I can imitate that voice. Hey guys, you need a voice actor for the, I don't even remember which one it is. Cornholio character. Pop quiz. Why wouldn't I say anything about him shouting with both eyes open? Because he's not going for distance. And that G word has no sights on it. He knows what he's doing. He's point shouting. Go see the guy that Taron Butler. He does all the training for the stars for the movies, which is why they all reload, unload, and load up and to the left, back and to the left, back and to the left. It's called workspace stuff. And I hate him for it. Yeah, where were you on the night? Yeah, mug. Yeah, mug. No, that's not what happened. There it is. That's the bank where the lady works. That John Malkovich said something about her pleasantness or something. Man, what a line. But you got to be that good of an actor to pass that kind of line. And they didn't show any of the photos. Wait, oh, okay, here we are. Oh, that's it, done. Uh, go back to the top. Was it at top? Wicked, coming soon. Or maybe already there. I don't know. Where she was all leaned up on his shoulder. One of the lines he gives to her throughout the movie is that he knows things about people. And where that line, one time he's sitting on the stairs there and she's walking away. And the line that was in, the whole line was in yesterday's description. Sorry, hiccups. The partial line is in today's description. Sorry, scrolling. Somebody writes too much description. Frank Horrigan says when she's Rene Russo character is walking away, if she looks back, it means she's interested. And then she gives him the look back over the shoulder. And he smiles. And he says, because he knows things about people. Well, everything in context, Frank. Every little the thing in context. See the thumbnail image. And so here we go. But later on, he tells her that because he knows things about pigeons. Yay. Such a good movie. When the woman gives you this look back, it's not because she's interested. It's because she's in control. You lose. Even before the game began, she won. Make yourself into that little yellow hearty smiley face and be happy that she didn't red rum you. She just did that to you. But I understand. In context, in the movie. Clint Eastwood's right. He's always right. Even when he's testing me about that thumb. It's too late. I don't think he's making acting parts of movies anymore. But in case you're directing, sir, you can convince the next you, which there never will be another Clint Eastwood. Not to me, certainly. But the era, the world, it's entirely different. We can't have another Clint Eastwood. Any influence you have, sir, to convince people not to demonstrate what you don't want people in the real world to repeat by flattery of imitation? I guess. I tried. I spoke it out into the internet. Mm. All right. I did all those. I guess we're going to have to go to double 2008, which is going to lead back to this. Elizabeth Banks. Small letter A, just because I felt like it just when I wrote this earlier. I forgot you were there. See the movie Tombstone. Because I really did. And then thought number B. Were you listening to me, Neo? Or were you looking at the woman in the red dress? Question mark. Codename Morpheus. And so we are going to relive that in a moment. After I try to get through. Double. I'm going to walk through how did Elizabeth Banks or President and then lilted at the end? Question mark. How did this happen? And how am I going to do I think these are lines from the song at the bottom of the description. My dreams, oh yeah, they are. This is from Sweet Ballroom Blitz. My dreams are getting so strange. I'd like to tell you everything I see when we get to Hello Photo on Toast, Elizabeth Banks. That all started with me looking up President movies. And this one I remember. I remember seeing Double. We're heading that way. We're getting there. Almost there. Stay on target. Hey, I didn't do bad. I only took 25-ish minutes For In the Line of Fire, I could have talked for 5 hours about that 2 hour movie. And sat here and half recited all the lines to you and gone and looked up those perfect lines that, man, if you could say stuff like that to the whoever you're attracted to, you would win, just like John Malkovich did. They would open their door and their heart. Oh, oh. Almost there. Stay on target. And paste. Double 2008. A quick refresher. Reefer. Let's take a quick reefer. Madness. Reefer Madness is another movie we could play with. Refresher. On what? Red dress. Elizabeth. Bags. Question marks and exclamation point. Well, here we go. W. Period. IMDb. There it is. Oh, wait. It's rated 6.3. That might be fair. At the IMDb. Yeah. This is again. Hit the third or fourth Oliver Stone storyboard that happened today. Man, I'm going to be mad if it's changed. If the picture's changed. I don't think I took a screenshot this morning. It was earth shattering. Or, no, it was just made me gigglies. It's a Oliver Stone twist. No, they call it a dark comedy, but a docudrama and a political drama and kind of a satire. Okay, 6 to 7, I guess fair. But here's what happened. I scrolled down to remind myself who else is in it. Besides Josh Brolin, I remembered that, and he's another one. It's been a long time. And I remember I got me some fanboy hotses for the Sandy Newton as well. Oh, and Jeffrey Wright. Handsome feller. Look at that. Look at that head. All these famous as peoples. But when I scrolled down here, Colin Hanks, I said, wow, there's a lady in a red dress. And I thought, The Matrix. That's why the quote line is in there. I have almost all of The Matrix memorized as well. Forward and backwards. Sorry, I had to take a drink. She took my breath away and dried out my mouth. Elizabeth Banks, you red dresser, you. But I did. I scrolled down here and I thought, who is this? The woman in the red dress. Were you listening to Josh Brolin as W? Or were you looking at the woman in the red dress and got yourself unalived in your Matrix training program? The latter. She caught my eye. You know, it's a very low-cut red dress. Some of us are likely to notice. Could happen. I watched it. I don't know. Maybe 6 is fair. We're going to do hello photo. Double. Just like Woody Harrelson in that other one. I never got immersed in this story so much that I was like, oh, yeah. I'm feeling it now. I'm feeling it. That's the younger George Bush. Never, not for a second. That's Josh Brolin playing that role, which is fine. Lots of the famous people She does make a mighty fine, Laura Bush. I promise you. Sorry, Miss Laura Bush. She improved you. Mrs. Madame, you are certainly a lovely, lovely woman, former First Lady and Empress Bush. No one could ever convincingly portray themselves as Condoleezza Rice. She's another amazing superhero. Don't let your politics get a hold of you, Elizabeth. I think I have heard you say you didn't like the Condoleezza. I'm just playing. I admire Condoleezza Rice for being extremely high IQ and being able to jangle the keys on the piano. If the goofs were convinced that tan, it's not a correct way to say it, the way us gutter peasants talk, you know. If tan and bumps on your chest was to win the White House, the Democrats probably should have chose Condoleezza Rice instead of Kamala Harris. Just saying, my opinion. Well, that's all the photos of in movie. I don't have anything to say about people outside on standing around in the world when they're real people. The guy from Jaws, he was good. Wasn't even listed in the top billing. This guy, he was not listed. I can't remember his name. Was I ever convinced for 1 second that that poor little feller was Dick Cheney? Not a chance. Oh no, I mean this guy. The guy from Jaws. I was just teasing. Double. It's fine. It's fine. It's not good. It's not bad. It's just a movie. It's utterly unremarkable to me. I only put it on the list because I have seen it only once. I will never watch it again. Sorry, Josh Brolin. And because of me putting it on the list and wanting to go refresh my brain and get the year correctly, I said, "Oh, lady in the red dress. Who are you?" She is Elizabeth Banks, number 2. I didn't know there was. That's a Roman numeral too. Get off my screen, you bad preview. Which is why down below in the description it says QE2 Who Canoe. Again, the destiny of it all. Queen Elizabeth II, Her Royal Majesty, recently passed. It's very. I don't know that I would ever hear a proper British anything, whether they're citizenry or just property of the state of England, the Empire of Britain, do something as crass as reduce HRM's Queen Elizabeth II to any less syllables than that. They might not even say the HRMs out loud. They might say Her Royal Majesty, Her Honorable, Her Venerable, all her titlers. The British are very serious about their royalty. But in America, we do things like call Queen Elizabeth II QE2. And in case you didn't hear me in previous live streams, because you didn't see those yet, I once upon a time met HRMQE2. Very carefully instructed where to look, how to stand, and do not say anything. If she says these certain words, you are to say thank you and nothing else. If she doesn't say those words, don't speak. I followed my instructions. She didn't say those words. I did not dare say thank you. And I didn't dare call her QE2, not to any of her people either. And then along comes 2008 and the financial crisis, and we had quantitative easing. They didn't number round one, they just called that QE. Round two, that we're still paying for to this day. Part of the problem we're having is now 15 years old. With the bank bailouts called quantitative easing. So round two was known as
Back.
QE2. Hello, welcome back. And I said, oh, I'm just repeating my Queen Elizabeth and quantitative easing, both number twos, and why it says in the description that when I happened across this lady in a red dress, the amazing
Yeah.
Elizabeth Banks, and she has a Roman numeral 2 after her name at IMDb.
Probably because
So I
there's
said,
another Elizabeth Banks.
yeah. But I said to myself, oh, yet another Queen Elizabeth II. Which leads back to the original QE2, Queen Elizabeth II, and QE2, quantitative easing, second round.
Well, I found a kind of a list of presidents that have been portrayed in movies and the actors that portrayed them. It's a long list, and then it goes into TV shows.
Oh well, we're going to have to hold off on that and see how long this takes. Because I already
Okay.
got started down the road of this fine part of today, which would be Elizabeth Banks, the lady of the thumbnail,
Well,
HRN. She needs knighting and everything else.
when we get to certain Charles Heston, he's played two presidents.
Very good. And it happened. So what's happening is, I'm going to say, either you got to play a president and make me whole, Miss Elizabeth, born Elizabeth Mitchell. And man, what a mess. I can't believe she's that. I think they're fibbing about her age. I didn't read any of this bio stuff earlier. Elizabeth Banks was born Elizabeth Mitchell in Pittsfield, a small city in Berkshires in western Massachusetts, near the New York border. Okay, that easily. I said, who's that lady in the red dress? And I found out. Let's begin at the beginning. See y'all. Because a lot of the modern stuff I haven't seen. And the rest of you that, when I say who canoe and you canoe, good for you. I didn't canoe. I didn't remember. I didn't remember her as, she wasn't a perfect portrayal of Laura Bush. But she didn't appear to look like her. She got, yay. I don't know what a Surrender Dorothy is. 1998. She started out approximately 24 years old. Oh, but Elizabeth Banks, you have to go either play a president or run for president and win so that you make me whole in today's rules. I started to watch. Third watch is available, and I didn't recognize her from that because I've only seen maybe 2 or 3 episodes, sort of. I wasn't paying enough attention. It was not good to
Yeah,
me. And I don't know how much she's in it. The
I just
exploits
couldn't
of
get
a
into
group,
it.
yeah, I couldn't either. It didn't hold me in. The exploits of a group of men and women who serve New York City as police officers, firefighters, and paramedics in the fictional 55th Precinct. It's a cop drama, action crime drama. And you would think I could find something, oh man, emergency responders, first responders, and coppers. Real ones, TV ones. And nope, I just could not get into groove. Maybe someday. It's available to watch in all kinds of places. I found out earlier today, I didn't scroll this far back in her career, but I did see in one of the photos, All My Children, 1999. What? And All My Children. That's the one that friend in my life was addicted to All My Children and on and on. 2 previous streams, I couldn't remember
Did she
the,
call them her stories?
no. That's what
I
old,
assume you've heard that term before, referring
oh
to
yeah,
soap operas. These are my
my wife's
stories.
parents, yeah, everybody. They call them programs or stories. They don't ever call them shows or TV shows. They said my stories. But no, this was a young people, not a. Anyway, young people was addicted not to the show because of the show, All My Children, but because it's got Susan Lucci in it. She was all the rage once upon a time in America. All the magazines, all the, you know, seen on the streets, paparazzi chasing her everywhere, all that. Uninvited. Miss Elizabeth Banks played Lady Reporter as Elizabeth Marisol Mitchell. And I'm not going to say all them syllables. I'm just going to call her Madam President. Because one day she'll have to make good my President's Day parade that involves mostly her. Lady, you're on the stage with Clint Eastwood now. Come on. Fix this. I'll write a quick short. Make a short movie starring you as the first woman president. I have not, that I remember seeing uninvited, especially not enough to remember Lady Reporter. Man, every time, it's amazing how when you pull up movies off her movie resume, there's that picture of her in that red dress again. It just keeps happening. Who could explain it? Shush. All you don't, just shush. Don't pick on me. I'm smitten. I've seen 1 or 2 pieces or blips of Sex in the City ever. I saw the year 2000 Shaft. I just remember kind of half awake, half asleep, thinking, if, hey, EFAP guys, can we talk someday? Thinking in the year 2000, can't they just write a new story and leave it alone? Just make the movie and don't call it what some of us remember under that name. Just call it Samuel L. Jackson in another Samuel L. Jackson movie and go on with your bad self. All the famous people: Vanessa Williams, Samuel Jackson, Christian Bale, Jeffrey Wright. I keep talking about him, and one day, sir. Dan Hedaya, one day, sir. Buster Rhymes. Man, everybody's in it. I'm just going to scroll it sort of slow so people looking at it can see it. This is not at all inclusive of who all, including President Banks, Madam President, if I may, was in Shaft 2000. I just remember seeing the credits and no after credit scene and thinking, well, that's over with, done, never again. I don't remember seeing Ordinary Sinner. The 2002 Spider-Man, not the Amazing Spider-Man. This is the Spider-Man with Kirsten Dunst. I can say her name, but ever since she was the star of Marie Antoinette. If you hear me say Marie Antoinette, and I'm not talking about the ancient French lady who got her head in a basket, I'm speaking of Kirsten Dunst. That's my code name for her. The famous one's face up and one's upside down, smooch smooch Spider-Man. I apologize. Look, J.K. Simmons. The many people were in that 2002 Spider-Man. I didn't remember Elizabeth Banks. It's been since 2002 since I've seen it. I've seen Swept Away. Oh, dude. I don't remember anything about it. And she was the star. Oh, no. Madonna was the star. Sorry, Madonna. Look, she was number 4. She was the star. What, pray tell, number does the IMDb? 3.6. They're very generous. Madonna has not acted in much that's very good. And I have never seen Evita. I want to. I believe me and my wife both love Catch Me If You Can, based on a true story. And my wife actually saw live when the guy, Frank Abagnale Jr., Abagnale, he would come and give little seminars or clinics at local colleges or whatever to teach college students and stuff. Hopefully, not how to crack the computers and forge their grades. Very good story with all the star power in it. I don't remember. Well, there she is in that red dress. I mean, Miss Elizabeth Banks. I only remember you in that movie. I didn't remember at all that it was even a true story. I don't remember her in the movie. It's a very complicated, true story of a guy that made out that he was a doctor in a hospital, an airline pilot, and he was none of the above. Very good at forging financial instruments as well. I do remember her in Seabiscuit. But the only thing my wife and I truly remember, look, it's got Spider-Man again. There's Jeff Bridges, he was Tron. Chris Cooper. We've talked about One Day. Chris Cooper, One Day, sir. It's a horse racing movie about a horse that I like a lot. I wasn't the big Secretariat fan. What drove me to want to be around the sport of kings was, in my era, the famous gelding John Henry. Hey. Uh, 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 uh. I don't know who it was. voice. Might have been narrator voice. But the true story of undersized Depression-era racehorse whose victories lifted not only the spirits of the team behind it, but also those of their nation. Seabiscuit was a big business. That's why in all the cartoons, the old broken down horses are always named Flea Biscuit. If you ever wondered. If you didn't, well, now you know something else. In this movie, they said something about the heart, and that's Santa Anita Racetrack, I believe. Might be Arlington, but they're all built the same sort of way.
Isn't there a statue of Seabiscuit in Kentucky? Or is that in California?
Oh man, I don't know. There's probably statues of Seabiscuit everywhere. And John Henry too.
I'm talking, this is the statue's at one of the racetracks.
Oh, I'm sure there are. But my wife and I both still tell each other often, and we only saw this movie once. Somebody's telling something about the heart of Seabiscuit and why Seabiscuit always wins. And they said, some other horse ran up, some famous horse ran up, and then Seabiscuit gave him the old look in the eye and then left him in the dust. And the old look in the eye, we both laughed and appreciated it so much we both still say it all the time. Like if someone's trying to pass you on the interstate highway or the freeway, she'll say, "Oh, they are coming up on your left. Give them the old look in the eye." She's a little bit of a movie nerd. I'm a giant movie nerd. But okay, they did a good job in Seabiscuit, and they got me that line. It's a little something for me and Mrs. to have between us. Elizabeth said I was supposed to be a groom in old man clothes and hat, but had to have surgery instead. I did go to the Jockey Memorial Fund premiere at Santa Anita. Took tickets before the dinner, met all the, oh my gosh, Elizabeth, my mother. Did you meet Elizabeth Banks before I realized all these years later that I'm quite smitten with her? Met all the stars, etc., sat next to the big screenwriter and got to sit in the front row with the old jockeys, new jockeys, and others at the premiere. Cool. So, yeah, I haven't seen Stella Shorts, 1998 to 02, Woman at Yoga Class. Direct to video release. It's rated high. I don't know what it is. Now I really want to see it because of my new favorite actress. There she is in that red dress again. You're just gonna keep doing it to me, aren't you, lady? Maybe I don't want to see it. Stella is a three-man comedy troupe from New York City, comprised of well-known comedians and actors. Blah blah blah. Those are three have made a living performing at comedy clubs. They are perhaps best known for I don't know what all this is. Never mind. I don't want to see it. Maybe one day I'll see it. I don't remember the trade. I'm not even gonna look at that one. It's called Sexual Life. I can't think those kind of impure thoughts. I know because I survived the first Spider Dash Man that I probably saw. I think I bought like the collection 1 and 2 DVDs or something. I know I've seen it. I just don't remember a single thing about it. Looking at all these names is not helping. I could probably go look at photos. Alfred Molina as the
Doc
uh
Ock.
oh, okay. Thank you, sir. I could, my brain froze. I'm so not into it, I couldn't remember the name. Yeah. And obviously, like I would give Seabiscuit a 9. And obviously, the Spider-Man fans that Spider-Man is enough are keeping that up where I'd be like 5, 4, 3, 2. I've seen Heights advertised, O5. I don't remember seeing it. The sisters. Stella. That's I remember wanting to see The Sisters 2005. Not, and she's top billing, but I'm sorry, Elizabeth Banks. I'm sorry. My heart truly belongs to Mary Stuart Masterson. Just saying. It happened. Your benefit would have been that, but I can't remember it. And all the guys, Tony Goldwyn, he's quite the handsome feller. This is one of those the beautiful people shows. Everybody so beautiful people, Maria Bello. I don't remember what the story is. We're gonna find out. Based on Anton Chekhov's The Three Sisters, about siblings living in a college town who struggle with the death of their father and try to reconcile relationships in their own lives. It doesn't really sound like my kind of movie. I just, oh, Mary Stuart Masterson, you're in it? I'll watch it. True story. Goes back to my childhood and her acting career. She was in a lot of shows and motion picture shows that I thought were good shows. And then I just give her too much credit. I saw the 40-year-old virgin once. I don't remember anything about it except hated it. Comedy in '05 had gone too young for 35-year-old me. And I don't like Steve Carell. I'm sorry, Mr. Carell. I just don't. I don't get you. You're too young and witty for me. I'm too old and set in my ways. I don't like Seth Rogen. I don't know who Catherine Keener is. She has a lovely smile. I recognize a lot of these faces, but whatever. It just really. Oh, I remember Nair for short shorts. Yes, I remember waxing of the chest a little bit now that I saw the picture. Nope, not for me. Daltrey Calhoun, I did not see. I have seen advertised, and I might have tried and didn't realize that, you know, 15 years or 19 years from now, you're going to see her in a red dress and then get all googly eyed over, well, my crystal ball wasn't functioning that day. Again, it's the James Gunn guy that everybody says, oh, he wrote it and directed it? 10. I'm like, okay, maybe, I don't know. A small town is taken over by an alien plague, turning residents into zombies and all forms of mutant monsters. And that sounds like something that would be right up my alley. And yet, Either I didn't ever watch it, or I watched it and my mind said, let's pretend we never watched it. It was that bad. Invincible. Not the see us on. It's another football movie. Has Mark Wahlberg, which is probably why I don't remember it or probably haven't seen it because it's a football movie. I know it's not about the sport of football. They have television for that. You know, like games in particular. But it's a detractor for me. I can't get into. And this is a docudrama, biography, and drama. If I would get over my, I don't want to hear any football stuff. Based on the story of Vince Papale. I don't know. I tried, sir, Vince, sir. A 30-year-old bartender from South Philadelphia who overcame long odds to play for the NFL's Philadelphia Eagles in 1976. Sounds great. I should give the movie a watch. Oh, look, there's Spider-Man 3. I've never seen it. And never will. Sorry, Elizabeth Banks. You only have so much influence over me. Even to this day. I've seen Meat Bill around. I have not watched it. Red Claws, we discussed previously. Has a lot of actors that I might call. I guess we discussed it the other day with Rachel Weisz. Rachel Weisz. But Vince Vaughn is a negative to me. And Santa Claus shows are a negative to me. I don't think I've seen it. It's just me again. Did you say you'd seen some of Comanche Moon or all of it, George?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Definitely, maybe. I've seen, I just didn't realize that many moons from now, on a President's Day in particular, you're gonna get all weird. And we just discussed it the other day. This movie is about these two up top. My lady in the red dress didn't even make the billing. So I don't remember her in it. There she is, in a clip. Definitely maybe. A political consultant tries to explain his impending divorce and past relationship to his 11-year-old daughter. It's okay. I liked it. It didn't hate it. Not good, not bad, especially because it has Ryan Reynolds in it. That's another not a draw to me. It's a negative. Sorry, Bill, that's your dude, but meet Dave. Nope. Lovely, still we talked about the other day for someone else. I don't remember who. Oh, Martin Landau, Ellen Burstyn. She's got third billing in this one. I don't think I've seen it. Okay. Thanks, Lovely, still. Uh, you would think a guy like me could say, yada yada. All right, let's make prawn. Let's go check it out. With a name like that, it's got to have some wiggly and gigglies. But it has Seth Rogen, which I've said. It's just several times today. Probably not. This is that new age comedy stuff full of all that wit and sarcasm that old farts like me just can't get. Might actually offenses me and not make me go, wasn't that schlocky value witty? And I love me some Tom Savini. That is the Tom Savini. Yeah, well, oh look, that guy, Kevin Smith. It's a raunchy comedy, I bet. So that's why I would not go, oh, possibly worth watching. No, probably not. It's probably 2 hours of what's the famous meme before meme was a word? Viral video. Two girls, one cup. I imagine it being that kind of thing. Scat. Scatological proportions. I don't know any of these others. Oh, look, they released some deleted scenes in '09. Yay. I've never seen any of Scrubs. I don't know what a big breaks short is. Probably nobody does. The next 3 days, 2010. What is it? Russell Crowe, Liam Neeson. And here's the sad. I've seen it. It left no mark. Not even the lady in the red dress. I know I have seen it. A married couple's life is turned upside down when the wife is accused of red rum. It must not have been bad. I don't remember thinking that's a bad movie. Here we go again. She has lent her skills to many of these. A comedy centered on an idealist who barges into the lives of his three sisters. And it just had nothing for me, so I haven't watched it. I figure if George had anything to say about any of them, he'd have said it by now. So I'm just going to keep on trucking.
I might have seen the Hunger Games.
Well, I've seen the Hunger Games, and I've seen Man on a Ledge. I just didn't realize that was her in it until today. I haven't seen Just a Little Heart Attack short. Anything that says short on it, most of the world hasn't seen. After about 2015, it might be available for digital viewing, but I just don't click them. I'm become so habitual. Oh, skip it, skip it, skip it. I miss out on much, I guess. Man on a Ledge, and I've got it on my history list to try to watch it again. It it's okay, and I kept thinking, and she's not hard to look at, not knowing even who she was or whatever. And it's an okay story ish, but I just zoned out and life happens, especially after 12 and by 2014 and 15 were hard on me. I don't have a lot of recollections of much but angry stuff. So I skip it. But you can go see Man on the Edge. One day I'm gonna finish it up and rewatch it. And the Hunger Games, I've watched probably all of them. I hope all of them. I haven't missed some. They all became available on all the services free with ads for a while. I was like, all right. I had seen the original one. I probably bought the DVD because why not? Hmm. But I'm not a fan and I'm not an anti-fan. I didn't hated it and I don't love it. And I ground my way out of the last one or two or whatever. I don't remember how many Hunger Games as there are. The last ones were like, all right, hurry up. I'm letting you in my eyes. Get done. I'm done with you. I will be able to tell anybody who ever asks, "Oh, did you see the Hunger Games?" Yep, all of them. Oh, what'd you think? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Should I clap or not? I don't know. I don't remember people like Us 12 or Pitch Perfect. I don't think. Oh, we happened across this the other day from someone else, and I didn't even realize because look, in Pitch Perfect, for whatever got us to Pitch Perfect, it might have been Rebel Wilson. She's not here in her red dress, so I didn't say, "Hey, who's the lady in the red dress?" And the line from The Matrix. No Family Guy, no Robot Chicken. I don't know what a movie 43 is. It's got a small clothed cartoon woman on the cover. It's got that dude that everybody hates right now. Lots of famous people. So many so famous people. Oh, there's Kate Winslet. Isn't she the one made famous by Titanic?
I don't know.
There's beautiful Hugh Jackman. Dennis Quaid again. So many famous people that Queen Elizabeth Banks, number two, in her lovely red dress, ain't in the top cast. There's some more Hunger Games. I don't know what a Thames Valley is. Facing the Crowd. Nope. It's a short. Never seen or heard of Little Accidents. Don't know what a Phineas and Ferb is. Never seen. I have never seen the Lego movie, and it wouldn't do any good because she was just a voice in an animated movie. If you see one that you want to stop on, George, say so. All right, I'm going to stop reading these.
Keep going. I haven't seen anything I've watched yet.
There's Magic Mike XXL. I have not seen it. And
Neither have I.
here's how that goes. Remember the other day when we were doing the meat market on something?
Well,
Remember this photo we looked at a couple live streams or a few live streams ago? But we were concentrating on the man meats.
yep.
Well, there she is right there. And I remember making a comment about how she was wearing them stripy pants quite well. But I promise you, I didn't look up here at her face. I was looking right down there at the white part of her pants. I apologize, ma'am. I did it. I succumbed to the failings of the lizard brain man. Oh, the Hunger Games. Short. Asteroids Short. Power Rangers. 2017. The movie version. I haven't seen it. Probably not going to. These are all TV series I don't know of. Oh, Pitch Perfect number 3. Nope. I have seen advertised somewhere, either buy a rent or whatever. Happy Time Murders. It didn't look like something I wanted to watch. Never heard of Brightburn. The 2019 Charlie's Angels. Not at all. I like the eye candy of the 1970s one. I did watch whatever year it was, 99, 2000, something. Dang you, stupid.
Well, I did see the Charlie's Angel, but then I wasn't the one in control of the media.
Back in the day. The old one with
Oh, I
Lucy
saw the old
Liu.
one. Yeah, but I don't know the new one, 2019. Is that the one with Drew Barrymore? Drew Barrymore's
Yeah,
granddaughter.
Oh, hell if I know.
Drew something.
I didn't know Drew Barrymore was old enough to have a granddaughter.
Grandfather. She
I
was
don't.
named for her, I think her grandfather or great grandfather. No,
That's
that's not the one with Drew Barrymore.
right. The Drew Barrymore one was like 2001 or 1999 or
Okay.
something. So
And no, I didn't see that one.
this one has I don't remember what Kristen Stewart is known for. Can't remember.
Because the one I'm thinking about also has Drew Barrymore
Lucy
and
Liu
yeah, Lucy Liu in it.
and the
But I
other,
saw the one back in the 70s, most definitely.
yeah, the super. She seems tall and very thin. Uh, I can't think of her name. She was in that movie where they gelled her hair with man juice.
Uh huh.
That lady, the blonde lady. I don't know what a call Jane is. Mm. I'm never going to go suffer being utterly shocked by the boys for anything.
I know who the Simpsons are.
Yeah, she was in one episode in 2023. Yeah,
So I haven't seen any of their stuff. A
I haven't
mistake.
seen any of the 2024 stuff, but that's all right. Can't decide. All right, I've done the career. Shall we do hello photo?
Please no.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
I think I've seen 3 movies out of her entire career.
That's meaningless. Still don't get it, sir. It's the association game. Just say what comes to mind as long as it doesn't get us kicked permanently off the YouTube. It's training yourself to operate your brain and flex your brain muscle in the association game way. The photo image comes up. What does
If
your
it's not
mind tell you?
dwarven, it's
Huh?
you said to say the first thing came into my brain, and it was if it's not dwarven, it's
I don't
ends with an
understand.
app. CR app. If it's not dwarven, it's CR app.
Dwarven?
Dwarven. Yes. D
Meaning of
W.
dwarfs?
Yes, of dwarf. Made. If it's not dwarven, it's never mind.
I don't understand.
You didn't pay that close attention in the Lord of the Rings series.
I No, I hated it.
I'm doing off the book.
Oh,
It's a summing. It wasn't a direct quote. It was a saying that came out of it.
okay. Well, anyway, I'm gonna do hello photo with the lovely, lovely Elizabeth Banks. Look,
Well, the pink. It.
there she is, alongside John. What's his name? Goodman.
All I can say is those outfits. It.
Exactly. You and I both, sir. And the hair and everything.
Yes.
But I think it was designed to be that way. And then we'll get us scrolling. There's that dude. I don't like him. I mean,
Her
I
in
don't
that
think he's
pokey
funny.
dotted. She looks cute in that pokey dotted dress.
Over here?
Yeah. Isn't that her? Just
Yeah.
for the. She looks cute there.
Okay. Very good. Look at how perfectly straight her hand is aligned with her wrist.
Eh.
and smiling. A very nervous smile because the Patrick Stewart has his hand upon her shoulder. Look, she doesn't have bionic eyes. How do you know I know? Because she has to use binoculars. Normally I would complain about women in sweatpants. I will not complain. Yay. Good job. Sweatpants and like a sport jacket or a suit jacket.
And the picture below that, young ladies that have no sense of style.
I think this is the new Charlie's Angels. It is 2019.
Well, they need to get a new costume designer because they
They
have
are
no sense of style.
they are purposely trying to, that's what the
Stand
new
out.
age kids are doing. No, trying to make old taters like me go, why do you have to do this? Because it upsets you. That's why. That's why we have to do it.
It didn't upset me. I just one's colorblind. One, wearing high heels to do any kind of action is stupid. You break an ankle. And leopard, that's polyester with leopard skin spots. Ew.
Right, and that's why they do it. I didn't mean to upset you personally, sir. I said they do it because it upsets, let's say, me and my ilk.
Uh,
Because we're the young people, and we're going to show you old people you were wrong. All right,
I just
you
said
you
they're not getting
win.
my $2.
Yeah, I'll. They're not getting my. Did you say hours?
No, I said they're not getting my $2.
Yeah, they're not getting my 2 hours either. I can come right here and have 2 hours of fun, absolutely saying, "You look like an Australian's nightmare." That's a line from this Spinal Tap, I think.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what that machine is, but she looks good holding it.
it looks like a typewriter of sorts.
And I don't know what show this is, but scrolling these photos earlier, I did notice. Let's see if it happens to George. My mind told me something. Starting with this photo. And not about any of the rest of them. About these, either
Hip
boot
hugger
cut.
bell bottoms.
Yeah, they're either bell bottoms or wide boot cuts.
No, those are bell bottoms.
Mm.
Unless she's thunder thighs, which I don't think so. Looking at that belly,
Yeah, I look
it's
at her belly too. But here we go, George. And maybe you just didn't see enough of it, or you have better things to do.
her
And I
painted
never
toenails.
watched any of it. No, that's those wooden brown leather and wood shoes. They really
Oh,
did good. Look at the little checkerboard Vans. The problem with
yeah,
that
deck
is he's
shoes.
wearing socks in his Vans. Dude. OH
Oh, those
no.
are a particular type of deck shoe. I just know that's what they call a deck shoe.
Yeah, those are Vans.
Oh, see, it's a typewriter. It's there on the porch.
Yep, there it is. All I can think seeing these pants is besides, I'd like to help her get in and out of them as many times as I could, is I know
Well,
what
there's
happened to the car from Starsky and Hutch. I know where that car went to live, and that's what my mind told me.
all I can say is they're mixing some metaphors here because the typewriter and her clothes are from the 70s, and that flashlight is from the 80s.
Well, they
I know I
tried. It's called Wet Hot American Summer, first day of camp, 2015. I don't
whatever.
remember seeing that in her credits list, but I was scrolling kind of fast. I
All
don't
I
know
can
what
say
the
is
hell it
whatever.
is. I don't care. All I care about is them Starsky and Hutch pants. They made me laugh. I don't remember a single thing about the Starsky and Hutch show except that it had a blue colored car with a stripe on it.
Red.
Okay, a red colored car with now that it's going to be a blue car forever.
Okay.
And she does wear those jeans quite nicely.
Well, I can tell you, Starsky and Hutch was jumping across the hood and jumping in the windows long before Dukes of Hazzard was.
And here's honesty in acting and or actor, because he's looking exactly where I would be.
Yeah.
Good job,
As he,
sir.
as
If
he's
we,
having a heart attack.
yeah, if we photoshop this image
Oh, my
and
arm, my arm.
did the straight line tool, those eyes are burning a hole in them pants. Well done, sir. It was the 1970s or 80s. He's supposed to be a male chauvinist pig and objectify everything he sees. Man, woman, it don't matter.
I'm I'm looking at the clothing. I would say the 70s.
Oh yeah, I agree. And my mind started to think something about these two panels and her. Oh, I remember what I was thinking. That's before I found what became the thumbnail picture today.
The
And
one in the
what's this
gray
lady's
sweater.
name? Molly?
I just remember she's on Saturday Night Live.
I don't want to be rude. Let me click and look up her name. Check me out. It's Molly Shannon. I remembered Molly. I did good. What she's doing here is trying to give Molly a couch lesson. And she's telling her, and holding her arm a little bit, saying, watch what happens. All the men faint and they all say, profess their love and give me diamond rings. And Molly's saying, what? That's just such nonsense. And she says, watch. And she stands up and she says, come over here. And throws the look over the shoulder. And there's poor Molly saying, that really happened. All the men fainted and said, hey, baby, and started running and pawning their lives to get jewels. Look at her. I have the power. Yes, you do, ma'am. Yes, you do, because of those Starsky and Hutch jeans. And, suddenly we're all buttoned down. Proper, prim and proper. You ain't
Well,
gonna jump
I,
across the
I
hood of this
I
car,
don't know
sir.
why that I don't know why that suit has uh buttons when it has a zipper down the middle.
It's all for aesthetics, so your eyes will be drawn to those dots and not her dots.
Well, if they
Even though
move a
you
couple
can't.
more, if those buttons move a couple of inches, they could represent her dots.
Yep, exactly. Oh, she's a puppy? I mean, she's a puppy mama? She's a furry? Oh, bad boy. Bad boy.
No, senor, I'm a Mexican hairless. I've been to Brazil.
Oh, to be a Muppet. Just for a moment. I don't know what this is, but it's obviously not for children Muppets.
No, it is not.
Because when you scroll down to the next frame, this is not made for children Muppets. The lady in the red top that could be bra and could be bathing suit and her shorts. This is not but man to be a Muppet. She's even all covered up. But look into my eyes and let me touch your hand. You win, ma'am. You win.
Yeah, to operate that kind of Muppet, you need two people.
You need three, because I'd jump out from under that table and take her hand in mine and say, will you marry me, yes or no?
Oh, not me. I'd stand underneath the table. Hey there.
Hello. Excuse me while I speak to your nethers. Look how carefully they covered up a certain symbol. Guess why? They could not come
Product
to a
placement.
cooperative arrangement.
Product
Yes,
placement.
but if you go study and it's available for you for free to find out, certain computer manufacturers will drop a bomb on you if you product place them
Talking about product placement.
without their permission. Just
Originally
saying.
for ET, they wanted to use M&Ms, but the Mars Candy Company would not let them use M&Ms, so they went to Reese's, and they went, "Oh, sure." And Reese's the Reese's Pieces went from the bottom of the toy, the candy um, selection and everybody to the top. It beat out M&Ms
Oh yeah.
just because of that movie. And then Mars is going, "We should have let them use M&Ms."
Yeah. Be careful with your product placements and product blocks.
Mars Candy Company, not a sponsor, but wish they would be. They got deep pocket.
Yeah, and
Or
that's what
Hershey's.
go back to the beginning of this first hour of this whole live streamer. Be very careful who you burn a bridge with. Even that, don't do it accidentally. Behave
Is
yourself.
that a fruit computer?
I'm not even going to say that much.
Oh,
Mm, You can go to, there's two very known for the brushed, finished stainless steel look. One sells Windows-based PCs out of Texas, and the other is, like Forrest Gump said, a fruit company.
well, the
And
fruit
they
company
both have
is
clearly defined.
yeah, but the fruit company is not shy about having their product used in movies. Uh-huh.
Oh, if there is an extreme, their legal department and everything else will go through it, and their public relations people. We need to see the whole script. If you have storyboards, they rip it apart.
Maybe now, but
Oh,
not back in the day.
oh yes, forever and ever. Steve Jobs started it because,
Because
much like I have said several times about what we do could affect us horribly later.
I get that, but I'm just saying I've seen the fruit based companies technology in movies where they're supposed to be used by certain people when such like a police department, you go, police department couldn't afford them.
If they didn't approve of it, it wouldn't be in there.
Oh, well, I'm sure they approved it because you have to get their approval if you're going to use their product.
But the
I'm
purpose behind that kind of seriousness from them is that what may be socially acceptable today, in a few years from now, do we want our products associated with something that may become utterly unacceptable? And the answer to them is error on the side of caution and no. It's if you're going to be a business person in the world that reaches out into the world and hoping to get product placements and things like that. And that's why I won't even say a lot of the other things, like we joke about the Mars. I have not ever seen any of the candy companies say, hey, you better get with us before you say our name on your live streams. But we have to be very careful with any Disney stuff and them.
oh
And, there's
Disney,
big
uh,
companies out there that will
Citadel slash
stomp.
Warhammer.
Yeah, they will stomp you in the dirt.
Yeah,
And I don't want to be stomped. I would like to be, even if I do critical of some of their shows or whatever, Oh, these are real world photos. She is very pretty. That's all I'm going to say about real world. I don't know what this is. This must be that movie we talked about for a second. Yep, all them things. Be careful who you mistreat or offend or whatever in the world. I sometimes regret, I call him by his original songwriter name, his first ever name that you don't ever hear anymore. But I'm old, so I still call him that.
Who? Mark Wahlberg?
Yeah, Mark Wahlberg.
What was his original name?
Marky Mark.
Oh,
His
wasn't that a
rapper
character type?
songwriter name. No, that's what
Oh,
he went by for his weapon, his musical singer career.
okay. I didn't know he had one.
Oh yeah, he's extremely, and man, is he good to look at for male attracteds. No one, no one
Is he the
denies
one that
that.
has the brother? Is he the one that has the brother that plays on Blue Bloods? That was originally, I think, a Backstreet Boy or something like that.
I don't know what his brother ever did before acting, but his brother and him now they own restaurants together and do shows
Well,
together.
that's well, the restaurants are actually technically controlled by the third brother. There's three brothers.
Yeah, I don't
Wh-
remember the other one that was in Band of Brothers. I can't remember his first name right now. Right now, the only one Wahlberg that's coming to mind is Mark. Oh no, she has a concerned face. Please don't have concerned face.
Donnie
Donnie,
Wahlberg.
that's him.
He was, I believe, in the Backstreet Boys,
I don't know.
or one of the boy bands from the '90s,
Yeah.
'80s and '90s,
Bye
because they
bye
did a
bye
re.
bye bye.
You know, I kept up with that stuff like I keep up with who's picking up my trash. As long as it gets
Yep.
picked up, I don't care.
Yeah. I concur. And I remember like this scene where she's trying to talk the little baby girl from the Hunger Games into something
Yeah.
in a mean older woman kind of way. But that's all I remember about it. And there's the other handsome ones that we just talked about a moment ago. Oh, whatever you're doing right there, I approve. Don't have
New
a whole
Kids
lot.
on the Block. That's what New Kids on the Block.
And that was the brother? That was Donnie?
Yep.
See, I never knew that.
With Please Don't Go Girl. Was their
Oh man,
single.
so much. And
I only know that because they did a Wahlberg Brothers special.
oh yeah.
And it was nothing else on, so okay, whatever. Let's see. I like him in Blue Bloods. All right, yeah, all right. And that because the two acting brothers helped the third brother start a restaurant line because they had the money.
And I remember the restaurant thing. I just don't remember. Did it survive COVID?
um,
Or did it?
I
I
don't
don't know.
know. A lot of
Yeah.
restaurants didn't survive COVID.
Yeah. I don't know. I like this picture of her in a big floppy hat, but here this is her not in an acting role. She's producing and directing. But I do. It's a very nice picture, man. That's all I'm gonna say about it. Very photogenic and cool. The screens in the background showing the forest in the background. To me, it's really cool.
Is Donnie's actor, producer, composer, does soundtrack, directing, and has written 3.
Oh my gosh. Elizabeth Banks. How dare you? There she is, without a whole lot of makeup, or made up to look like not a whole lot of makeup. Oh no, the sad face, all alone in the woods. Please, all you have to do is smile more. And there she goes, with a serious face. Don't tell me to smile. I don't know what this is from and what it's about. What is this from and what is it about? The Hunger Games, Part 1, Mockingjay, Part 1.
I went because my wife likes the book.
Yay.
That is it.
Like I said, I don't remember much from the first one. I thought, cool, whatever. I watched all the rest because they were free to watch and was really sitting there waiting for the end to, please the end be nigh. I don't know if this is real world or in a movie, so I'm going to leave it alone. I don't want to, but I'm going to. When in doubt, don't. We're getting back to it. Getting back to Movie Landia. Faux show. Undoubted. See, I don't know. Is this behind the scenes or did this really happen in a movie? So without 100% knowledge, I don't care. It's another great piece of photography work. Check out the reflections. And besides, the lovelies. Hello, ma'am. Look what she did right there. She did that on purpose. And look what a professional he is. He's looking in her sparkly eyes. I'm looking right in between her hands. She knows. She did that on purpose. Standing there with her friend, with her brassiere showing. Madame, your brassiere showing. She's like, I know. Creep. That's right. That's how they test the environment for creeps like me. Who could wear that hair but her? And what's more
Martha
puffy?
Ray.
Yeah. What's more
Martha Ray
puffy?
and the Bugaloos.
Yeah. What's more puffy? Don't forget what's her name the other day? Can't even think of her name. That hair in that show.
Oh, what's her name from The Longest Yard?
Yeah, well, anyway, yes, that from way back. She in her movie with Burt Reynolds, the dancer lady. Anyway, Bernadette Peters. That's not Bernadette Peters' suffering hair, but that's some suffering hair right there. And it's a wig.
Probably a wig.
Oh yeah, it's a wig. What's more puffy, the hair or these sleeves?
Uh,
That was one thing
dyed
about the
feather.
what is this series base name? Hunger Games.
Yeah,
Man, they had some fun.
they had to. And they got paid a lot to wear those clothes. What's with
It's
the Cub Scout salute?
that was what was the thing.
Okay. Because to me, it looks like someone crossed between the Cub Scout salute and the 1946 to 45 salute.
And I'll tell you, yeah, I'll tell you, real world, true story. And I don't know, like, how old was this actress, the one that played the supposed to be a very young teenage girl,
Probably about 21, 22.
but because the character is supposed to be a minor child,
Uh-huh.
anytime things like that where the outfit is a little curvaceous fitting and extremely fitted and it's supposed to be someone of an immoral age to look at,
Uh-huh.
why I didn't notice the lovely very adult Elizabeth's fine gams sticking out of that dress. So whenever that happens, real true story in the movie picture shows, I avert my eyes like a gentleman. I don't want to see an underage child. Like, what if she lifted the arm and her shirt opened and you could see her slip? How lewd, how rude. Don't you dare be a gentleman and avert your eyes. Look at her.
That's right. That one there was the three of them. You want to say, are those yellow bricks?
Yeah, they might on the sides.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, we couldn't afford to pave the whole road, but we got the sides done. And she's like, dude's moving in for the big smoocher. And she said, the thought came in
He's,
her head, he didn't look at my legs 'cause that tramp was standing next to me.
or he said, what?
He said, what? You just wait, Elizabeth Banks. We have not yet begun to hypocrisy myself and defile myself. See? Kid in the picture? Look away. Yowza.
Oh no, look up. Fairy.
Yeah. Did those jeans walk to your house, ma'am, and say, we were made for you and you were made for me? Because they were.
Are you
And she
proud to
said,
try? Are
what
you
the
glad to?
hell? What did he just say? Oh, wait. You hold that face, Elizabeth, darling.
She's
It is
all
coming.
aflutter because she's on the camera with Spider-Man
Yeah.
wearing wings. She's all aflutter.
And there he is again. And there she is again. But there's a kid, so I'm going to avert my eyes. Be a gentleman. Behave. Oh, behave.
Did that car run you over?
Please, please let me walk up to this bar, to this lady in that bra. Like how I did that bar and bra. It's an anagram. Your anagrams are showing, Dr. Lecter. So is your bra strap, ma'am. Please let me sit in front of this bar and have this woman in character, the character woman, of course,
Oh, she's
say,
fine because that guy with the tie doesn't have a firearm on him.
you know, I just need her to look at whatever she's looking at and then look back straight at me and say, coffee, tea, or me? Oh, please, please, life, let it happen. I'm just
Don't
kidding.
forget to look. Don't forget to look in the mirror to make sure there's not someone behind you with a frying pan.
Oh, no, it'll be okay. But you know what I would do? Lean over and look in the mirror to see who did she really just say that to? Mark Wahlberg? Now she's even getting worse. Sort of despondent, and he's trying to help her. He keeps saying these things about me. I'm just sitting in the street now. He has not yet begun to defile himself. Can't see that one. It's too far away. I like this guy's head. How about that? I would walk right up there, and they would say, "I guess they're getting married." Number one, I would say, "There's a lot of pictures of you with this guy. You know, the guy from the Red October. I'm so
Yep.
glad you survived, ma'am. I am so glad you survived. Take that, Alec Baldwin."
Yeah.
They would say,
He
"Speak
got caught
now."
calling the American public uh ignorant, and we're all going, yeah, but at least we know how to handle firearms safely.
Gee, I might be ignorant, but you're wrong, 'cause I'm not. You, sir, are. See the first two syllables of that? That's back in my My G word classes in particular. You gotta know how to use your words. Did you mean to call me an imbecile? Go ahead. And I'll do the whole rubber glue bounce off me. Blah blah blah. But you knew or should have known the
I hope,
4 fundamental rules of firearm safety. So
yep,
you
I hope the
knew
lady's family sues him for everything he has.
and you chose to ignore those rules, you ignoramus. I hope you wake up often late at night with the look on her face when that thing went off and hit her and hurt her in your eyeballs. And then do a documentary PSA public service announcement for all the rest of you a-hole actors who get away with whatever you get away with till you don't, Mr. Baldwin. And you're not distracting me by that trophy wife of yours. I got deep all of a sudden. Took a deep breath and fell into this hole, sir. It's your destiny. Make sure it doesn't happen again. Use your power in your voice and get out there in the world and let people know.
No, he's too worried about what the current president.
Well, that's a happy distraction that you get to luxuriously ignore your own reality. You ignore aim us. Oh, man, my tongue is slipping up. I'm going to say ignore anus, sir. Now, allow me to admire your bride in the picture's gams and curve of her, top of her gams and curve on the front of her. Sorry, Elizabeth. And this dude right now, this poor bald guy, I mean, hair challenged individual.
He's got hair. It's on the side.
As soon as ceremonial here in the center, you don't get to wear a red dress in this stuff, lady. And this is not the red dress. See the profile photo that led me down this lovely QE2 HRMs. I'm not sure which titles I can use upon the lovely Elizabeth because I burned so many titles on Marissa Tomei. Either when it's all done, I would clap this guy's head instead of my own hands, which is a very rude thing to do. I would expect him fully to give me the old nut tap. Rattle the cage for the squirrels. Or I would just stand there and rub it, acting like it was my entitlement to do so.
Like it's your crystal ball.
Yep. Until he told me to cease and
Deceased.
desist that horrible behavior, sir.
Deceased.
Unhandle my baldness, you cad. Look at, they thought that was funny. He's gonna rub that guy's head. And then they laughed a little more, all 3 of them. Here's another one from Saturday Night Live. She's quite the lovely. Whoever that is in the middle, quite the lovely. Sorry, you 2 ladies. You can be 8s and 9s, but when you stand next to 10, your light dims just a little bit.
7.5.
Okay. Well, this is a multiplayer improv theater. We're all going to say whatever we say. And man, if these poor people, and I'm the one talking about burning bridges, and here I am doing this again. Please understand. Don't hate me. Give me a job. Oh, you need a
Yeah,
bodyguard.
we'll teach you how to protect yourself against that movie husband of yours.
Oh, if you can get me near him for free. Number one, I just said it for free. Make him listen to that first, and then for free, for serious. If he will use his booming voice, Mr. Alec Baldwin, please, you 3 ladies, beauties. I wish I could remember her name. Oh, wait, I can. Thank you, memory named IMDb. I had mentioned earlier Mary Steenbergen. Steenbergen. I likes to look me some Mary Steenbergen and listen to her. She has a very unique voice.
And
And
Tina
Tina Fey
Fey.
loves me some Tina Fey. Inside and out, all three of these lovely. I mean, in their characters. Even in Tina Fey's blurred line, because she did, Saturday Night Live for so long.
Yeah.
You guys go stand on the red carpet together. I'm gonna shut my mouth. Other than, you better be glad my woman put a leash on me, or I better be glad, because if I didn't have that leash on me, I'd run my mouth and get beat up by your bodyguards. True, true. Poor thing. See, don't hate her because she's beautiful. And she's even smiling about it, whatever this is. People like us, 2012.
Perfect.
You, you know how lonely it is at the top? She has to rub her own feet. She don't have anybody that would like crawl over there on their hands and knees. So let me blow some hot air on that because heat helps, and then rub a little bottom of the foot. Oh, poor baby, and still smiling about it. I know it's lonely at the top. It surely is. And your bra strap is showing, man. Just saying. It doesn't mean anything. It's just a fact. I'm reporting the news. I'm a journalist. That's that guy from all the shows. This
Okay.
photo has a kid in it, so that's as far as I go. Same with that one. This is that man on a ledge show. That looks like Woody Harrelson. Is that Woody Harrelson?
Yeah.
Yep. That's the what's it called? Hungry Games?
Yeah, Hunger. I think that's the second one.
Yeah. And she's supposed to be adult by the time of second, third, fourth, fifth, seventh. But I don't care. Look at that hand. Perfection. Perfection, Elizabeth Banks. The drama's in the hands. You did good. See? There she goes. Doing drama in the hands. Thumb down. It's not a parade wave. She's giving guiding hands. She's directing the traffic. Go that way. This way is closed. When the walkie-talkie fails, because technology will fail you. What's plan B? Use hand signals. See, she's a professional. She's got this down. Yeah, that kind of professional. A professional movie star, actor, director. Madame, your undershirt is showing.
Yeah. Not wearing a vest.
Oh no, this is true. But I guess you'd have to see the show. They called her in and she was off duty. Maybe a little saucy. I think that's the correct way to say it. Because she was supposed to be off, but they didn't obey the off. Why? Because the man on a wire, or the man on a ledge, demanded that she be the one that respond. Are cops on all the time? They are on TV, and because they do it on TV or in the movie picture shows, all of us goose think in the real world out here, oh, you're always on duty. The boss can call you anytime and you gotta get up. And nonsense. There's another polka dotty outfit that found its home. Well played, polka dot outfit. Well played. I don't recognize her barely. Look, can you tell that these three are the same women's? Oh, there's a reason why you can't tell that that's anybody in the Hunger Games. I better stop offending the Hunger Games franchise universe fans.
They are minty.
And they're serious. Probably not as bad as a Harry Potter or a Twilight fan, but they're up there.
I was going to say, not a series of Trekkie.
Yeah. And I shouldn't say bad. Intense. They are not as intense as.
In fact, there's a movie called Fanboy
Yep, I've seen
about
it.
some guys going to try and track down what's his name from the director or creator of Star Wars.
Yeah, sure.
I think they get in a fight with some Trekkies.
Almost. Almost. She pushed it only so far because he caved. She was like, 3 carat center stone, 1 carat surrounding stones, a Maserati, a private jet, eyeballs up, eyebrows up, edges of mouth down, bottom lip slight, and he said, "As you wish," as he rolled down the hill. Otherwise, she would have stuck that bottom lip out, and he would have said, "As you wish," and rolled down the hill. It's Princess Bride, if you didn't get the reference. If you don't know the Princess Bride nerd about it like the rest of us on planet Earth, movie nerds. There too. He showed up with exactly what she asked for. The whatever
Inconceivable.
the whatever carrots that I just said. I don't even remember. I was improv theater. He showed up with it and handed it to her, and now she's telling him, "That's not what I said." And look at the doubt on his face, the self-doubt.
Well, those aren't the same guys, that's for sure.
That's okay. Obviously. Look at her hair. But that's me storyboarding and improv theater. And then he was like,
Yeah.
"I'll give you the big R. Yeah, I'm going to give you a smooch on your neck."
No, he's going, have you seen Britsky? Britsky? Britsky.
And she's pretending for just a moment that she doesn't mind. You know why? Because look at her eyes. What movie is this? I don't even know what movie this is. This is from Heights, 2005. But we have to zoom this picture so that I can finish my picture story. Look at her eyes. She's plotting and planning. She's like,
If I
"Get him
twist
in."
his head just so.
Oh no. Wait for it. Ready? Yes. That's the George version of how this plays out. Here's my version. She's gonna slide this hand down to right here on his neck, right above his collar, and Mike Tyson that ear. I really did looking all through this. I'm like, man, good job, ma'am. You survived. Holy cow, I'm so glad you survived your interaction with this fella right here and his entourage and the people that make movies around him. Otherwise, I wouldn't be having this day and having so much fun. Thank you, QE2. The third QE2. Is the third time the charm? Maybe. And I'm such a cad. Watch this. Remember? No women, no children, you cockroach. Right?
Yep.
I can fix that. Get off my screen, Spider-Man and child. Now. Else I couldn't be admiring you laying upon that blanket, madame. Just the shoes. I like your shoes. And everything above 'em. True. Go get 'em, Tina Fey. Go get 'em. And there she is with the gladiator. She's like, I don't sweat you, gladiator. I'd take you right now.
Don't forget the 20-foot roll. Or no, 21-foot roll.
What about it?
Nothing. Oh, it was a joke. I sent you a video.
Yeah, it's in the description. It's all there. I saw it. I has remarks. I took screenshots. I had even
And
more remarks.
I've seen you do that, and I guarantee no one's going to get. They can start at 20 foot, 21 foot. You'd get them.
Oh yes, not
And
her.
that's with the retention holster.
Oh yeah,
They weren't using her. They weren't using a retention holster.
but they were drawing from appendix from concealment. They did really good. They fudged their times a little bit. She could come from 40 feet and I'd just stand there frozen. All the rest of you remember that when we get to talking about that video later, if we get to it. I may spend the rest of my life right here wondering, oh no, please let me, sir. You're doing that incorrectly. Did you read her rights?
You have the right to remain beautiful.
Yeah.
You have the right.
Please resist. Please resist. Please resist. Start resisting. And I've seen that movie. The next 3 days. Remember I said I've seen it? This scene right here, I particularly remember. I might have to
Is
go
this
watch
supposed to
it
be a
again.
prisoner's outfit? I guess it is.
Oh yeah, she did a bad thing. Baby did a bad thing. That's that Chris Isaac song. I like that photo right there. I like her hands. I like her hands on that camera. I'm talking, I don't know. It looks like it's a whatever. I don't
35
care.
millimeter reflex.
Oh, I think it's digital. But I don't know, you might be right. I don't care. It's just
Well, or digital reflex camera. It's a reflex.
it's
Well, it
just
looks like a.
the picture or the portrait itself, not particularly because of her. As her as an object, just like this chrome pole and that camera. This is true objectification. All the little details. I like this photo. Back to this other world of mine. I don't know what you are supposed to be, but could you please be my lawyer? Or whatever you're supposed to be in what looks like in some kind of office. I need it. Whatever you are. Well played. Well played. This one's outside hand is up and inside hand is down. That one's out inside hand is down and outside hand is up. Did they do that on purpose? Somebody asked them. Did you do that on purpose? There she is.
I'll be
Trying to
right
have a
back in a few minutes.
yes, sir. There she is. Trying to have a beverage. Hand up in the air, palm up. Saying, is he really gonna keep going? He is. Because George is gone, I should probably pause and take a pee-pee break. Yep, I just said it that way. Oh, especially that way. May I please work at that hotel? Never mind. Here we go. Lovely. Are you trying to sell couches, tables, flowers? Whatever it is, I'm buying. Oh, thank goodness she survived. And then we get to this kind of thing, and all I can think is whatever a 30 Rock is. I think that's a TV show. How do I get that job? Who is this? Who it is? Elaine Stritch. I never wanted to be an Elaine Stritch so bad. True. Here comes Santa Claus. Here comes Santa Claus. Just leaving it alone, Santa Claus. Your slip is showing. I'm even she's even heating up my computer. If you start to hear that fan, anybody out there on planet Earth, holla. I'm gonna have to do something about it. And man, it's cold tonight. My hand is freezing. I got one hand on the little space heater thing. Here we go, back to the Seabiscuit barn. Oh yeah, that's Santa Anita. All the barns look exactly the same, but I had the corner stalls like that. They have looked like that for a long, long time. It's a good thing when I worked there, this lovely Elizabeth didn't wander down the shed row. I had work to do. Riding the train at the Seabiscuit Special. Hello, hello. Who was phone? May I interest you in a discount on your long distance rates? She's just holding the phone listening. No, stop calling me. Is that the famous news guy? Have I missed the photo? Did they rearrange these photos? That it is. That's a famous news guy. Check it out. That's Brian, what's his name? Brian Williams. I don't remember if he's one of the ones we're not supposed to name anymore. I apologize if it is. Everybody's been canceled or self-canceled or did the bad things. I can't keep up with it anymore. If, if he's not allowed, and I'm not going to say his name again. Sir, if you are allowed, I apologize. But I'm so confused by the cancel cultures. I'm so glad she survived him and his entourage. It's a little cutie in the background. I think she's old enough to mention. My eye saw it. I got the nothing. Already mentioned. I like a satiny shirt. Gold and silver colors are cool. All colors are cool. I don't know what it is when if you combine it with a metallic lower, either pants or skirts. Now suddenly it doesn't seem so good. There it is. There it is. All right. Before we do that, have I even been 556? So 6. So 0809. Oh yeah, it's been over 2 hours. 08. 09. 00 ish. At 10 the 47 p.m. Eastern. Break. When we return, after these non-commercial messagings, all of a sudden, this tame to this point, I promise you, it's been tame. is about to go bonkers. I am going to lose it. I promise. It's going to get better. It's going to get worse. It's going to get dangerous. It's going to get to this with her looking back over the shoulder, turning me to ashes for my bad behavior. And me sitting there smiling and turning into a little heart with a smile. Be right back. Ready, kids? The Peter Pan ride when it used to take tickets. Used to say, I apologize for the long 2 or 3 minutes too long break. Oh, yeah. QE2 turns into a ball
Back.
room blitz. Welcome back. Here it goes. Hello, photo. Turns into a ballroom blitz. Let me scroll up and get the link. Put the link in the YouTube chat. Elizabeth Banks activated musics. Here it is. The ballroom blitz. Everybody get your little. I don't remember what was grinding through my head. Bunch of stupid stuff. Mitch. If I don't speak them out into the wilderness like I just did while scrolling pictures earlier. I mean, earlier today. Before we were live. This last 2 hours of abuse this poor lady's effigies have taken on the internet. It's all with the most ut of love, Madame QE2, HRMs, etc., etc. I don't think we damed Marissa Tomei. Maybe I just have to dame QE2. Again, thinking, so glad you survived him. And I like the shiny satiny shirt. And so glad you survived him. I would laugh too. I survived you. And then I scrolled this up and my mind said, oh, yeah. And the man at the back stood ready to attack and it turned into a ballroom blitz. That's truly what happened. My mind just exploded into the ballroom blitz and I said, another piece of my mind said, you want to buy a watch? Oh my gosh, it truly happened. Look at her. Like, there's not even the least bit cute or funny. Did he really just say that about this? I did, ma'am. And she asked the guys, she said, hey guys, help me out. This dude and his ballroom blitz for reals. Like, I got 3 layers on under this jacket, and that's what that happened. It sure did. Oh, yeah. And so they had a beverage and they had a laugh, and then they slipped something in her beverage, and they're both staring down her shirt, and then she fainted. Unhandle her, you cads. What have you done to her?
Probably not a lot, since I think they're supposed to be playing a gay couple, a
Well,
happy couple.
then why did they slip her a Mickey, or did she just drink herself unconscious?
I think it's just drunk herself unconscious.
I don't know. I guess I would too if some dude. How many years is it? That's as far as I got. It turned into a ballroom blitz. 15 years in the future, when you did your little scene and you popped your jacket open, very well covered up. It's not a big deal, but 15 and a half years from now, some guy's going to go, oh, yeah, you want to buy a watch? And it turned into a ballroom blitz. I'd drink myself out cold too. And then look at her, she's like, yeah. There she is with that smile and them not laughing eyes. So I'm like, you go ahead and talk that garbage about me. Come on here and say it to my face. No mail. Just through the amazing screens of the internet. And there I'm doubtful about her age, so guess what I'm going to do? Scroll on by. Oh, madame, what is this? And when is this? Who is this? That's as far as I got, man. You want to buy a watch? I should have made that on thumbnail and wrote, you want to buy a watch on it? If you don't know what I'm talking about, go search it on the internet. Yeah. I can't decide. They both look so young. Who this? Who this and when this? I don't know who that is. In the uninvited '09. They look so young. I'm going to keep on scrolling. I guess she's supposed to be older. Elizabeth, you don't look older enough to be sitting with that old gray haired dude. And there it is. Right when I was ballroom blitzing, she turned around and said, that'll be enough of that with her eyes. Reminder, she has that in her kitchen gear and equipment. I don't sweat you, Elizabeth. I can take it. You just stand in the back with your arms crossed. There she is. Please make him stop. Make this stop. Can I am compelled to offer you on the next tab in my book, ma'am, on this phone, that not only can we give you 70 free minutes a month, we can give you 15 extra cents off a minute on your international calls. Make him stop. Even your serious face with your pearls, thinking your evil thoughts about how you're going to avenge yourself upon me. I don't sweat you, Elizabeth. I turned into a ballroom blitz. Did you ever wash that arm again, sir? If you did, I'll have it cut off of you. You have violated the wash the arm after it touched an angel philosophies. Oh, to be a rope. Once upon many of my incarnations on my way to nirvana, I was a rope. I don't like you, sir. I don't know why. There's just something about you. I think. Is that the right guy? Is that the guy I don't like, George?
That's one of them.
Okay. All right. Don't make your Walmart Crips gang symbols at me, dude. I know what the W stands for. It's the Walmart Crips.
The wall bangers.
And only guys that could not possibly be a gangsta throw the Walmart symbol out there. Mm. Dude, look what
Maybe
you
he's
did.
trying to be an anti-Vulcan.
Be careful what you do in life. Somebody may misread your symbols. She made a shocked face. Sir, I don't care what you did to make her shocked face, or even if it was in the script. I would protect her from you, sir. Social distancing, 6 feet apart. Stay away from my Elizabeth. You fool. Unshoulder her, you cad. I see what you're doing there, creeper. Trying to rub your shoulder on her chest bump. I don't blame you, but I see it. ask for her express written permission. Both of them. Like 15 years from now or 20 years from now, whatever it is this really happening? Is he saying these things? Both of you, yes. There are very beautiful flowers on your cover thing for warmth. And there's something about you, sir. I'm sorry. It is what it is. It's because you live in a hovel. A hovel. However you pronounce that thing. Oh no, here she goes again. Check her out. She's about to ballroom blitz me. How dare you, Elizabeth? You know what you do to me. And then she blitzed it, tied it down low at the bottom, and left the bikini top showing. I'm glad that's a far away blurry picture because I would zoom it. You vixen, you. Only a true geisha could tease you and entice you in such a way and leave you wondering with the power of your imagination. I have a very sophomoric and powerful imagination. Poor QE2 HRMs. They both laughed. And they both smiled. He's a little frowny. And then suddenly, he turned into that other guy from Battle Los Angeles. Just like that. Snapped his fingers. Or she snapped her magic fingers. Said, back off, dude. I know you're trying to rub up against me, Battle Los Angeles guy. Isn't that the Battle Los Angeles guy?
Yes.
Okay, I got something right today. But that's what she's doing. And he can't help himself. His molecules are magnetically attracted to yours, and his molecules are trying to become one with yours. She's so used to it. Just keep your distance, sir. Keep at least 3 fingers between us. That's all I ask. And she ain't asking. She's telling. I never wanted to be a drink of water so bad. Right there, the one in the middle. Or an Izod. I believe that's an alligator t-shirt. I never wanted to be a alligator t-shirt so bad.
It don't look like a little jockey.
Meet Bill. Hello, Bill. Not you, B-Hugs, if you're listening to this. It's the guy on the screen from Battle of Los Angeles. He's been in so many things, that's all I can remember him for. It's because, sir, you did such a fantastic job in that otherwise not so great of a movie. You really made that movie good, sir. I promise you. I like it. I would watch Battle of Los Angeles again. I've seen it 3 or 4 times. There it is. Even the best of them. Look at her. Look at her face. Look at how well she wears an Izod shirt. Nobody can wear Izod shirts well. She does. But look at her face. And look at her body language. The closed body, crossed arm, sort of crossed arm posture. The uplifted. I'm not a body language expert. Somebody get a body language expert to assess this and find out that they did such a good job acting. Because that's the famous, isn't that Jessica something? I can't remember her name.
I don't know.
Let me zoom the screen back out and ask the thing. Yeah, it's Jessica Alba. She's another one. She is adult right there. She sure don't look it. But the purpose of them sending in the see-through shirt, you can see her belly through her shirt, meant for her, and she was meant for them jeans, Jessica Alba, with those full pouty girl lips 24/7, is that, of course, that is going to get the attention of the man at the table with HRMs, QE2s. And it's just acting. They're just acting. And he's got the nervous smile on. I don't see her. I don't see her at all. She's ugly compared to you. But this one over here is giving her the proper get out of here, woman, girl thing. You're taking attention away from me and making me the jealous types. And I shouldn't have zoomed this picture, but I did. Now I'm going to unzoom it. Excellent. You all three get awards. Good job. See? She's still wearing that in-character face. He's over there looking at her. Well played. Meet Bill. I don't remember what the story of it is. But that's, I think, what was supposed to be happening is, and they all did a good job. Look at her. She's giving him sympathetic, saying, I let you within arm's length with your little nugget box. I'm sure there's a lovely thing in that box. But prepare yourself, and I got my hand on your collar. I'll hold you up when I say this. I just want to be friends. And then she transformed back into that polka dotty dress that I admired earlier. And it turned into a ballroom blitz. Dum, dum, dum. Why, QE2, are you wearing a bustle? How lewd. Got the hand on the hip. Even back in the 1700s, it happened. Women did that. Oh, look, he got planted one on him. He's up against the wall. She forced herself upon him. Do you need counseling, sir? There's a hotline number available for you at WRAL.com. You know, just in case she's trying to turn him from another type of attracted. That's so mean, ma'am. I hope that was written in the script. I don't remember that guy's name either.
I don't either.
He's
I
been in
think that's
much.
from Scrubs.
Yeah, that's the guy from Scrubs. That's his name. Guy from Scrubs. And
He
now,
does uh, internet commercials now
oh yeah,
for web providers.
very good. Good memory. I promise you, it's not Cher paint horse style wanting to be a horse, but I did kind of want to be a horse for a minute. No reason.
And now we'll call him Mr. Ed.
And I'd kind of like to be this horse too, because I think what happened is he jumped up there, and he's maybe just acting, or maybe it happened, and that's why she's laughing. Maybe this is a behind the scenes photo. You know, the whammon folks can just jump up bareback on a horse and have a nice ride. And dudes swing a leg over and horse
Wow.
shoulders smash into man parts. Oh, maybe that's what's supposed to
I
be
said,
so funny.
whoa. When I
Yeah.
say whoa, I mean whoa.
Oh my God. I still don't want to be that horse. I want to be this one. Just saying. True story. Oh, there she is again in that little polka dotty shirt. Playing with the computies. Dude's she's leaned all the way down on her elbows. Oh, you're leaning on my desk. And then there's no more frames. Why? Because he turned to dust and blew away right from there. That's all it took. She said, "You're leaning on my desk." There's Mr. Wahlberg. He's leaning in, putting his best Mark Wahlberg, and she looked to the side and said, "He thinks he's gonna get some of this." Dang. Laughing at him later. Did you see what I did to Mark Wahlberg? I saw it. Look at you. HRM's QE2. I got nothing. I got nothing. My mind is screaming at me, Dexter. Was she in Dexter? Nope. That's Slither. But they had this very close to this scene was happening in one of the episodes, series of Dexter. I wonder if Dexter was making there was a lot of Dexter. Not that I'm going to spend too much time on a tangent, because there's a few more. We're almost at the bottom of the scroll list. And I'm still trying to decide whether or not I'll scroll back up and enjoy myself Elizabeth again. I'm not. I promise you people, I won't do that to you. There was a lot of things in Dexter that were for the nerd set. Or the nerd crew like me. Geeks, spazzes, nerds. Lots and lots of stuff and homage and throwback and of all flavors. So maybe Dexter was taking a shot at whatever that was. I can't even remember. Say bop 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 for super chicken. I don't know that that is a chicken, but in blurry view it looks kind of like a chicken.
Or a rat.
Yeah, or something. Oh no. There is another creeper looking through the windows. I'm looking through Windows 11. He's looking through glass panes at her. Oh, the other day when I did the screaming faces. Who canoe? IMDb canoe, but I had forgot that QE2 was there. True story. Oh my gosh. That's why he got the role. I could never do that job. He's still making the yowl face or the rawr, rawr. Still going. Look, she got him going. Rawr. Oh, and then she woke up in a bathtub with bubbles. Well, that's got to be the 40-year-old virgin. And now all of a sudden another old punk rocky song is in my head. I believe it's from The Replacement. It says, very fast. A lot of the old punk rocky songs were about spit the lyrics out with so fast. I'm in love with a girl in the store, I'm nothing but a customer. I'm a customer. And then they'd pause, stop the music, and he'd say it again. I'm in love with the girl in the store, but I'm nothing but a customer. True, true. Heck yeah, I would go shop there. Heck to the yeah. Hunger Games. I will leave it alone. This is outside of the characters. I still love them pants. I know what happened to the Starsky Hutch vehicle. And it shows you how much I know about Starsky Hutch. I just remember the stripe. I didn't remember the color. The Golden Globes. Oh, look. There's a bear. George, is that your bear? Did they steal your bear? Your avatar bear?
No.
Okay.
That's a nice bear suit.
Oh, there's a word printed on the wall. It is a nice bear suit. Oh, look.
Oh, I think that's
It's a
from
dancing bear.
Cocaine Bear. I think that's from a movie called Cocaine Bear.
Oh, you're probably right. I remember hearing of it.
I
But
heard of it too. It sounded funny.
we just
These
ding
guys running,
danged.
these mobsters go into the woods to find where their stash got put and run into a bear that got into their cocaine stash. Couple of kilos worth.
Yeah, I don't remember
Ate it,
seeing it
snorted
on
it.
her resume list. Was she in it
Don't think
or
so.
just handing out the awards?
I think that's the Oscars.
Yeah. Well,
Going by the little gold statue behind her, I'd say that's supposed to be the Oscars.
oh my gosh, look at him laughing. Can you believe he said girl in a store and he's nothing but a customer and all that jazz about ballroom blitz and buying a watch, just laughing their ass off. That's why we get paid to be stars, and he talks like a geek on the internet. True. I'm biding my time, not Joe Biden style. Biding. This must be the Charlie Angel stuff. Because of what's her name,
Okay.
Stewart. If Stewart could talk, what would she say?
I never cared for Jimmy Fallon.
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. That's her answer to all my nonsense. Boo. Don't, don't make me vomit. I'm not one of those red carpet people. Hey, Reese Witherspoon. You know what they're laughing about? Reese Witherspoon leaned over and whispered, I'm going to walk up to him and say, do you accept Jesus Christ as your personal Lord and Savior? And he's going to turn blue and lay on the ground. That's her famous line from Freeway, Reese Witherspoon's. Go look it up. Go see Freeway. Go see what happens after a very, very young Reese Witherspoon says to Kiefer Sutherland, do you accept Jesus Christ as your personal Lord and Savior? It stuck from the very first time. I stopped that thing on VHS and rewound it and played it again and did it again and again until my wife said, if you play it one more time, no or else. When your woman says, if you, dot, 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 you better stop doing it. Oh my gosh. Scroll
That's a
aways.
yeller dress.
Yeah, that was. But this is real world stuff, so I'm just going to go away. She's like, no, you're not. Yes, I am, I promise. I won't say stuff about you in the real world. Only in character. I don't care if that's part of the job is to dress up and stand on the red carpets. Even my hypocrisy has limits.
Yep.
You have to go back and listen to previous ones, and that's a heck of a over-the-shoulder side eyes. I should have scrolled more earlier. It's not as devastating as the one I used for the thumbnail, but daggone, it's good. Good job, ma'am. Good job, and that's a real world thing. Don't, don't. I can't think of her name either right now.
Is
Well,
that Kathy Perry or whatever her name?
I don't know. Let's find out.
No,
Zoe Deschanel.
whatever.
Yep. I know I have a combination or those things I hate. What do they call it when they take two songs and turn them into one?
A
Mashup.
mess.
I have a mashup of Sweets, Ballroom Blitz, And I think it's the replacements. Customer stuck in my head. Oh, there's another one over a bare shoulder, but that's real world. I'm not. Hang on. I'm not noticing that stuff. I am not. That's Tina Fey again. See, I remember the name. Is that Jodie Foster?
There she is with Joe. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know who the other one is. She has some well-built arms for that moment in
Jodie
time,
Foster. I had to say it, Jodie Foster's probably as old as both of them.
but she wears it so well.
Oh
Jodie
yeah.
Foster. Chica Pay. There's a whole lot of Jodie Foster stuff I like, and that man, one of her early roles where she was under 18 and playing an under 18 gets
What,
the big
Taxi? Or Candle
taxi
Shoe?
driver. No,
Oh.
the one where she gets horribly gang-ard in a bar.
Oh, that she was playing over 21, and she was well over 21 when she did that one.
Oh, I thought she was still underage and there had to be
Oh, no.
paperwork
No.
signed.
No.
That is a tough show, but man, they all did the work. How do you say that something like that and with that kind of content is a good movie? Well, because it was a good telling of a hard story. That's how.
Very thought-provoking.
Yes. And gut twisting, gut wrenching. I think gut wrenching is the correct term. Yep, I like a lot of work. Wow, Kevin Smith. Is that Kevin Smith?
I don't think
That
so.
can't be. Yeah, it is. I knew before he got straightened out. I had heard all the rumors that
It looks
he.
like Kevin Smith sucked the all the fat out of the guy in the center, and he goes, "It's fine now."
Yeah. Well played recovery, sir, or whatever. He is easily now a third of that.
Yeah.
Wow. That was 2008. I had heard rumors, but I just don't care outside of the movie screen. I
Yeah.
always heard, well, man, have you seen Kevin Smith lately? No. Well, look him up on the internet. No. I don't care. Wow. And true story. It's the first time I've ever seen that. Good job, Kevin Smith. I don't like your work, sir, but
That's impressive, though, to go from that to
to where he's at now
yeah.
and career-wise, people are ragging on his involvement with all kinds of projects lately, but he is cashed in. Good job. Got himself in high demand and collected some giant checks.
Yep. He works mostly behind the camera, though.
Yeah. Writer, director, all kinds of stuff, producers, all kinds of titles.
Yep.
But I understand, and lots of people are. I just admit it. If that really concerned me, I would say, well, I'm jealous. Like, I'm jealous that you had her leaning all over you, sir. Yeah, but other than that, I'm not going to knock
I'm
him
jealous that he
because
lost so much weight so easily, or how the fact that he did it.
yeah, I'm sure we could probably find somewhere. Maybe he holds it close. Like if I let it out of me, I'll give it up. You know what method or secrets or whatever it is. What regimen did he go to?
Probably hired a dietitian, a personal cook, and um,
Nutritionalists and exercise, personal trainers.
personal trainers. Yeah,
There it is, over the shoulder again. Daggone.
house
She's
has a
good.
swimming pool he can use.
Inside and outside of the show, she can do the over the shoulder. Good job, QE2. See, there's Kiefer. He's like, she mentioned me, didn't you? I did, Kiefer Sutherland. I did. I do often. You survived that moment. Not saying which one. Again. Bloom, 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 bloom. I can't remember what the line is. Glenn Close. Your slip is showing. Dum, 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 dum. I can't remember the lyrics that come after. The man in the back was ready to attack. I don't like him either. What are your names, sir?
Oh yeah, I agree with you.
Andy Dick. I mean, I don't get his humor. I just don't get his humor.
Neither do I.
We are of different eras or generations or whatever you want to call it.
Well, if he was that funny, he'd be a hard working person. He ain't that funny, so he don't work that hard. See Fluffy.
The man
Fluffy's
in
a
the.
hard working comedian and he makes lots of money doing it.
And I will have to defer to you, sir, because I don't even know who or what a fluffy is.
That's a nickname of a comedian.
Very good. There's that Spooderman guy again. How you doing, Spooderman? The man in the back was ready to attack, and it turned into a ball.
Gabriel
Yes.
Iglesias.
There she is with that camera again in heights. So if I
At least I
want to
hope I
see where that
at
one still photo that I like so much came from, I have to see heights.
least I hope I pronounce his last name right. Gabriel Iglesias.
Gabriel IG. So you
Yeah,
said it. Yeah, you said it right.
IGLES.
Iglesias.
Okay,
You
that's
said it
Fluffy.
right.
That's Fluffy.
Mm, 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 mm. And I
He's quite funny.
suppose it is absolutely all right to call him that
That
because his own website is called fluffyguy.com. And it says he's got it as the name of his movie from 2014 is The Fluffy Movie.
Yep. The Legend of Fluffy.
Yeah.
He's been calling himself that for a long time.
We have
It,
his implied and express permission. Yes, I'm aware, movie stars, all of you. I have none of your permission to do the horrible things I do to you on these photo movie madnesses. It is what it is. Hello, Five watching. Thank you.
he started off on Nickelodeon, to be honest with you, back in the 90s.
That didn't take as long as I thought it would.
Well, we might want to save that list of presidents and the actors who played them in movies for another time, because George Washington covers from 1909 to 2014. I mean, just George Washington. There's 3 movies with Joseph Kilgore, Washington Under the Flag, Battle Cry Peace, and Janice Murdoch. But anyhow, the one thing that I did find out is that Charlton Heston played 2 different presidents. One of them being Andrew Jackson in the Buccaneers and the President, and then the other one was the President's Lady. Even though he's too manly of a man to look like Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson looks like you could break him with a twig. But he was a tough boy, but an asshole too. If you don't believe me, just ask the Cherokees and the Seminole and the Creek and the Iroquois. They'll all admit Andrew Jackson was a asshole.
Yeah, many, many others.
Yeah.
All the way to the Khalifa tribes that call themselves bands that I happen to be one of. The first one to publicly use the term manifest destiny, meaning genocide and assimilation. Yes, ask your question.
Does your band have its own language, and do you know any of it?
Yes and no. Yes, they have and it's not their own. Many of the North California tribes that all share the language.
Okay.
So no, I don't know any of it. But for a while, our tribe had some of it published.
I know that I asked this question before, but do they have their own art style?
Yes, mainly reed-based baskets. World famous for baskets.
Are they part of the group that used to be in Northern California?
Oh yeah.
Part of the what some people are refer to as the Potlatch Indians that go all the way up into Washington.
No, just the Northern California area.
Oh, okay.
Now we have a new website again.
Y'all own all that land?
No, we own 75 acres of what used to be all that land.
Okay. And let me guess, versus taking some of that money from that casino and buying it back and spreading out.
Not allowed. It's a nightmare forever. And
why wouldn't they be allowed to buy land back? Okay, I'm confused. Why wouldn't they be able to buy land back?
Because they don't have any money, number one. And number two, the land is seized up by the state and the county.
Oh, okay.
And
I mean, if it's up for
tribe
sale,
is the people are just too damn stupid.
I mean,
I'm sorry, imbecilic.
I would figure
that. What?
I was gonna say, I figure any tribe that got any kind of money would start doing like the Cherokee do, buy the land back. Start buying it, goes up for sale, buy it.
They don't have any money. The only money they get is for debt, and they take their debt money. And I zoom the picture in so you can see it a little better. You can go to drycreekrancheria.com and zoom it all you want to. This is $75 million worth of leaning, do not occupy concrete parking structure
For what?
for you can see from the picture how out of level this thing is. They
Uh-huh.
did not set a foundation. They stacked
Oh my God.
$75 million into this concrete crap. And the casino is in what's called a sprung structure or a tent.
I'm sorry. That's funny.
That's why I call it a tent-sino. This horrifying nightmare is what my peoples did with $200 million.
Oh, okay. What's that? Is that oil towers or water tanks up there on that hill?
I have
Or
no
do you?
idea.
Okay.
Elizabeth said cousin Chris's negotiation and the
I mean,
conciliation agreements in the state in California, they are not allowed to do that.
do what?
229 million leaning parking structure, but I did talk to the chairman into putting it to code and getting out that loan.
They're
I
not.
know you want to remember it that way, Elizabeth, and we're just going to have to leave it alone. The loan is still out there, and the chairman built that 75 million nightmare without bids through his own construction company. That when we finally got an audit ordered, they went and found the receipts in a storage building that had no roof on it.
Mm,
So they were, of course, all wet. You couldn't read anything. There was no records to audit, so we can't do anything about it. Of course, it must be right through his own construction company that was dissolved as soon as he got voted out.
okay. I'm gonna
Chairman
ask
is what
another
we call our chief.
dumb question. Is Dry Creek a copyrighted name?
I don't know. It's the registered name of the band. They
I mean, like
changed
if
the
you wanted
name. It used to be called something else, but in the 1970s, I think, is when they were forced under Public Law 280 to become a corporate entity.
okay. I
So
didn't know
they,
if you could do like a Dry Creek uh security company or something of that
I
nature.
could do whatever the heck I wanted to do. I could call it Dry Reek Rancheria, whatever, and they might go borrow another few $1,000,000 to try to sue me all the way across the country because they're that dumb. But I wouldn't try to egg them into it.
Well, I'm just the reason I'm asking is out in Harnett County. I don't know if it still exists, but for the longest time there was the Seminole Indian Reservation, and it existed of 3 trailers down by the river there. That's the North Carolina, the Cumberland County, Harnett County border, and they had a little picnic area and a little museum, and it was literally called the Seminole Indian Reservation, and it was 3, maybe 4 trailers at its max.
And Elizabeth typed a bunch of stuff in the chat, and we're just going to leave it at only a small part of the loan. That was construction by the lawyer's construction company, not Harvey. Harvey built freeways. And I'm not going to go into that again. I'm not going to dig it up.
Okay,
It
I
is
was
what
just
it is. I remember it differently, and I have a lot of documentation differently. Hom was not allowed to bid on anything because it was before we asked her.
no. The reason I was asking, could you do like start buying parts of Harnett County and they call it the eastern band of the Dry Creek Rancherios?
As long as somebody had some money and some wherewithal and we weren't so busy hurting each other and stealing each other any kind of money we had. But so, yes, in theory, but no, in reality.
Oh, okay. It just the reason I was saying is because the opportunity is there if you could consolidate and not, as you put it, not steal from each other to really make something of that 75 acres or more if you could buy land.
Well, see, they're borrowing millions and millions of dollars to pay lawyers to fight and sue the Graton, because the Graton did exactly that. Purchased land, danger closer to San Francisco than our outfit,
Uh-huh.
and the Graton being cash rich. Those are the ones that I told you they're one of the only successful casino tribes. They
Yeah.
I looked it up on a previous stream. They dividend and casino money every member of their tribe $32,500 a month.
Yeah. I mean, that system
The
can be duplicated.
Gratons bought a huge hunk of land closer to San Francisco than our tribe, and are now they've paid all the monies and the lawyers and bribed all the politicians necessary to have it taken into trust, which
Okay.
means it is become Indian land again.
Well, I mean,
So yeah,
I'm
our
just saying,
tribe could have always done that, but the chairman wanted a antique fire truck and a brand new shiny dually pickup truck. So ripped off a ton of money in the millions and millions of dollars, and we end up with a leaning hunk of concrete where I was trying all along to get them, don't build anything there, leave my uncle. My uncle had his little trailer, and a couple other people in the tribe had little single wides and double wides on this land where Tensino lives now.
yeah.
Without any notice, those scumbuckers showed up one day with a bulldozer and smashed my uncle's home.
Well, okay. This is me thinking hypothetically. All right. I'm not trying to say how someone should do it or would do it or whatever. But I'm just saying, with the right amount of power, you blow that parking facility, haul off the concrete or level some of those hills, whatever you want to do with the concrete after you get rid of it. Keep the tent casino. Do it, like I said, do it at the park. Put in a camping facility,
Oh,
such as
they bought some place and they were supposed to help relocate, like if I wanted to go back there and help manage and get things moving. There's just so much infighting and stupidity, and everybody
I
hates
get.
each other so badly. It's a great
Well,
theory, sir,
yeah.
but it's again textbook and theories, and the reality of it is,
Like I said, that's the whole reason I'm not rich because I'd make more money.
yeah, me too, and it's another rerun into the old history theories of Bill Gates got the big credit for it, but he turned it back and said he had learned it from somebody else in life.
Yeah.
It's this theory of what, like, some garbage he made up or said, and then everybody twisted it and made it better than he said it. And he's humble about it.
Yeah.
That
Well, I'm just saying, with the
A,
right amount of.
what made Microsoft successful is that the only thing smart about Bill Gates, according to Bill Gates, is he understands this. The only way for him to be the good boss of a huge, important company is for him to hire A-plus people, people
Right.
smarter than him and better than him.
I'm just saying, with the right amount of good management, that's 75 acres is enough to you could really, especially since you can have a casino in California, which I think technically gambling is illegal unless it's run by the state or something like that, unlike Nevada. Um,
Only on Indian land, yes.
I mean, and it would be a much smaller carbon footprint than that concrete parking lot and blend in with the land, pay off the original loan, start collecting and see, and if need be, every time land comes up for sale, if you got the money, you got the cash, buy it. And then incorporate it and add it a little bit at a time. Or the other thing you could do is destroy that, save up the money, or convert those into apartments for the people that work the casino. Because it doesn't look like you have enough traffic there in that photo to warrant those 3 parking structures.
You're right, sir. Elizabeth said it was not our chair. It was
Yeah.
Lizzie and her lawyer. She was the chair at the time. We finally did find her not a member and got rid of her. Your uncle had a 4-bedroom beautiful home, yes, the rest living in shacks, etc. It was,
I mean, because that's an absolutely beautiful view.
yeah, and somewhere I'm not going to dig them up, it just hurts my feelings.
Yeah, I don't want
The
to hurt your
kind
feelings.
of half computer done and half, it's made to look like somebody watercolor painted it
Yeah.
from Trump Enterprises
Well,
that
this is
involved this goofy parking structure of a Tuscan resort all over this hillside and into the creek valley that before we
yeah, well,
decided we could manage it better ourselves. And the reason Trump Enterprises at the time didn't do their thing and us all get out of it and let Donald Trump organization send us checks
yeah.
is because the economy imploded and Donald Trump didn't do anything. Nobody did anything. And the funding was supposed to come from Merrill Lynch, and Merrill Lynch disappeared into a cellar. They became a box of paper in a cellar somewhere.
Well, I mean, looking at that beautiful picture, and like I said, keep the tent, get rid of the parking structure, maybe put in some old style. I mean, make a beautiful casino and dude ranch. I know that sounds hokey, but it sells, and and with that you'd get foreign people come in to gamble and ride horses.
Yeah. Elizabeth said you cannot see from this picture that there is steep, rocky land only, and you should have seen it when they bulldozed the hill. We had to pay the first casino company $50 million. I mean, just to flatten out what is flattened out and made useful as it is, cost 50 million bucks. And that
I can
whole
imagine.
valley was ours prior to the gold rush. And the water crunches, the reason that the tribal land went at some point in my lifetime or danger close to my lifetime from 1850 of those acres to 75 is because the state stole the land in order to have control of the water.
I
The
can see
reason we
California.
got out of the first casino is Lizzie and her lawyer took money from the second casino company because the Stoops voted with her because they would get a check 2 months. And
Now, here's my question. I mean,
And yes,
uh,
Elizabeth said those are water towers in the back.
I'm just an ignorant white boy. Okay, take that as what it's worth. Is I would think that the promise of a job in the casino to make money, to make it bigger, to get more dividends, to enlarge the rancherio, to make it to make more money would make more sense than just an instant check.
Yeah, well, and go back to see the old college experiments, and they televised them, and when they've redone them, they offered people you can have $100 bill or $10 a month for the entire time you're in college, and like 98% took the $100 bill today instead of $10 a month for 4 years. Yeah, I guess it
Because
makes more sense to anybody that has any.
well, I have no money. Okay, you know that, Dean.
Yeah, but you have sense.
Yeah. Um, I've come dangerous close to making money, but I got torpedoed.
We got
Um,
sued, and even the judge could not believe we settled out so fast. I'm sorry, I'm reading Elizabeth's chat.
oh,
That was the lawyer that stole $150,000 in cash from the first casino company to buy his way into a big law firm. We had a contract to build a resort with Marriott. You can think all you want, but those a-holes are not capable of making a good decision. They voted for one board member because they pretty much vote for everybody because they threaten them if you don't vote for us. We're going to remove your good standing part of your membership, and you ain't going to get your little monthly checkies anymore. They are really, whatever,
okay.
170 years of savagery to each other. It does not get healed. Go ask Dr. Phil. Can you
Yeah.
solve people's money management problems with money? No.
No,
They
but
voted
that's
for
what
one
that
board
says.
member because she said she would buy them each a boat. I can believe it. We all had money, and to me, to be offered a
Okay.
job picking up tables or doing dishes after going to law school and having a master's and working on a PhD, and yes, we are going to stop. I was just trying to look for the little language to see if they still had it on the thing.
Oh, okay.
We are going to stop, Elizabeth. But go ahead, finish whatever you're saying here. We started this, even if
Yeah,
on accident.
I did start. Sorry, Elizabeth, if it upsets you.
Don't worry about it,
Uh,
George.
it just, I mean,
Hey, it's part of it's good. She gets to say what she gets to say, and I'm reading it out loud on this internet.
well, I just get
Somewhere
upset.
along the history of the world, someone will come across it and hear it and say, "Is it really like that?" Yes. Anyway,
I mean, I
hang on.
imagine
Let
that it's
me
a very dry area
until it like everything in California.
till it rains.
Everything is horribly dry until it rains, and then it rains too much.
Well, I'm just saying, but it looks the countryside looks pretty, and
Oh yeah.
and with some decent land management and some creativity, I could see how the group, I'm gonna call them a group at this point because they're not really working together, if they would work together, could seriously make something for themselves, their children, their grandchildren, their great grandchildren,
Yeah.
and
But that's the same thing with America. If anyone in this whole union of
oh, I
all the
agree.
states would pull their local heads out of their bums, I mean out of the clouds, let alone a bunch enough of us, we wouldn't be $40 trillion in debt.
I agree.
So anyway, Elizabeth said, Having a master's and working on a PhD, working at Caltech, was not a great job for me. My sister read in the LA Sheriff Department a few years. It was in the black, adding programs. They offered her the same jobs I was offered. Yeah, I know. Me too. But those with proximity to the food bowl and willing to snarl louder are going to eat all of the kibbles. And those that they can't eat, they're going to pee-pee on them. They're going to piss in all the Cheerios, including their own, so that nobody can have any Cheerios.
Yeah.
At our tribe, and what Elizabeth is sort of talking about, and I'm sorry that chat doesn't give enough space, so let me say this. Also involved, and they have some BS lip service that they created their own little subdivision to tear off some more federal BIA monies and whatever to get more of them in the in-club salaried jobs at our tribe in what's called TODO. They have a whole assembly now of TODO, TERO, tribal employment something.
Tribal Council Employment Right.
What is TERO? Tribal Employment Rights Ordinance or Office. It is so that under federal laws and programs, especially when we get money and outside money, that we're supposed to be guaranteed jobs. And if we don't have the qualifications for those jobs, they'll get us the training required while on the job so that we will stop turning each other away and hurting each other. But again, laws and rules and paperings are not going to stop people from being bad people.
Yeah, that's true.
This
That's one
tarot
reason I've
crap
always
has
said
been
that.
around forever, from when my mother was probably not even invented yet. It is the law. We get those jobs. My mother is a trained college approved attorney. We have a tribal court with 0 people employed, but the money from the federal government processes through our tribal court. Why is she not up there collecting a small salary as a legal advisor to the damn tribal court by remote or whatever purposes? Because they could not stand to unhandle the stolen money, number one, and number two, she'd make them look bad. And number three, they have some stupid vendetta out against her because my grandfather hit one of their grandsons on the noggin with a bottle of closed Jack Daniels.
Okay.
And we're never going to get
I hate
over
to
it.
say that one I can understand because I've experienced something similar to that.
And going back hundreds of years before that, the Spaniards, it has nothing to do with white anybody's. The Spaniards. This is what's left after a genocide, after a who cares. And white people and British can stop having white guilt over it. The Spaniards did this. The Indians on the rancherias, which meant they were put into little kennel or cattle lots. That's what that. Why do you think our tribal land is in the crappy hillside where nothing even grows? Because that's where the Spaniards said, well, put the slaves there.
Yeah.
And they would come to one of the ones when the Spaniards were so dumb and combat focused on the silver that's why a guy walking up a stream or a creek in 1848 tripped over a big yellow rock in the outflow or waste from the Spanish silver mines. that was gold and the gold rush started. The
Yeah.
Spanish threw away the gold. This is what the Spanish did. And all the people that say, oh, this and that and the other, it's the people that know, man, and you think I'm hot about it and passionate and loud about it, you would have loathed to have heard my grandfather go on about it.
Actually, I probably would have liked your grandfather, to be honest.
Probably. Could be.
Uh,
But Grandpa explained clearly, and I really did try to get him, let me record it, Grandpa, but he was very strange, and he didn't care if you took his picture, but the old Indian wives' tales that mainly originated from the French, that they won't let you take their picture because they believe it steals their spirit.
yeah.
He was kind of a little bit in the tune of, if you record my voice, I'll lose it. Sometimes. A
Yeah.
lot, and he was drunk a lot. He had a lot of ghosts to deal with in his life, and he dealt with them with the firewater. But one thing he was absolutely clear about, and he sat and I wrote and took notes, that his mother had relayed to him that her parents and her parents' parents would all sit out there in their little dry lot, like a cattle lot. That's where they put the Indians, the Spaniards.
Yeah.
And then they would come one day and they would tell one of the Indians, you name who other Indians that, and they called them diggers, that we can go send to the silver mines and work them to death, or we're going to take you and your wife and children to the silver mines, and you and your wife and children will work to death. So, of course, the guys would name two others. And this is how we learned over hundreds of years to hate and fear and loathe and distrust each other and be powerless. The British coming along when you got done smacking our babies against the tree. Hey, at least you're not making us kill each other anymore. We're all good. You want to take some more land? Just don't kill us and make us kill each other. But we hadn't unlearned it. We hadn't learned to stop hurting each other.
I get that.
And tossing a little money at it won't help. I'm sorry, anybody, that it happened. I don't really apologize. I don't, and don't you apologize, George. I shouldn't have
Well,
said
I
those
just,
words. It happened
the-
organically.
yeah.
It's it's important, I guess. Here we are putting a not well documented verbal history in the way histories were carried for 10,000 years of human histories.
Well,
We're
I'll
contributing to
put it.
that right now with our verbals.
I'll put it this way. Yes, I had ancestors that were what you could call engine fighter, using their vernacular. Both in the Carolinas, all the way out to California. In fact, my great grandfather fought him in New Mexico in 1855. But at the same token, I don't take responsibility for his actions. He took responsibility for his own actions.
Yep.
Uh,
All the idea of reparations or what, I guess the culture I came from, and I don't mean like I have any special study or anything else.
yeah.
Just me knowing from whence we came, and mainly because my grandfather's mother was the last of them, and it's
Yeah.
his versions of stuff. That's cool. I used to jibe him, and he would punch me in the guts for it, telling him things like, "Well, then you should have won the war, Grandpa."
Because I can give you a prime example as in my dad's side of the family, it happened more than one tree limb or root system. They would become traveling lay preachers, till they got enough money to buy land, and then they would buy land and become gentlemen farmers. That's one reason I used to jokingly say I am not allowed to date. Growing up, I was not allowed to date anybody from Pender County, regardless of what their skin color was, because they're probably cousins. Um, because our family, or my dad's side of the family, used to own a large chunk of North Carolina, Johnson County, Pender County, parts of New Hanover County, Sampson County. And we know this because Johnson County is named for the Johnsons that I come from. And my dad did the research on the old court record. When did we lose most of that all that money? The Civil War. Right after. It all gone. Now I have family that still owns big swaths of farmland. And my grandmother was raised on one of those farms in Sampson County. But the family don't own that land no more. Mama's side comes from Warren County, which is up in the mountain. There's a place up there called Shell Castle. And the reason they call it Shell Castle is because the family had to move in before it was finished. It was just a shell. No they had to, as generations go along, they had to put in the internal walls.
Yep.
And when when my mother was living, one of her cousins of the original namesake, which is Ransom, still owned the family house and some of the land. And not to sound prejudiced or anything, a descendant from one of the slaves lived there with him, helped take care of him, and was the caretaker for the property. And when they would go to family reunions, they called each other cousin, because in their eyes, they were cousins. I don't know what's happened to it now, because I'm too far away from that side of the family to be overly concerned about it. Too poor.
Yeah. My grandmother was a great archivist, I guess you would call it, of her side of the family heredity. And I didn't pay enough attention to it, and she didn't write it down in a way that we could carry it on. So maybe my mother knows some of it. I don't know any of it.
Well, one reason I know some of my family history is because I always used to I always used to listen to my elders when they would tell stories, and I loved them because
Yeah.
it's just the way it was. Luckily, some of it's written down, but I'd have to really dig to pull out the records, and some of the paper might fall apart.
Yep. All right, let me catch up some chats.
Okay.
Elizabeth, and this is from when I was talking about the tarot people and the management in general.
Okay.
Those people would rather have that penny promise than make millions. We also said, let's move the casino to Marriott, and since we have that dumb parking lot structure, let's put in web-based native medical center. We had an investor who did not even want anything back except to put the satellites in all native nations of the world. Yep. And I talk trash or whatever. They are just what they are. No better than me or the rest of them. You know, our manifest destiny has manifested itself. It just is what it is. What good can come of it? And I understand she doesn't work there anymore. I'm just going to say a lady named Lori. If you still work there, Lori, I apologize, but I think I was told in writing that you're not there anymore. Through the efforts of a small few, it's up on the screen and I put it in the chat. And I did put in the chat, George. I don't know if you've been able to see it, and I put it on the log. In
Yeah.
the chat, I put what started this, all caps. Very good verbal history recording. And the
Yeah.
all caps, and then a link to the language revitalization page, because you asked about
Yeah.
the
Well, I
language.
mean,
And then I wrote in the log and copy pasted into the chat. We all
okay.
live reacted to content that popped in our eyes and our ears.
What reason that I brought this up is the Cherokees, Eastern Band in North Carolina, have a YouTube channel, believe it or not. And once a week they do the word of the week,
Yep.
and they say it phonetically. They spell it out in Cherokee, and they give the meaning, and it's to help preserve the Cherokee language. And I'm just surprised that a lot more peoples don't do this, regardless
Yeah,
of
and
what language or ethnic group they come from.
yep. And it's all with a grain of salt. This is the fire that me and my mother have stood next to. Her for a lot more years than me. Why? Because she's my mother. She's older. She's had more years of this nonsense. But here we have. And is it good? Can you click here and hear audios of the sounds? No. But it's something. We have something.
I mean, it
They
would
have
almost.
a app in iOS, nothing in, and I have offered, hey, I'm a computer programmer. Let me port it, your little app, to web, to Windows, to anything, so that you don't have to be a rich Apple operator to benefit from Pomo language. And they're like, don't call us, we won't call you. So anyway, we have a little bit here. Occasionally we get something in our little newsletters in our emails. It's not great, but it is something. And
Yeah.
you can go see, here's classes. Would you like to take classes? You don't have to be a tribe member. Anybody can go here. So
Well, I would, but I suck at languages.
yeah, but it's all audio. You can download the notes. It's right here on that one page I linked in the chat.
Um,
So
going to be
all you got to
another
do is
dumb.
click the play button. I don't know how long it is, if it even still works.
I'm gonna ask another dumb question.
They're not dumb
You
questions. Stop
you probably don't
qualifying it
know it.
that way, sir.
Has anybody contacted the North Carolina Bureau of no, let me rephrase that. UNC Pembroke's Native American Studies um, professors and given them this information, and they would even make it a part of their lessons plans when students want to take Native American studies. Because the more people that know about it, even if I mean, okay, they might mostly be Lumbee or Cherokee or Chickaw or whatever, but the more people that know about it, the less likely it dies. That's my
Yeah,
thought. That's how I view history.
yeah, and if you want to, you got the link. If you have a connection that might be interested, just point it.
I
I'm
might.
clicking stuff
I gotta
and
find out. I gotta
uh,
find out if Dr. Oxendine is still working there.
you have to be from around here. It might not be the Dr. Oxendine you're thinking of, but there's an Oxendine there somewhere.
Well, her Dr. Linda Oxendine, her father was also a professor in university, and he's also a Dr. Oxendine. And it just took a Native American history class, and it just one of those things that became bigger than I was.
Yep.
As in, I kept taking more and more and more because of my curiosity factor.
What's really good, I've clicked a bunch of links while we were talking, and they just don't work. These
Okay.
links are going dead quickly. But that's all right. There's something somewhere. Maybe we can go back to the Internet Archive and the Wayback Internet machines or whatever they've got these days.
Elizabeth, how good are you with languages?
I have no idea how good she is with languages. We all have
That's right.
our functionals, and she's been around the elders and her father more.
Well, I was just thinking if we got her a camera, since we do know she has a computer and she could record herself, picking words out and saying them and, making them the Dry Creek Rancheria word of the week or month. We can start off small.
Oh yeah, I
And
don't think she has that much. None of us do.
I mean, just start off with what you got there. Show the symbol, how it's phonetic. I guess that's phonetic spelling.
I have no idea. I started way back. I don't remember how long. Probably 05, 06, that long ago.
Yeah.
But we just starting in 05, we had grandchildren, so spare time for doing stuff was very limited.
Yeah. I was just saying start off small, a word of the week or a word of the month, and a little story about word if we can find anything. And
Like, and she may know what that, how to sound out or understand. She hasn't answered in the chat yet. Like, how do you say,
oh, here she
hang on.
goes.
It says, I had a lot before my brain injuries. I spoke and lived this language until a teenager, but it went. They do have a group that does that on Facebook. I think they got kicked out of the office project. Probably. Yeah. And there's
Do you
not
do
many,
you,
like, I don't even remember from the class what the doubling sign means. I don't remember if that means as a precursor, double the E sound or double the previous letter sound. So is it like tech A or tiki, or is it by doubling they mean make the sound? I do remember that much. So is it tech eh, or is it tech eh eh? I don't remember what the doubling sign means anymore, or both.
or would that mean doubling E? So
Yeah,
tiki,
I don't remember. Does it mean doubling the letter before or the sound before, or
tiki.
doubling the letter after, the sound after?
Yeah.
I don't remember. See, and all they've got is a key for the doubling sign. Okay, what does question mark hangman loosely symbol mean? That it's not listed anywhere. It's something like an M.
So I take it y'all don't have a cultural center there that we could ask these questions.
Oh, HN, no. The last one who really tried and often got herself in lots of trouble was that one I mentioned earlier. I'm not even going to say her name again.
Well,
that they were always talking about, your retirement and everything else is at risk. Stop doing stuff. Elizabeth said it's actually not a lineal language. It would be like trying to explain how birds talk to one another, but in American. Some person
okay.
made up these letters and sounds and the keys. Our language is. More is coming. It's very complicated. And even in a little, at the time, there might have been, when we first started these casino and hospital talks, Elizabeth said, our language is related to Hawaiian. No, they stole the materials when my brother got a grant to build one. She's talking about cultural center.
Yeah.
Yes, they managed to tell her to retire. Yes. But the whole time she was there, she would do everything she could. Great lady. At great risk to her and her family and her children, because all they got to do is wave their magic wand and hold a little private secret vote, not even document it, and say
Well,
because us vote power people vote that they can't get rid of their membership. That would require court interventions,
yeah.
but they can remove the in good standing part.
Okay.
And if you are not a member in good standing, then you are not entitled to any benefit.
Okay.
So it's a serious, serious threat that a lovely, lovely lady I have never met or seen a picture of would, when the stuff really got twisty, she figured out and worked out and solved problems from inside without getting fired and not in good standing. But yeah, this
Well,
stuff we can play with in the future.
yeah, I was thinking like if we could get from anywhere what they sound like. I mean, even if we have to go to another tribe and see if they have it, if it's the same language.
Well, all of this is taken from a white guy named Alex Walker.
Okay. Is he still living?
Oh yeah, you can go to one of the universities there in California and get the books and all kinds of stuff.
Well, I was just
It's
saying.
generalized, and some of the little bands and rancherias are not going to understand any of it. They have their own unique dialects,
Yeah.
but most of them, just like English,
Yeah.
they're dialects. Eventually, you can work it out.
Well, I was just saying if we could get what it sounds like it, like if they had, something on, like Spanish on tape
Yeah.
and put it out there, get someone who's worst comes to worst, get someone who's not a member of the rancheria to do it.
Yeah.
So they can't be harmed by them
Oh yeah.
and basically save their language, spite themselves, save their culture, spite themselves.
So we have tribal law now listed, a tribal court listed, and it's all BS. Look at look at our fantastic tribal court. It's two trees and a bunch of dirt. Those who violate tribal law may face sanctions, which could include fines, community service, or even an exclusion from tribal lands.
Yes, but if I'm not a member of your tribe, there's not a lot you can do to me.
No, the whole point is that we're supposed to have a tribal court to solve internal problems internally.
Yeah.
Click here for your tribal laws. That's
And
it.
yes, it
That's
goes
all you get.
nowhere.
This one paragraph. Self-governing nation with full authority to enact and enforce its own laws.
But
Wait,
it has no
but
laws.
what are the laws? This is the law. We will vote what is law upon you. In secret.
I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know if I'm kind of interested in the tribal dress and the beadwork and things like that. Um, Part of the reason is like through my dad's exploring with Boy Scouts and trying to learn respect of others, but also has to do a lot with where I went to college, which was Pembroke. And they are familiar with a lot of stuff that gets lost over the years.
Yep.
Like, who are what is the original, or the origins of the Lumbee Indians? No one knows to this day. They speculate, but no one really knows. Um, the only advantage they have is they were never trussed up on a reservation. So what they have, they own, and they got federal recognition except for the purposes of money. They don't get
And
any federal money.
Clint promised that he was going to put his people on it. We'll see.
We'll see.
It's
Uh,
it's not a decision. At least having a president on the side of
yeah,
helps, but it's not a decision for the president. The Congress must act.
I'm just saying. Okay, hold on.
Elizabeth said, "We wore Levi's because they lied and said they were Mexican to be allowed to work at Levi. Levi jackets, jeans, overalls, the beads, etc. came from trading with Japanese for centuries."
Okay,
Something about
I was just
Hearst.
looking at that one picture.
Yeah. Oh, they grabbed those pictures off somewhere. Whoever does the website.
Oh, so y'all don't have your own what we call here powwows
Oh, hell no.
or radios?
If they have anything, uh, everybody else is excluded.
Okay. I just know one thing that one reason some of the other peoples have been able to stay at least head above water is because of their cultural centers where they invite everybody to learn about them. The Navajo, the Hopi, the Cherokee, the Seminole, the Iroquois. I mean, there's too many to name.
Yeah. And it really is. Some of them put on a better face. It looks okay from the outside, but you're not one of them and you don't have to live there.
Right. I'm just saying, the the Navajo, the last time I read, they voted against a casino because they were already bringing in money and jobs to their cultural center. The silver. I mean, because Navajo are very famous for their silver work
Yep.
and their turquoise work. I mean, one of their Chichina dolls can go from anywhere from 100 to a couple of $1,000, and they're only allowed to do certain Chichina dolls because of religious right. Whereas the Cherokee, or at least the Eastern Band, have got their toes in all kinds of little things to make money for the tribe.
And big things. Yep.
Oh yeah,
Elizabeth
big things
said
too.
Elizabeth said the East Coast had many who often were Quakers who taught them to save their own language and traditions and had them in colleges. The Navajos sell uranium and other minerals.
Yeah, but I'm just saying they kind of put a halt on any more exploration of uranium. Uh, what the government came in and got, they get a little subsidy off of that. Not no more nowhere near the compensation for the damage that was caused because when they were starting digging uranium out of those holes, we didn't know the damage that uranium, the poison it would do, and cleaning it up is next to impossible.
Yeah.
Um, Still remember, you can go anywhere, go to Disney World, buy a coonskin cap, look at the label. It says made in Cherokee, North Carolina, or made by the Cherokees of North Carolina. And they started that back in the 50s. You go to Disney World, you find their goofy Indian lances, which aren't Cherokee. I don't even, only certain tribes even use decorative lances anywhere near like the toy land, but they made in Cherokee. Cherokee have their own clothing line sold through Target. Make shoes in there. But they started off in, they took one thing and used that to build on the next thing, to use that to build on the next. They do have a casino. They do have a casino eventually. But that wasn't the only thing that was making them money. The other things allowed them to make money to to build the casino. Now they're working on um marijuana infirmary and processing plant.
Yep. Don't surprise me at all.
And if you look at the size of the actual, you put the Cherokee Indian Reservation of North Carolina on a map, it's not that big. Fort Bragg is almost as big, if not bigger.
Yep.
But
And
one
right
of the
at
things
that
they
moment, sir,
okay,
we're gonna have to catch up chat. I really gotta pee.
go pee.
I'm going pee. I got the lady up on the screen. You can't see it because you're looking at the Discord.
Actually, right now I'm looking at the lady.
Okay. And Elizabeth will grab those chats as soon as I get back. Be right back. Everybody go listen to some Ballroom Blitz. All right. Getting back on it. Chat catch up. I'll cover up me. Little yellow heart smiley face. Elizabeth said, we have what are called in our language big time as translated, but are healing conferences and some festivals, such as the one picture, which is the Strawberry Festival. We have weed and tobacco store and our parking structure. I believe that's a smiley face icon. See, we can all still smiley face and laugh about it. Yeah, they are the parts that the county and the state didn't say were unsafe. They put some false walls up and everything else and try to have stores in that fantastic parking lot. Oh, me. I have the other things on the to-do list.
Okay.
I don't know that I have the strength for much more. But let me look
Okay.
back. I think we'll save the
We also own a solar farm. How's that working for y'all?
I don't know. When the debt went private, they didn't have to report anymore. The financial disclosure we get or how wonderful everything is and wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Some silliness standing up at a meeting every so often, once a year or once every 5 months or something, and saying how wonderful everything is. It's wonderful, wonderful.
Now, I know you can't be the only one that's no longer living there. So, do they televise these things?
No, if you can't get there, you're out. And they're all secret and they don't keep minutes and it's all just bullshit. Excuse my French, is a YouTube. That why I was speaking Milakawani minutes, the native language. Oh, wait. Elizabeth Banks for president. Done. Put an X in it. Thank you, and I'm sorry, Elizabeth Banks, but I love you. It was in here somewhere. The video you sent, George. The Pew View video from George. Link below. Reaction. I think we'll save that for tomorrow.
Okay.
Because that's semi-deep. It's still fun, and it's a yin and a yang thing, and I don't want to, because I am kind of fatigued.
Yeah, well, I kind of drug it out of you with this branch of the conversation.
No, not really. No, you didn't, sir. It was all organic, and it's good. Maybe it's catharsis. And I wrote it in the chat and I wrote it in the log, so it'll be in the comment afterwards. I think it's great. It's good stuff.
Hopefully, we can get to it at a later time because I have more questions.
Always. And she added her last comment. She added the little smiley face sideways like the good old chat days, parentheses. See, we're all still smiling, no matter how
Oh,
ridiculous it is.
I'm always interested about other people's art style or crafts.
Yeah, and we'll talk long about the baskets and the long ago cohabitator friend. We only got married because of the LA Sheriff's Department insurance policies then would not pay a roommate. We should have never been married on papers except for that. We were just good friends. And when she finally went wherever she went, and the guy that made her heart go pitter pat, it was a good marriage, good cohabitations, good
That's
divorce. And I'm glad Last time I ever heard, a long time ago, we weren't Facebook friends or anything. Once upon a time, maybe in 2022, she put a like and it said she liked your post on my Facebook, but it was the only one in 10 years of Facebooking.
Yeah.
So it was like ping. So I sent a little, I put down in the comment underneath, just one ping, Vasily. And she didn't put a thumb on that, but whatever. But her grandmother was an escape from the nasties Dutch woman,
Yeah.
you know, tattooed in bad place camps,
Yeah.
rescued at the last possible moments. So her grandmother had a real lust for life. Her grandmother was good people. And just the destiny of things when I finally got to meet Grandma, because Grandma and Grandpa had escaped. Grandpa first escaped to Canada, and they took him in as a refugee.
Yeah.
And eventually, somehow, after her escape involved, and I can't remember all the story, I wish I did, or had it written down. Anyway, it's a long and death-defying story of a very young girl woman having been horribly abused and mistreated by the nasties,
Yeah.
and then having to make her way across the earth to try to find her guy, all alone in a horribly large world.
Mm.
And anyway, so she was very life lusty and living it to the hilt, as they say.
Uh-huh.
And one of the things that this woman who had traveled all around the world finding interest in was Northern California homo baskets. She loved them. She collected them. She sold them. She'd buy a few for $5 at the highway stand each. And when she went to visit relatives in Canada, they were like, "Oh, are those authentic homo baskets? We'll give you 500 Canada dollars." Okay. And I mean, she was really into it, and she had gone and
Well,
taken time out of her life to take the basket classes and learn how to make them herself.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, even these days, uh, those art styles from various locations sell,
Yep.
and
And a little old roundy poundy Holland Dutcher, very white woman. The Nazis were not focused entirely on Jews. I'm not knocking you, Hebrews and Jews, for what they did to your people. But they did plenty of bad to everybody else too, also, equally. So this
in
poor
fact,
old
we can.
Holland Dutcher lady, when we finally met, the destiny of things, she said, she was asking something about the heritage. And I
Yeah.
said, "Oh, I'm a mutt," but we finally got our tribe papered, so I got my papers. I'm a pomo. And she said, "Oh, I make those baskets," and da da da. And after, I don't know, a while or something, me and her, we laughed and laughed because since marriage papers aren't enough, I said, "Here," her husband had diabetes, so he had to do the finger
Uh-huh.
pricking all the time. I said, "You poke your finger," and I'm used to it when my grandfather had real type 1 diabetes. So I said, "Let's get his little finger poker stick, thumbtack. I'll poke my finger, you poke your finger, we'll be blood brothers. And now you're a pomo, so your baskets are authentic." And she giggled and laughed and laughed, and sure enough, we became blood brothers. Me and the old
Yeah.
Holland Dutcher, and she sure enough went and wrote off. Got her little paper that she was selling her baskets with. Instead of her selling hers for whatever, she wasn't ripping anybody off. They were like $5, made by a Dutch woman, but taught by a Northern California. She never could remember, was it someone from my tribe or one of the others? About 10 around that local area that all are 800 to 1,000 people left in the tribe. So she didn't know which one, but I said it doesn't matter. And she went back, and let's say she was selling her baskets for $5. She went and wrote authentic across it, authentic Pomo baskets, and doubled the price. True story.
I believe it. Are you familiar with Paul Revere and the Raiders?
The band?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you know their Indian reservation song too.
Oh yeah, I used to have it I hand wrote it to cover up a bullet hole in my bedroom window. I did. We took the whole Cherokee Nation, stuck them out on the reservation.
And now their beads are made in Japan.
Yeah. And
Um,
maybe one day when they learn brown, 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 brown. Sorry, you incited me. I'm gonna make my sing songies.
okay.
The Cherokee
One
Nation will return. Will
what
return.
they're working on it. Well, I was fixing one. I don't know where he. It was one of my dad's trips with the Boy Scouts. He actually learned how to make. I use the word wampum, which is a belt,
Yeah.
using a porcupine quill, because that's what they were originally made from, painted porcupine quill. And I've known several people that have done that. My brother gave my dad's, I guess you call it a loom. I don't know if it's a loom or what, that my dad used to use for making beaded belts and stuff, to one of the local Boy Scouts, because Chris was no longer interested in making beaded belts, and I never learned how. Where you set up the strings and you kind of sew the beads together, so it
Mm-hmm.
becomes like a beaded cloth.
Yep. I have my grandfather's last loom and a recreation of it that I built myself. My grandfather was real into beading.
See, a German Scotsman also learned all that stuff.
Yep. I let a lot of things go with the building downtown.
Yeah.
My grandfather's loom wasn't one of them. That is safely stored.
I wish we could find the people that did that and use very strong bad words at them, and it effectively stole your building.
Oh, not effectively. They did.
Well, like I said, I would like, if justice was out there, I wouldn't mind finding them and shouting at them with very explicit bad words.
Well, they'll be all right. I accept my destiny. What if I had kept everything in a storage building in Altadena,
For
California? It'd all been toast anyway.
um for future streams, I wouldn't mind us covering Danny Kaye and one of his last movies in '81 called Skokie.
Future request from George. Say it again. Daddy K.
Danny Kaye,
Is it K-A-Y?
um, Kaye,
K-A-Y-E.
and he one of his last movies that really left an impression on me is called Skokie. I wish I could find it on DVD. It was a TV movie back in 1981.
DANNYKAYE at DIMDb. 1911 to 1987. Elizabeth said, I'm glad you still have the loom. Do you have that big container of beads as well? I have some beads, but got them at powwows here in LA. Dad used to make stethoscope covers for the doctors for. No, and I'm waiting for her to finish what she was typing. Damn it, I let the scroll. For the doctors for a lot of money, but he made me some to use on headdresses for the horses and chest medallions for the horses. No, and by the time 92 rolled around, he wasn't getting beads from his original sources. We got them from a place called Ophelia's on the Yakima Reservation. She was another one. I don't think Ophelia was Yakima, but neither was my grandfather. But of all the tribes that lost all their land, Yakima in Washington were absolutely fabulous. For they'd
Oh,
take you in, treat you like you were one of theirs, but not make you get on their rolls, because if you ever get on another tribe's rolls, you're off of your tribes forever.
yeah.
Yakima were great, great. Back then, I don't know what's going on there anymore, but I don't remember if Ophelia was Yakima or somewhere else that they had taken in like they took in my grandfather. But he got all his beads and we got any beads we had from Ophelia's on the Yakima Indian Reservation. Let's look that up.
I don't even know where my dad got his, to be honest with you.
Ophelia's beads, Yakima, Washington. I shouldn't put beads. Oh, Yakima beads, rocks, and candy emporium. 10 best bead shops in Yakima. Uh, uh, Ambrosia. Oh, there's one. There's a YouTube from 8 years ago that says how to make the Ophelia bracelet. Ophelia's was the place, but she was old in 92 when I was up there.
Yeah.
Oh well. Ophelia Beads is on Facebook. I don't trust it. Besides, I'm mad at Facebook.
Yeah.
Elizabeth said I could get buffalo hides and skulls from a ranch on the Yakima Reserve. Yep.
Oh, buffalo's robes go for a premium these days.
Oh
Has
gosh,
for a
yes.
couple of years.
When you said the name, I thought, man, why do I know that name? Who's Danny Kaye? Then I saw his face. Oh, that's Danny Kaye. Which movie his you said you wanted to look at?
Skokie, 1981.
Yep, there it is.
I wouldn't mind looking at his whole career, but I'm just saying that one in particular.
Oh, that has a
Yeah.
Roman symbol on it over an American flag.
Yeah. Because it's about uh, the
Skokie.
actual American Nazi party wanting to march through Skokie, which was mostly uh, occupied by descendants as well as survivors of the Holocaust, and they tried to keep them out. And NAACP sued people of Skokie on behalf of the Nits and won.
Yep.
And then when they finally did their march, there was like maybe 4 or 5, or they went somewhere else. Oh, we won what we did what we want to do, so we're moving on. Which was get people upset. That's all they wanted to do.
Yeah. Elizabeth said Wapato pawn and trade. They always had a lot of after rodeo tack, etc. After Indian rodeo. The riders get drunk and sell things for cheap to the pawn shop. Great saddles, tack, and all kinds of rodeo stuff they bought expensive when they won and sold cheap when they lost. Even had horse trainers at some of the bigger Indian rodeos. Yep. And Wapato Pawn and Trade might be where I got my friend Artie Miller. Because a little baby race war started between the Mexicans and the Indians on the Yakima Indian Reservation. I've said before on these things. For anyone that didn't hear it, true story. And it was at the Yakima Indian Reservation. As nice as it is, welfare states don't work, and people that don't have to work do things like have barfing contests. Of course,
Not
after
not
church.
not Yakima, but Waccamaw, which is a lake in North Carolina. They believed what where a lot of the Waccamaws went survived is what became part of them became the Lumbees.
Yep. And
And I was going to
but
say one of the other myths, because they can't prove it, so you might as well call it a myth. When the English met what we know of as the Lumbees for the first time, they spoke a bit of English, and that's where they one of the beliefs is that's they managed to take it, the Waccamaws and the Lumbees took in what were members of the lost colony. Legend says. Again, no way to prove it.
yep. But the on the Yakima Reservation, circa 1992, racial tensions heated up, and the not Indian brown people and the Indian brown people decided it was time to do race war. And I barely escaped, and I don't know if it's the place Elizabeth named. Wapato is a very small little town. I don't know if it was Wapato Pawn and Trade. But I ducked into basically and everybody there joked and called it, oh, that's the general store. That's where you go for everything other than the grocery store. Because the same people owned both, but the grocery store was next door. And they did all that pawn and trade and everything else. So I ducked into there and said, oh man, things are bad, because things were bad. There was a lot of knife fighting going on. They knew better than to mess around with G words. But sticks and edged weapons was how the little mini riots worked. And no property damage, just hurt each other.
Yeah.
So barely escaping into that place, the proprietor said, you can't go out of here unarmed. I said, yeah, I will. I'll 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 get one of their tools. I've been in gang warfares in Los Angeles. I'm not worried about it. I know how to get somebody else's. And he said, "Well, we got this little. It's a little fold-over buck knife in a leather sheath, and whoever owned it when they were a child had carved their name in it in the wood on both sides. On one side it says Artie, and on the other side it says Miller, and we became fast friends. Me and Artie Miller." And I said, "Well, how much?" Because I don't remember how much it said, like $15 or $20 on it. And I had, of course, left home with just enough money to go to the store and grab whatever I was going for.
Yeah.
I had a crispy $5 bill and nothing else. So when I said, "Can I pay you back later?" or whatever, he said, "Oh no, that's how much it costs." I said, "Yeah, but what about the tax?" He said, "Oh, I'll just write somebody." He wrote someone else's roll number on the book. "No tax for you. You're on the rolls." So yeah, but it all worked out okay. No violence. I just ended up owning a knife. That's all. As far as I'm ever going to admit. Yep, yep, yep. Take that, you numbskulls. Wake up and go to sleep. Very interesting time in life, living on a Indian reservation.
Yeah.
And they had cops, but they didn't have any trained investigators or whatever. And a unalived body turned up in a ditch somewhere. And they all went out there and got long measuring tapes because they were trying to figure out, was it off the reservation and they could just leave it alone? Or
Yeah.
was it on the reservation and they had to do something about it? And somebody said something in earshot of somebody that knew that I had been to the academy in a different place.
Yeah.
"Oh, well, you can come help us out." I don't remember what it was so silly. Out there in the middle of the night, shining flashlights and doing a red rummer homicide investigation. You've been deputized. So, I don't have any investigation experience. "Oh well, neither do we. Let's pretend." Hmm. The most important part to them is, that should they go wake up the surveyors and find out exactly, precisely, can we claim? And then they wanted to sit around the Yakima Indian police. Do you think the state police or the FBI, and they're those slow talking Indians, just like the movies? "You think the FBI would know if we just dragged it over a few yards?"
Oh, you just remind me of an episode of Longmire.
Oh my gosh. That's for
Uh,
my fictional movie in the Indian reservation planet of
yeah,
space
I'm just
opera.
you remind me of an
Uh-huh.
episode of the TV show Longmire, where this person who is Cheyenne committed murder, but on the reservation because they knew that the FBI is not going to bother, and the reservation police had no real power, and because of it, in the story, the reservation police chief takes the battery and moves it across the border into uh, the county where Longmire is the sheriff.
And it's called what? Long? Long Meyer?
Yeah, Longmire.
Same last name as Baloney?
But Oscar Mayer?
No, not the same
I
last
had to
name.
sing the song in my head to get that. I'm sorry.
It's Mire, not Meier, Meyer. Nope, different last name. Long is a Meyer. Long Meyer. You talking about the 2012 Western?
Yeah, yeah. It's classified a western, modern western, alternative western. That's it.
That's cool. Something else to talk about another day. Longmire. Does my
Um,
Western have a last name? It's Meier. That's another one. You children accept the fact that I'm old and I remember these things. It's like I was born in that Sandra Bullock movie. And it ain't a
yeah,
Sandra Bullock movie. It's Blade and Rocky. Can't even
yeah.
remember their names right now. Sylvester Stallone and Wesley Snipes. I sure don't remember the name of the movie. But everybody in the super wonderful future, the only music they have is old jingle songs from a
Well,
100 million years ago commercials. Like my baloney has a first name, it's Oscar. My baloney has a second name, is Meier. I love to eat it every day, and if you ask me why, I'll say because Oscar Mayer has a way with Bologna.
um,
Not a sponsor. Sure could be.
Phillips plays a Cheyenne called Standing, who has a
Oh,
bar off the reservation.
there they are right there on the screen.
Yeah,
He's another one day Lou Diamond Phillips.
yeah.
But it is going to take a whole day, I think.
Oh, probably. I mean, he's still working,
Oh yeah.
and
Man, they did a digitized him for that latest Call of Duty game, Call of Duty number 6.
okay.
And I was just watching somebody else live streamer about it. And I was like, that's Lou Diamond Phillips. I typed it in the chat. That's Lou Diamond Phillips. That's Lou I typed it like 4 times and they're like, shut up. No, it's not.
You would call the
Yes, it
main character
was.
Longmire naive.
Well, TV needs to be.
Well, I'm just saying no, because the way his outlook on life, even through tragedy, because I mean, when it starts, his wife had died just a couple of years earlier from cancer. He, what he told his daughter, cancer, but she actually was the M word,
Hmm.
and it's just a lot of good actors, a lot of good actors, like Zach. Uh, can't remember the last name. There's another one called Dark Wind about playing reservation cop and solving different crime stuff. Very good. Some big
Oh,
name,
there's Graham Greene. He's in that 12
huh?
episodes of Longmire.
Graham Greene actually plays the bad guy.
Oh, cool.
He plays a very good bad guy too. I don't mean a
Gerald
good guy that's
McRaney.
bad, but I mean he does an excellent job of playing a bad guy. Uh,
I don't see the Zach.
I think that scroll up a second because he's been in a lot of episodes. Starts with a Z. Zane Mc,
Oh,
Mc
this guy? Zane or Zon McLarnon?
yes.
Okay, let's look him
He
up.
has he has a new series where it's called Darkwind and he's playing a I think it's Navajo Indian Reservation Police
And
Chief.
I watched Bone Tomahawk. Isn't that Kurt Russell?
Yes.
I just don't remember anything about it. I guess one day I'll have to hunt that down again. Sorry, Bone Tomahawk. I forgot you were
Uh
there.
he's listed in the top 10, one of the top 10 current Native American actors or indigenous, however they call it.
Whatever. Sorry, sir, or ma'am, or whatever you identify as.
Sorry, sir. I don't wish to insult you. I
Yeah.
am very
Uh,
respectful of your acting. I love your acting.
maybe he doesn't.
He's also in Res Dog, which is
Maybe
funny.
he's like me because it does say is an American actor known for his performances in the Western crime drama series Longmire, the second season of Fargo, and the second season of Westworld. Because
Yeah,
when people ask me, like, do you want to be called Indian or Pomo or Native or Aboriginal? No, I'm just an American.
yeah.
I don't want to.
Um,
I don't want to separate out. That's between me and my kennel paper
well,
people and our casino checks. That's just, don't worry about
well,
it.
Graham Greene is from Canada,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly. I think that's the reason they put that in. And yes, people, Canada is part of America. It's a continent, just like Mexico are American. They're just not Tejano or North America. What do they call them? Yeah, North Americana.
No
Gringos.
reservation dogs. No hard feelings.
That
There, he was
the
in no hard
reservation.
feelings.
Yeah, reservation dogs. I like it. It gives you a different slant on things. Some young actors that are up and coming. Darkwind. They're getting ready to do their fourth season.
Well, I didn't know that in 2023 they made a TV series called History of the World Part 2.
Yeah,
It
I haven't seen it.
finally happened.
Yeah.
And I liked the ancient old movie with the famous Western actor. His name's leaving me right now, so I have
Yul
never.
Brynner,
Yes, yes, yes.
who's actually kind of Slavic descent.
Yeah, I don't care. I
Yeah,
love
he
that
wears the
movie so
same outfit.
much.
He
I
wears
don't
the same
want.
outfit in the original Westworld as he does in Magnificent Seven, even though
Yeah,
he's like
and
maybe 30 pounds heavier.
so I never looked at anything about Westworld TV series.
I've
I
heard
I
it's
would
good.
constantly compare it to. It's got 8.5. It's very high rated, but in my mind inside, I would be trying to compare it to that one movie from long ago. I wouldn't give it its justice, fair, objective look at.
I think he was also Zane was also in Dances with Wolves early in his career. I have Frontier on my to watch list. I just haven't done it because it's also supposed to take place in 17th, 18th century. Right?
There's just not a whole lot of his stuff I've seen. Sorry, sir. One day we'll. Let's write his name on the for the future reference. Future ZAHNMC Big C Clar N-O-N. Looks like it. It's telling me it's a
Um,
misspelling. Why don't you know his name, Windows 11? McClarnon. Yeah, I spelled it
Graham
right.
Graham Greene also. Don't remember the name of the movie, but just remember the one scene. I was like, that's too realistic. He's to get information, or I can't remember why, but he's slowly skinning this man, starting at his ankles, and then using fire to help stay the bleeding. I'm like, that's just too realistic.
Yep. Well, I had to end at a weird moment. I would like to really drag this out 18 more minutes and
It's
make it
okay.
11 hours exactly. But
You're
oh
getting
no.
tired. You need to eat and get some sleep.
Oh yeah, it is 1:19 a.m. And it was
Yep.
to me it was a daggone good one. I did. I hope. Now we got
Bye,
7.
Archie.
Man, I'm talking about whining and crying about winding down, and we picked up 2 viewers in the last while. Maybe I should go make another pot of coffee. Not happening. I'm just kidding. Mm. I'm trying to think, is there something that I could 18 minutes hello photo. Elizabeth Wiley said trailers autocorrect. On horse trainers. I get it. I got it. Thank you for the correction to autocomplete autocorrect. Turn left. 7 watching. What can we do? I did woman abuse horribly for like 3 hours on poor, lovely Her Royal Majesty QE2 Elizabeth Banks. I'm not apologetic about it, unless somehow it got to her and she said, "Man, that was rough. I don't like it." I would then apologize and get rid of it. I'm hoping that everything I say and do in those goofies. Hello, photo. Anyway, my mind is just drawing blank. Let me just put her back on screen. As a matter of fact, I'm going to cruise over here. I wonder if I can open her in the web browser. Probably could, but I'm not going to try it. Just deal with it, George. We'll look at her looking over her shoulder. I'll say, even though I can't see it sticking out of clothes, Madame, I can see your slip. I'm not sure if it's a sports bra or a camisole top or a tanky top undershirt. There's something. You can see the lines in her shirt. I'll just pretend, for fun's sake, that she's wearing a slip under there. Madame, I can see the outline of your slip. Mm. Look at that over her shoulder. What a pro. I drew the red arrow on the screen to point it. That's supposed to devastate me and destroy me and tell me that I lost. I'm goofy. I'm a doofus. It made me a little yellow heart smiley face. Which reminds me that I've said before, I'll say it again. I was one of those guys that had that t-shirt with the full circle smiley face on the chest with a
Yeah.
hole in between its eyeballs with some red stuff dripping down it.
I had one too. But the back of the t-shirt made it look like the smiley face had the back of it blown out.
Mine didn't have anything on the back, man. You had upgrades.
Well, I
Lucky
have
double.
not been able to find I wore that short out because it was one of my favorites. And the only one I could find was one similar to what you described.
Yep. How else will we spend a couple minutes? I don't know. For tomorrow. Well, let's try this. For tomorrow. And I could probably just look it up online as easy as scrolling this file up and down. 10. I'm slow talking. I'm big engine speaks slow so that I can make more minute of live
Oh,
stream.
I
Probably
did
just
read
offending the earth.
I did read something you'd find hilarious. Uh John Wayne's early career, and it's also listed there's a list of 25 most historical looking accurate movies. He's in it, and there's a scene where he's supposed to be uh talking to these Indians, and as a joke, the one that's supposed to be using the actual language says, "You look like men with two mothers," because he was so big.
Oh my gosh.
John Wayne loved it so much. Later on, when he gave that same gentleman a autograph picture, he signed it, "Your friend, man with two mothers."
No, that doesn't age well. That means something
Ah,
entirely different today.
I get that, but I'm just saying the
It-
reason the Indian said you look like a man with two mothers because he was so big compared to the rest of the people he's from, and it's just I thought it was
I think it's funny, and I like how it translates into today language. Did you just call me a blue-haired trans?
and we're also talking a very young John Wayne, as in he's in his 20s.
Oh, and there I said, still left a question mark that I didn't want to go that deep.
Yeah.
Like typing the Kevin Costner Indians controversy into Google search again because it's long. Well, we went off on a different track, but maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Maybe. That's kind of deep in. And I don't have anybody in mind. I didn't have the poor, lovely, talented, and wonderful in every way Elizabeth Banks until earlier today when I was looking at President movies. I said, oh, was I trying to remember what this President movie was or staring at the woman in the red dress? So anyway, we have tomorrow. We never got to it today. And it will take a few minutes, maybe half an hour. And if I predict that, then maybe it'll take 1 hour. It's kind of a G word school, but it's kind of
Yeah.
life school and everything else. All activated. George sent me a video from some G word people.
Well, the
And
big guy is
I
not
find it
necessarily.
extremely interesting and yin and yang in the art of life school and especially G word schools, and I have much to say about it. Hopefully somebody else does too, and George does too.
I'm too heavy to do index draw.
Yeah, but we'll talk about that tomorrow. It's good stuff.
Yep. I saw it and I was like, wow, let me check this out. Dean would
Yep.
like this.
And we got rid of all the other stuff. And we put an X in our movie star madness for today. We did it. We got
Yep.
X'd off all those. So yes, we're gonna do that tomorrow. And we did add more. I admit it. It's in the description. There was supposed to be more Presidente movies. George added more. I remember some more. But when I got to this picture, that was it.
Yeah.
Oh no, when I got to the other picture where she pulled her jacket open. Very well dressed underneath, nothing. But my mind said, "Oh yeah," and the man in the back was ready to attack. And I went into a internet live streaming blitz. True story. It happened. What else tomorrow? The Pew View video. And we'll rehash some of this think, act or don't act. Maybe I'll just delete it and forget that we've ever come across so much stuff of poor Miss Dana Plato. It won't take that long. It's not that big of a deal. And then everything else got an X in it. So, and we'll come up with it. If you have any ideas, put them in my community that they don't call community except in the URL under the posts. There's a post for today. The description ended up being a little different and edited and fixed. But there's the thumbnail. I've been trying to do these. I haven't got much more than a couple hours ahead. I'm really trying to get these things so well planned that the day before I can put everything upload of what's happening tomorrow. So all of you viewer, watcher, listeners out there in the world, if you don't have any other way, then go over here to community, or it just calls it posts. Click on the comment thing, add a comment, say, you know what would be cool? If you would do Movie Madness, and I don't care. Go back and look at the previous streams. Look what I did to poor Mr. Vin Diesel. I will do Hello Photo and Movie Madness on anybody, as long as it's not possibly could be thought of as immorally too young to be doing that type of thing too. Elizabeth said QE2 is a steamship in LA Harbor.
Yep.
It's a hotel and a wedding destination. It is also haunted. Very strange. Yes, I forgot about that
Well,
too. The
considering the QE2 during World War II was used not only as a transport ship, but also as a hospital ship.
Yep. And maybe we'll do that tomorrow. You guys can help me finish up the meme naming of poor Elizabeth Banks. Poor lady. And one day there's going to be a website of some kind or a web page or something other than this now 570,000, 027 character text file of mine. Someday, maybe. But in the meantime, there's a 500,000 plus character text file. So we'll finish out all of the coincidental QE2s wrapped around this poor suffering lady. Yeah, but yeah, put it there in a comment. When this video is done, then you just go to live under my channel and you'll see all the old finished ones. I really love you 7 watching, listening, viewing, even if it's just you, George and Elizabeth, firing up all your devices. No, I'm kidding. Then I extra love you. I don't feel embarrassed saying it to you too. Every one of you, thank you. You're helping us get places. Hopefully someday we'll have many, many more. Oh, we got another subscriber. Somebody subscribe tonight in live stream. Whoever you are that subscribe tonight
Thank
in
you very
live
much.
stream. All the smooches. Let me type it in the chat. I just saw it. And the ding dong song was. Let's type it in the chat. All the many less than 3s. Yay, chat auto changer. Turned my less than 3 into a bright red heart. To 7 watchers / viewers. Max concurrent tonight. And subscriber sub. I can't spell it, so I'm just gonna put sub. Don't be offended. I still and sub no 392. 5 more. Just 5 much is something. I'll explain it tomorrow. 5. It's another Destiny tale. But it's also something I've said since I was a child. How much? 5 much. And that's all. There's no more. 5 is the most there can be. 5 more hearts. Yay. When we started this, that's what I'm talking about. We're doing good. We must have did something right. But sure, likes, subscribes, everything you can do to help our analytics. It isn't us thing. We're going to build other channels later. We're focusing efforts right here because I had subscribers. I already had many videos. And to me, it's a lot. In the regular videos page, we're trying to do React content, pieces at a time to founding documents. Soon we're going to tear through the Constitution and get them up here and stuff like that. And then we made it. We're at 10:57 and 30. Really so many thank you, thank you, thank you. Can't say it enough. Go back to home. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. So another ancient old TV commercial.
Yep.
And they have spun back up the name, and it's sort of the same thing. You're a sponsor, but I don't mind. You could be. DVRI. At homeschooling training, etc. way back in the 1970s and 80s. Remote learning. They did have classroom stuffs, and they had, back then, I don't remember all the things. They had trade schools too at DeVry. It wasn't university. It was all of the above. You could, do DeVry and become a plumber. And I don't remember all the words of the commercial. I do, but my brain's tired right now.
Well, you need to go get something to eat. Go to sleep.
We're closing in on it. We got a minute 15. So anyway, the DeVry thing was they'd have some guy sitting at a table, can't even afford to buy a glass of water, and he'd say something about, one day things are going to be better, and he's always going to go back to school and get his degree at tomorrow. That's how it went. Yeah, tomorrow. Start at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific. That way, if I run it out, stretch it out, I never have a end deadline set yet. And because we have been running a lot of days in a row, I would maybe plan to take Wednesday off. But for now, we'll say,
Oh, to put in your notes, sir,
yeah,
I will be unavailable Thursday and Friday.
okay.
Because Thursday's my wife's birthday and I got to take her out to do something.
Oh, that's right. Don't mess around with this stuff. And on the most important birthday of the year, happy birthday Thursday. And I will also add notes to make sure that even though you won't be here, we will say often, George's wife, happy birthday. 29 again, imagine that. So anyway, tomorrow we will start at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific, and we are now past the 11-hour mark by 44 seconds. For the 7 of you still at it, thank you again. And all I'm going to say about that is I count backwards from 5 to 3, and then the 2, 1 are silent. I hold my fingers up to the screen as if you could see them. And then I click the stop streaming button. I do have to make a note in here. On the way in, up, Elizabeth said good night with a smiley. Good night, Elizabeth, with a smiley. Up 1 subscriber to 392. Deary. Tonight's live. Heart. Yelled hearts, all caps. So with that, now I am 2 minutes over. Clicking the stop streaming button in 5, 4,